It's a blue morning show where the vibes are flowing, so fresh, so low. Everything's about Chelsea, feel like pride. We're repping our team, standing side by side. We don't lose, we carry that blue. Cause Chelsea, see Chelsea, it's all true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. In the stands we jump and sway, feel the beat. Got that rhythm in our hearts, can't take defeat. Every match we rise, watch the game unfold. Blue blood running deep, our story told. With every win we celebrate our crew. Chanting songs for Chelsea all day, it's true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no one. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. Start the banners fly high under the sun. Every player on that field, together we run. With each kick we feel the passion ignite. For Chelsea our hearts shine forever bright. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. It's a blue morning show where the vibes are flowing, so fresh, so low. Everything's about Chelsea, feel like pride. We're repping our team, standing side by side. We don't lose, we carry that blue. Cause Chelsea, see Chelsea, it's all true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. In the stands we jump and sway, feel the beat. Got that rhythm in our hearts, can't take defeat. Every match we rise, watch the game unfold. Blue blood running deep, our story told. With every win we celebrate our crew. Chanting songs for Chelsea all day, it's true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no one. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. Start the banners fly high under the sun. Every player on that field, together we run. With each kick we feel the passion ignite. For Chelsea our hearts shine forever bright. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. It's a blue morning show where the vibes are flowing, so fresh, so low. Everything's about Chelsea, feel like pride. We're repping our team, standing side by side. We don't lose, we carry that blue. Cause Chelsea, see Chelsea, it's all true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. the stands we jump and sway, feel the beat. Got that rhythm in our hearts, can't take defeat. Every match we rise, watch the game unfold. Blue blood running deep, our story told. With every win we celebrate our crew. Chanting songs for Chelsea all day, it's true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no one. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. So the banners fly high under the sun. Every player on that field, together we run. With each kick we feel the passion ignite. For Chelsea our hearts shine forever bright. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no one. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. It's a blue morning show where the vibes are flowing, so fresh, so low. Everything's about Chelsea, feel that pride. We repping our team, standing side by side. Win or lose, we carry that blue. Cause Chelsea, see Chelsea, it's all true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. In the stands we jump and sway, feel the beat. Got that rhythm in our hearts, can't take defeat. Every match we rise, watch the game unfold. Blue blood running deep, our story told. With every win we celebrate our crew. Chanting songs for Chelsea all day, it's true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no one. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. So the banners fly high under the sun. Every player on that field, together we run. With each kick we feel the passion ignite. For Chelsea our hearts shine forever bright. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no one. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. It's a blue morning show where the vibes are flowing, so fresh, so low. Everything's about Chelsea, feel that pride. We repping our team, standing side by side. Win or lose, we carry that blue. Cause Chelsea, see Chelsea, it's all true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. In the stands we jump and sway, feel the beat. Got that rhythm in our hearts, can't take defeat. Every match we rise, watch the game unfold. Blue blood running deep, our story told. With every win we celebrate our crew. Chanting songs for Chelsea all day, it's true. All All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, cheer, cheer. Loud, loud, loud. No one. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 cheer. Loud as the crowd. So the banners fly high under the sun. Every player on that field, together we run. With each kick we feel the passion ignite. For Chelsea our hearts shine forever bright. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, cheer, cheer. Loud, loud, loud. No. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 cheer. Loud as the crowd. It's a blue morning show where the vibes are flowing. It's a blue morning show where the vibes are flowing, so fresh, so low. Everything's about Chelsea, feel like pride. We repping our team, standing side by side. Win or lose, we carry that blue. Cause Chelsea, see Chelsea, it's all true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, cheer, cheer. Loud, 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 no. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 cheer. Loud as the crowd. In the stands we jump and sway, feel the beat. Got that rhythm in our hearts, can't take defeat. Every match we rise, watch the game unfold. Blue blood running deep, our story told.
Yes, good people, big up to all of you. Welcome back to Chelsea Perspective. Welcome for another edition of the Blue Morning Show. I do hope you're all doing well. Quite a lot going on. We're expecting a new manager to take over. McFarlane will be the interim manager for our game against Manchester City. Interesting times at our club. But here's the thing. One thing I can assure you is that everything will be all right. This is not the first time. I was there when Mourinho was fired, and I loved him a lot. Thomas Tuchel, you name a few. But here's the thing. Just calm down. We will be all right. We will take a look at the report that Liam Rosenior is the leading candidate to become the next permanent Chelsea manager. We will listen to what the interim manager has to say. And a lot of stuff, like Dante said yesterday, a lot of stuff will be coming out. A lot of horse dung, nonsense, a lot of lies. Some people are exploiting the situation, growing their account. I've seen one, for instance, something that said how the club wanted to sign Garnacho, did not tell the manager. The initial report we saw from Kinsella, who said, yeah, but the manager, when they told him they want to sign him, he okayed it. And I think I did see a report that said something to the effect of the manager telling Garnacho to be patient, that the deal will be completed. If he didn't want him, why not tell the club? So, but people are exploiting that. The report, the person in question, the individual in question, I will show you his account so you stay away from it. Now is reposting that. It's not even giving credit to the journalist that reported that initially. He just posted that Chelsea did not even tell Maresca about the signing of Garnacho, and that's it. They did not add the part where he said Maresca okayed the signing of Garnacho. But that's, by the way, as I've said, it is once again the Blue morning show. We'll talk about the incoming manager, his tactics, everything, the winners and losers, and then McFarlane's presser. And if you're listening, good morning to you. And once again, if I haven't said Happy New Year to you, Happy New Year. So as I've said, it's going to be an interesting show, and without wasting much of your time, I think we will start addressing not the news item. We will start addressing comments from McFarlane's presser, and I know it's going to be interesting. A lot of people will be paying attention to what he has to say and dissect and analyze and make conclusions. Some people, you can argue, already because of Liam's demeanor. I'm not sure how else to put it. I counted him out. Listen, it's a high risk, high reward decision. It could break either way. It could turn out to be the worst decision they've made since they took over Chelsea. It could turn out to be the best thing. I get it. He hasn't won anything, but you have to start somewhere. And one thing I've said to myself, I am not just gonna I'm not gonna, you could say, break my head over something that I cannot change. Because see, if they've decided that he will be the next manager, you can't change that. And all I can do is support him. And a lot of stuff that are coming out, it depends on who you want to believe. I think, as much as I love Maresca, things I've seen so far, I am disappointed. He practically used us to polish his resume, and then said bye, Felicia, to us. That's just my opinion. But that's, by the way, without wasting much of your time, we'll go. I wouldn't call this news hunting. There's a lot of stuff out there to look at. I mean, you could say definitely news hunting. A lot of stuff coming from the managers, interim managers, presser, and what Pep Guardiola has to say. Interesting thing about what I've seen so far from Pep's own presser is that he didn't deny that City has had an initial talk with Enzo Maresca. So Maresca knew exactly what he was doing, but we'll get into that again. But of course, a lot of people will not take the time to analyze everything out there. You can say to apportion blames accordingly. I'm not saying our owners, they're saints. I must say they're not. But I think mainly Maresca felt like, yeah, he's ready to move on from Chelsea. He's achieved what he wanted to achieve. He accepted the conditions presented to him before becoming Chelsea's manager. And then when he felt like, yeah, I think, yeah, I've achieved huge stuff here, I can actually move on, he started misbehaving, in my opinion. But that's, by the way, let's see. I have to say hello and see what we already have in the chat. And before we continue news hunting, what makes Liam qualify for Chelsea? In all honesty, the truth remains is actually he has a lot of, you could say, first team managerial experience under his belt than Enzo Maresca. The only thing is that Maresca has won something. But of course, it's only fair that fans judge him by what he's won. But I'm not saying he's better than Maresca. Currently, Maresca is the better manager. I don't think one can win that argument until proven otherwise. And I've seen people go by his team's current form. If you're going by his team's current form, look, let's be objective here. Maresca is gone, he's gone. And it looks like definitely Liam takes over. At least that's what I believe will happen. And if that's the case, let's be able to speak about it objectively. His team is topping the Conference League table. Yeah, and they've struggled in League R. I agree. League One, in the French league, I agree. What if Ken? I'm quite sure if we're looking to hire Pep Guardiola when Man City lost tons of games in a row, would you be saying the same thing? I don't think you'd say the same thing because he has the reputation that won't even allow you that if when you remember that you won't even look beyond his reputation to consider that the fact that Man City lost tons of games in a row. If we're being objective here, then let's go back to Liam. If you respect what he achieved last season as a manager, getting them to Europe and was close to getting them to Champions League, or getting them Champions League football, to be more specific. Yeah, but you could argue to some extent was unlucky, or some stuff that happened at the time was down to him. In my opinion, I'd say this. The only thing I'm concerned about is that he doesn't know how to be pragmatic. I've seen them lose games from a winning position several games that I thought that's it, they're definitely going to win this. You could argue from in some of those games, you could argue that was down to the tools he's had to work with. So if we're being objective, let's not just stick with his team is struggling right now, because that's a nonsensical argument in my opinion, and I've explained why that is the case. Because if we're talking to Pep and you can say considering hiring Pep Guardiola, you will not even look beyond his reputation to consider the fact that last season there was a time they lost tons of games in a row that I thought Pep would leave Man City. So let's learn to speak objectively. I'm not saying that Liam is the best option right now, but I'm just saying the truth remains it's a high risk, high reward decision. It could break either way. It could turn out to be the worst ever decision, even worse than Potter. It could turn out to be the best decision. You never know. I get it. Nothing. Correct me if I'm wrong. Nothing on his trophy shelf. If there's any, let me know. But I've seen things to know that he's a talented manager. Would have loved us to wait for 2 seasons more, or even 3 seasons more. But since they're doing it, if they really want to do it, you cannot change that. What do I do? Support the manager. It's as simple as that. But let's see. I keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. 37 people following the show and 13 likes already. We can do a lot better than that. Who else is here? The end of Chelsea Football Club. And I don't like this sort of behavior. The end of Chelsea Football Club, because Maresca is gone. I think we have a very short memory. And if you actually look at the results this season, you see the games we've lost were just a few signings away. Even sometimes you could argue if we sign only one defender, only one good defender would be fine. Would be way better than we are right now. So can we stop every time you can say we face adversity, or you could say we struggle a bit, it's the end of the club. I thought we were going to get relegated last season. That was what a lot of Chelsea fans were saying. Irrespective of how you feel about what's going on, I think it's I don't know, it's concerning really that every time anything happens, it is the worst in the world. And some people, I remember saying RIP Chelsea Football Club. Fans need to boycott the club. Enough is enough. Go ahead, you start. If you've been buying tickets, don't buy one. Boycott the club for what, really? Can you elaborate? Because Maresca is gone. All right, let's see. Good shout. Felipe Luis for the managerial role. Why not? And what has he won? Since we're going by, what has a manager won? What has he won as a manager? Maybe he won something and I missed it. But Briani Yahayu, aka Kopama FC, aka Vivel FC, and the list goes on. I appreciate you finding the time to join the conversation. And big up to you, to Ibro, my bro. I appreciate you finding the time to join the conversation. Let's see what else we have here. Just saying hello to people. Natalie is so pieces and bond this ownership for doing what? Can you elaborate? And if you're going to judge them, do it objectively. Go look at all the information out there. See if Maresca behaved accordingly. I loved him, but after learning a lot about what happened, for me, in my opinion, my conclusion is that, yeah, he used us to polish his resume, accepted the conditions for becoming the Chelsea manager at the time, because he knew that's definitely a step up from coaching Leicester City. I gave him a chance because I watched Leicester City and knew he could do it. And at the same time, at the time, I was concerned that probably he will achieve something and bail. So he's used us to show the world he can manage a big club. And once he got, you can say, he's just, overall, let me just simplify it. He used us to polish his resume, and now, yeah, he's seeing. Remember, this whole thing started, in my opinion, when he hired the super agent, and then we heard that he started talking to Man City mid-October. We weren't in bad form at the time, were we? Let me know. We were doing so well at the time. And then told Chelsea that, yeah, he's talking to Manchester City in case if you can say managerial vacancy emerges from there. What do you if I've said this before, and I'm going to put it the way I put it yesterday. It's just like your wife telling you that he's considering his ex, that please, you should be ready. If his ex comes around, that yeah, he's just gonna follow him. I will fire, I will divorce that person in a heartbeat. And if you work for me and you tell me such thing, that yeah, you want to go work for another company and you're currently speaking to them, and what can, if an opportunity emerges there, that you're going to leave. Why would I still let you work for me? I'll let you go. And we're talking about someone on a 5-year contract. So he knew exactly what he was doing when he talked about the club in public and doubled down and all that. And he said the fact that he didn't even, you could say, stay for a post-game presser after our last game, he'd already checked out before that game. So why would I keep him? We should just look at everything that's out there and decide objectively whether to just dump the whole blame on the club. Irrespective of how you see it, I don't think he behaved well. Yeah, for me, he used us to polish his resume, and now he's gone. And it's telling. It is really, really telling that Pep could not say, I don't know. The truth remains the fact that City already, that they talked to Maresca's camp. Pep Guardiola must know about it. There's something in motion here. He must know about it. He's friends with Maresca. So the fact that Maresca's camp spoke with City, Pep knows about it. So it is telling that Pep denies that he has no idea whether Maresca's camp spoke with Manchester City. That is telling. There's something in motion that he knows and Maresca knows. But that's, by the way, let's move on from that. Minor, hey, the East is here. The East is here. Chelsea Mitchell. Ooh, nice to see you. I appreciate you finding time to join the conversation this morning. I do hope you're doing well. Up big to you too, Ty. I do hope you're doing well. Ty says, I will say this briefly. Since this show is a Rosenior, I misjudged Maresca on a lot of things. And knowing all I know now, I feel horrible about it. I mean, it happens. You weren't just the one that misjudged him. A lot of people did. A lot of people called him championship manager. But because I followed him during his Leicester City time, because of indeed he was played under him, and I liked the way he improved indeed his game and all that, and the way they played. But because usually it just, you see the same way in life, in real life, people, if a rich person they know is a rich person, I'm not sure what the more accurate analogy to use here. You could say in terms of his at the time before he joined us, in terms of his trophy cabinet, he didn't have enough. So a lot of people weren't willing to give him the opportunity at Chelsea. Championship manager everywhere, championship manager. This club is finished. Why would they hire such a manager? It turns out it was a good decision. Yeah, so these things happen, which is that also proves that yeah, we have no option than to support Liam. And it could turn out to be the worst decision they've made since taking over. It could turn out to be the best decision. You don't know. I get it. I don't remember him winning anything. So, but that doesn't mean that definitely he's not going to do well at Chelsea. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry, guys. I'm multitasking here. At the same time, the kiddos are busy doing something else. But yeah, I have to pay attention to them. So the fact that you doubted Enzo Maresca and look how well he did, and you see the people complaining how we've lost how many points from winning positions. We did talk about yesterday. Go back, look at the games that we've lost. We lost under Enzo Maresca this season. You could argue more than 80% of them were down to, you could say, defensive errors, which definitely are common sense. So those games, let's say more than, you could say, up to 80% of them, I'd say, went down to managerial errors or him making the wrong changes and all that. I'm not saying he's perfect. There are things he's done that whenever I look back, I go, what was he thinking at the time? He's not perfect. But that's by the way. Let's see what else we have here. Chelsea Michi Boy, Mod Manor saying hello to you. Let's see what else we have here. And more likes, people. More likes. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes do go a long way. Let me take care of this. If I don't, it will get worse. Sorry, guys. I do apologize for the unannounced break in transmission, but the haste is here. Nice to see you. Never thought these constant changes for me would get boring, but I finally feel exhausted with these changes. I don't have any confidence in Liam or the under 21 coach. Just get people who can do it. There's no guarantee if you get those people you believe would do it, they get it done. And then those people you believe can get the job done, they're probably not going to take the job. They will most likely demand changes that would mean that the owners they'd have to change the structure of the project, and it's not going to happen. So here's the thing: they want stability as much as you want stability. But the biggest risk here is that managers will see Chelsea as a stepping stone, will use us to polish their resume and then move on from us. That's not going to be like that forever, because the truth remains. The truth remains. Uh, uh, the team is not going to be the boys. They're not going to be boys all the time, forever. At some point, even right now, they're more mature than they were last 2 seasons. So at some point, would have a lot more mature team than we have right now, which makes a whole lot of difference. So let's say in 2 years or so, the risk of managers using Chelsea as a stepping stone, because we don't have a lot of experienced players, will reduce significantly. But I'd say right now and probably next season, a lot of the managers that will accept the job, maybe not next season, but I think this season, it depends on how they handle it. The risk of managers using Chelsea as a stepping stone will be there until it isn't. But right now, that's the case for multitude of reasons. But in Maresca's case, I watched my favorite content creators. I do watch other people's video today. Jan explained, for Maresca, going back to City is more like homecoming. He was the academy coach, won how many trophies in one season with Pep Guardiola. They still have good relationships. So no, I'm not surprised that they're actually trying to, you could say, line them up for as Pep Guardiola's replacement, and he wanted it. And something else that's going on, I haven't seen a lot of, you can say, farewell messages from his Chelsea players, because some of them will be disappointed by the time they get all the information and realize he was actually speaking to City and didn't want to be here. So as much as I love him, I feel betrayed. But that's by the way. Let's see what else we have here. Big up to you, Tim Abasso 5. Happy New Year once again to you. Hopefully, Chelsea hire a good manager, someone like Xavi and Irela. Those two, I wouldn't mind. Xavi, no. There's no guarantee he does well in the Premier League. All right, let's see. What else do we have here? Give me 1 second here. And Mitchie, thank you for joining the conversation. I appreciate you. Saying thank you to my what's his name? Let's see. What up to you two Sports Trans? Bants. Yeah, I'm keeping well too. I hope you're keeping well, and thank you for joining the conversation. And Chelsea Boy says the first red flag for me was when I saw the Maresca hired George. Yeah, exactly. A lot of people at the time, that was when a lot of people started asking questions, asking, what is he doing here? When I saw that Maresca hired George Mendes, the super agent, you don't do that unless you are making preliminary plans. And the question I've asked people, the same question Dante asked when we discussed it at first, is that he knew what he was getting into. And in my opinion, the same thing I was saying, you can say it's important to maintain same energy. I get the argument, as some people would say, if that's what they prefer, but I think otherwise, that we pushed out players that we've nurtured in Nicholas Jackson and Noni Madrick, and then signed inferior players. If you think that's the case, that's fine by me. But I don't think they were pushed out, and I'm entitled to my own opinion. Maresca knew exactly what he was getting into. Yeah. And I don't think Chelsea pushed those players out. But that's by the way. And then he wants to move the goalposts because he felt like, you can say, he's arrived. He's won 2 trophies, made it to 3 semifinals, and I think in 18 months or so. So he felt like he's arrived and ready for a bigger job from his perspective. I don't care what anybody tells me. But unfortunately, a lot of people are not going to pay attention to something, even if it comes from David Austin. But if David Austin comes out and says the owners fired Maresca because he wanted certain players and they refused to sign that player for him, then they will say, yeah, David Austin is definitely saying the truth. But when David Austin says that Enzo Maresca started talking to Manchester City mid-October and told Chelsea that he's talking to them because if a managerial vacancy emerges there, that he'd like to take it. They're not going to listen. They call that one a brief. But that's by the way. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. I saw it and ignore it. Let's say, what else do we have here? ESPN are mostly subjective and lacks objectivity. In fact, objectivity has run away from them a lot, and they earn it. Honestly, yeah, exactly. They're more like, if you listen to them, if they were on X, you'd say, yeah, that's definitely clickbait. But that's by the way. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. But if I see anybody that I haven't said hello to, I'll stop by and say hello to them. Fundamentally Blue, nice to see you. Thank you for joining the conversation. The coffee calling the kettle black. The same ownership as these talking to all the managers while the Chelsea manager is still the Chelsea manager. They all remember, we didn't hear that they were speaking to any manager until mid-October. So probably they already heard what Maresca told them, and they started talking to other managers. What are you saying here? So go get all the information and speak. Let's see, what else do we have? 12 minutes ago. Okay. Let's see. And this is, I am happy my girlfriend Enzo Maresca left those idiots running Chelsea Football Club. Couldn't take it anymore. I mean, from what I've seen from you so far, it's clear you've lost your SHIT. You're not happy, and you're entitled to feel that way. I wasn't happy, but here's the thing: I'm the most skeptical person you'd ever deal with. I don't just take information from one you can say one side and run with it. I'm not saying our owners are perfect. I'm not saying, I don't even like our sporting directors, but I'm not the type to go around and start screaming, as this out, as this out. It will not change it. SHIT. They actually got a raise, which means in the eyes of the owners, they're doing a fantastic job. And we do have a very, very good squad. You have every reason to feel the way you did. So Maresca, for me, no, I'm not gonna exempt him from blames. Let's be honest. There's a pattern there that I'd like to pay attention to. Taveo saying, Coach Art, you too, but I appreciate you all. We're gonna again, I'm gonna go back to the panel so that we can start addressing what we have there. McFarlane's presser, and then we go back to talking about Rosenior, what we know about him, what we should be concerned about, and all of that. Let's see, anything else? Nothing else at this moment. And big up to you, to Almighty Blues FC, my brother from another mother. I appreciate you finding the time to join the conversation. And I want to welcome the captain of the community in Constantine Dunchi. Big up to you, Dante. Thank you for finding the time to join the conversation. I do hope you're doing well. Your thoughts. Let's start with the fact that Pep Guardiola denied having any knowledge of his club, talking to Maresca's camp. That is telling. But we know already that, they've had talks with them. That is telling, really. So something is in motion and he knows about it. But let's hear you, Dante.
Yeah, big up, Coach. Big up, everyone. I hope everyone's good. Look, like I said, once the dust settles a little bit, we might find out more and more. So we still, from what we know, we already spoke about this last night. Yeah, it's not good in my opinion for Maresca. It's not a good look, and obviously the management, ownership, etc., really had no choice, really, in my personal opinion, than to do that. I don't think there would be any management directors or owners out there that wouldn't do the same if that happened, because it's a bit like it's a betrayal, like we kept saying about the wife thing, seeing the ex. it's a little bit of a betrayal. So yeah, they obviously had a meeting, made the call, and this is what we've got. This is the situation we've got. They decided to just let him go now, and that's it. Obviously, they're not very happy about it. So broken trust. So they decided to let it go. We know what they do with players as well that don't want to be here, or they don't want. Well, they're gonna train separately or whatever. If they don't get their move, the same. But if they don't want to be here, if any player a little bit says they don't want to be here, we won't see that player again, because yeah, they don't really. That's something they don't play around with. So yeah, look, it's a shame how it happened. I love Maresca. But yeah, this is not a good look on him, in my opinion. If all the information that comes out is still true, yet to be 100% confirmed, but it's looking that way. Well, then yeah, he's lost quite a bit of respect from me. I'm not sure from everyone else, but for me, he definitely has. Now, saying that as well, do we blame him if he did get offered that Manchester City job, say next year?
I don't, but here's where I'm concerned. Not
Yeah,
being truthful about it. Hiring,
yeah,
again, maybe the club already knew before he hired the super agent George Mendes, right? I don't blame him. Look, we all do that in our daily lives. You work for a particular entity, but if you find another entity or company that's willing to pay you a lot more than what you're currently earning, you look to move on. As long as you can say the move doesn't cause you other problems in terms of leading to you making life changes and all that, you take it.
hmm
I don't blame him.
yeah,
But the way these things happen, there's something that tells me, you could say, comes across as him not being sincere about the whole thing. Maybe wanting,
correct. Yeah,
you could say, I have every right to actually suggest maybe he wanted to get fired so that he get the payoff. You don't blame you. I don't think anybody would blame me for trying seeing it that way. You said the
do we know
change.
if he got fired, coach? We don't really know.
No, we don't. I'm not saying that was the case, but I don't think anybody
Yeah, yeah,
would blame me for thinking that was the case, given you could say the recent unnecessary outbursts, like refusing to do the post-game presser, which you could say, yeah, they were booing him. Maybe that angered him. But this has happened in big clubs.
yeah, yeah.
In my opinion, I'd say even if he wanted to leave, I think it could have been handled differently. Right now, if you ask me, I'd say my conclusion is definitely that, yeah, he used us to polish his resume and now he wants to move on.
Which is fine to do. You can do that, but the problem with that is that, like I said, it lost a bit of respect me, and probably some players as well. I wouldn't be surprised the way he did it. And it's a year, since he took over. Yeah, he was successful, but like I said last night, him coming and then saying, "Okay, I'm going for an interview there, but I will stay, but maybe give me the power I want and to sign what I want and do what I want, more freedom, etc." Well, then there's no way the club is going to do that. Like I said, they're not going to put Maresca, above the club, in my opinion, and that looks like what's happened.
Had
They're
they
not going to
done
pay.
that, the press
Yeah,
basically giving him more authority. And that's how,
exactly, and that's not the
and who,
model. That's
who
not the
says,
project.
yeah, and who says tomorrow that he wouldn't come back and say, yeah, I want this or I'm gone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I
So
do
yeah,
100%
the same way you
blame him for that.
avoid doing certain things for players to avoid, you could say, um, you could say giving them too much power. I love Maresca, and I think I still follow team wherever he goes. I still watch those things because I like his, you can say, his approach to football overall. But my goodness, unfortunately, usually fans are not into taking the time to work with every information out there and come to a sensible conclusion with regards to how everything, how things, you could say, with regards to how it all happened. They've just
Yeah,
decided,
yeah,
a lot of, you could say majority of the fans have actually decided that, yeah, definitely the owners are at fault, and every other thing they see out there to them are all briefs.
yeah. Look,
For me,
we know they liked Maresca. The directors liked Maresca. The owners liked Maresca. They always got along well. Everything I've seen when they were together and etc. They all worked as one with the directors because that's the setup. You have to work as one with the directors and everyone. So they were doing obviously very well. And but yeah, again, we go to that issue just a bit like our ex. If he got to his head a little bit, and I know people make the argument that he didn't get the players he wanted. Well, I still don't agree with that. I think he did get the players he wanted. So there's no real argument for me there that's why. Maybe you can argue about the centre back thing. That's the only position, maybe one player, but I mean, one player like that, one position. When you have Colwell there, they're not really gonna do that. So it's not enough for me. Basically, I'm saying it's not enough for him just because we didn't get him a centre back. That is not a reason for you, and then to go and talk to another club or etc. or pretty much disrespect the sporting directors and the ownership. So
I
yeah,
mean,
if he's done that,
I
then
feel betrayed as one of his biggest backers.
yeah,
I
yeah,
feel,
me too. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. It's in a way I understand it because it is a business in the end of the day, but I don't think he's achieved that much yet. Yes, he won the Conference League. Yes, he won the Club World Cup, but slow down. Like you're not that up there yet. Like you still got quite a bit you can still prove. So it's disappointing that he's taken that route, but like I said, we might find out a bit more information as he comes out. But so far, not looking too good, in my opinion. I think this is quite on him. I don't blame the owners at all. I think the owners and the directors had full trust in him. That's why they signed him. And that's why they were working together as one. And that's why it was working. The only start when he stopped working was recently now because of what happened. So that's why I say it's on Maresca, in my opinion.
you could argue you could say his desperation for growth, or you could say um, getting the opportunity to manage an elite club to prove himself might have led to him accepting the Chelsea job, which you could argue he wouldn't have accepted if not because of that desperation. And I want to know your thoughts on my argument that basically, given what we're hearing, he used Chelsea to polish his resume.
Yeah, I look at every manager does that. That's nothing new. They all do that. But like I said, I think he owed the club. People probably say he doesn't own the club anything. Well, I disagree. I think he did because, like you said, he's not really anyone. To be honest, he was a assistant coach. Yeah, it's just starting his career. So Chelsea gave him a massive opportunity. So and he took it. He did very well, and he took it. And I like everything about him. But I think it's too early for him to do that, to speak to another club and jump the ship.
It grew
Now, like I
quite
said,
bad.
yeah, like I said, depends on other factors. That's why I did bring up yesterday the support the fan base, and a lot of people in the club, around the club, that are old school, that don't like the ownership anyway. Maybe that's got something to do with it as well. I know people won't agree, but in my opinion, it does because that just helps you make a decision much easier if something comes along. You're not really that loved anyway, so you don't feel that love or that support from a lot of people. So I'm talking about fans, etc., season ticket holders. So every week we see something bad about him written, even when he won. And when you lose or draw, it's pretty disgusting. It gets to a really bad level, even at games as well. So yeah, I think that had a little tiny part into it. It makes your decision much easier to leave if that's the case. If you're not shown love by fans, and yeah, I think that definitely made his decision a bit easier, in my opinion.
Yeah, but before we get to looking at those things, Ankit here, let's get a few comments. Then we get back to getting McFarlane's comments from McFarlane's presser, and then we'll see what next we have to talk about. Ankit here says that at the end of the day, it's us fans who suffers the most during these periods. Big up everyone. I don't. Let me ask Dante: is this accurate? Would you say that's the case that fans suffer the most, more than the players, for instance? I think that's the case. Yeah.
At that top level, probably yes, because the players are quite professional. Like I said, They go through managers. Basically, since you sign professional contract, even before that in the youth, you're playing at high level, you're going through coaches every year. So most of them are quite in tune with that. It doesn't, if they have a close relationship with the manager, a little bit, but I think the players get over it pretty quickly because it is a business and they are getting paid a lot of money. And it's just the system you'll come up in that makes you that way. So, yeah, I think probably the fans a little bit more, obviously, because of that. Yeah.
Mm. All right, thank you for that.
Emotional.
Nice
We're
to see
too
you.
emotional. Fans are too emotional and reactionary. So, and that's what you get. Yeah.
So
So
it
the
makes
players
sense
are
to
not like that.
argue that they suffer the most.
They do, yes, because the players are not like that. Players are pretty thick-skinned, like I said. They're in that system. Yes, it's a beautiful game, but it is a business first. Basically, at that level, it's all about business. That's probably one of the most important things at that level. So, yeah, they like I said, they're pretty hard. They're accustomed to that. It doesn't phase them too much, to be honest.
All right, let's see. Thank you for that. I don't blame him one bit. I don't blame him either. This things happens. It happen. These things happen every day in our daily lives. But I think it's only fair that we judge objectively and not just dump the whole thing on the owners. They've not been perfect, but chances are, from what I've heard, in my opinion, irrespective of who we signed, Maresca, he'd still leave. City is more like homecoming from him. It's more like, you could say, dealing with someone who is, you could say, an Arsenal fan through and through, and expecting them to be 100% loyal to you. But that's my opinion anyway. Says I don't blame Maresca either. Not even I don't blame him. Why would you? It wouldn't make sense to blame him. He could have waited to speak. He didn't want to. He just didn't want to. You can say two sides to every story, and I think I urge people to go look at the information out there and judge objectively. What else do we have here? Keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes do go a long way. And the directors should have budged with what he wanted after Club World Cup, especially. Here's one thing. One thing I want to talk about quickly. I don't listen. When did we sign? I think we made a lot of the signings, even as two of the signings, maybe as Club World Cup was still going on, or three of them. And every player we signed, I'm still going to say this, irrespective of what anybody thinks, or for me, in my opinion, we cannot complete the signing of any first team player without Maresca saying, yes, sign me that player. Or yes, I can work with that player. If he says no, I want someone else, they will go for someone else. They will debate it and eventually go for someone else. I don't see a world where they sign a player without him knowing about it, and then you can say, what's the language that I'm looking for here? Impose that player on him. It doesn't happen. He talked about how he was happy with all the players we signed, from Hatta to Ganacho to Gittins, all of them. And how happy he is with regards to how they are working during training sessions and all that, and the progress that they're making. He's talked about 1,000 times how he accepted the job in the first place because of the squad we have. So the fact is what it is. He didn't, you can say maybe he had a plan to be here longer than, yeah, he stayed. But once he realized the City are actually interested in making him their next manager, he felt like, okay, I'm going to find a way out. I love him. And I'm not saying our sporting directors are perfect. I think we could have done things a bit differently last summer transfer window, in my opinion. But I'm still not the players we signed. I think they're good. It's not like they're bad players. They just need time. And you could argue, if we had all our players fit, I don't think we'd be complaining so much about the new signings, because you wouldn't even realize that the new you could say there wouldn't be the need to complain, because we'll be getting results. So it is what it is. He's gone to where he wants to be. He probably will get a chance to become next City's manager it should Pep leave. They done it when they first came in. What are we talking about? I don't know. Was I happy that they sacked Thomas Tuchel? But I'm not going to, because of they sacked Thomas Tuchel, and I was bitter. I was pained because they sacked him, and now say, yeah. And we don't know. Do you know? Are you certain that Maresca was sacked, or did he walk? Are you certain?
Yeah, we don't know that for
You
sure.
don't
I did
know.
see a report
Yeah,
saying that he
exactly.
handed in. Yeah,
But
I did see a report saying that he handed in his resignation. So that's the only one I've seen. But I haven't seen anything about sacking. No.
no. So chances are he resigned. Chances are, and what we learned, one of the stuff we addressed yesterday, they agreed to something. Both parties agreed. Yeah, it's not working. So I'm not sure why you're certain he was sacked. I suggested Maresca should use his leverage in the summer and demand to walk away. He didn't, but then he did it now, and he even waived the severance package according to reports. Poor timing, because yeah, there's something probably in motion for him. I don't think he you could say deep down forfeit the Chelsea job for any other reason other than he's again there's already something in works for him. All right, let's see. Man City, Pep, PSG, Enrique, Barca, Flick, Real, Alonso, Napoli, Conte, Chelsea, Rosenior would welcome him, but not ambitious enough. As much as Enzo was unproven, was proven too, and did well. Which is here's why when Ty, you could say, said what he said, I read it and I said, which is listen. The first thing I said was I don't think he's ready for Chelsea. I've watched some of his games. I've seen him throw away leads. Yeah, games that I thought that you say, yeah, they're definitely winning this one. I've seen them lose those games. And my biggest conclusion is that he doesn't know how to be pragmatic. But maybe he adjusts the moment he gets the Chelsea job, because I'm quite sure he knows the Premier League, yeah, will eat him alive if he, you could say, approaches games in the Premier League the way he's done in league in the French league. I think he will. He probably knows that he needs. He again. He definitely needs to change his preferred approach to football to not, you could say, be so that managers in the Premier League will use them to mop the stadium carpet. So my point is this: who am I to blow against the wind? And it's looking like he's going to become the next Chelsea manager. So complaining from here to tomorrow will not change that. And I don't operate that way. And if you want to do well in life, once you cannot change anything, move on from it. Yeah. And I can assure you, Conte more experience, but with Maresca in charge, in my opinion, I was sure that we're definitely going to beat them, even though it would be on their carpet. So it doesn't names what Maresca, if anything, proves that names don't play football these days. Maresca, as idealistic as I believe he was at Chelsea as a manager, but my goodness, tactically, you could argue to some measure he's a genius. He beat the Chelsea's again. One of them he's beating. You could argue all of the managers. I'd say that Chelsea fans wanted over him, and he beat them and beat them convincingly. He beat Luis Enrique by 3-0 in a final that nobody gave us a chance. Barcelona, Hansi Flick, a lot of Chelsea fans wanted Hansi Flick over him, but he made him look clueless on the day we beat Barcelona 3-0. I think I'm missing one more name. But the point is, names don't win you games these days. Football is evolving, and yeah, younger managers, they are good. I'm not saying certainly that Rosanelli will be a hit at Chelsea, but he has the talent. I didn't want him at first. I wanted him to stay 2-3 years more at Strasbourg, get more experience and improve. But something else I want us to talk about, Dante, quickly here. I've seen my bro Tabejo on X. A lot of people are presenting his team's current form as the yardstick to measure whether he's a good manager or not. And my argument, what I said to them is, so which means if we're looking to hire Pep, if we considered hiring Pep at the time when Man City lost, I think up to 5 games in a row. How many games? In
Something
a
like
row.
that, yeah.
I'll try to find it. Would they have paid attention to the results? No. Not because, what they'd be paying attention to is his trophy cabinet, his reputation. I get it. Liam doesn't have a reputation, but I think it's unfair to judge him by his team's current form, because it happens in football. Last season, they were this close to achieving Champions League football. And they achieved European football, and his team is topping the table of the Conference League. I'm not sure what it's to say, but that's my question to you is, what do you make of the fact that people are judging him by his team's current form? And I'm not trying to say that he's the best thing, best, you could say, the best option for Chelsea right now. I didn't want him to come. I wanted Chelsea to look at other options, but if you cannot change it, I can't change it. I'm just going to support him. But one thing I'm sure is that he will break either way. It could turn out to be a good decision. It could turn out to be a very bad decision. But Dante, your thoughts on fans judging him by his team's current form?
Yeah, look, it's a little bit unfair, obviously, because he's achieved last season. He did very well. So, and the season's still going. So there's still a long way to go. So a little bit unfair. I mean, look, he's a good manager. He's a very good manager. Young, got a little bit of experience because he's managed other clubs before in England, so a little bit there. But he's still quite relatively young. But look, it's up to him. I think our options are pretty limited as well, coach. So I think he's an option that's there that would and it would be up to him. They're gonna ask him, and if he says yes, he thinks he can do it, they'll probably bring him in because he either works out or he doesn't. He really struggles, and then by the end of the season, he'll probably just be gone. And then they might know a bit earlier, and they can start looking for a different type of manager because there's not many. You can't get anyone in January. It's just almost impossible. None of them are going to leave their clubs, etc. And if they are, you got to pay the release clauses, which are pretty high these days. So it's not that simple. It's not just one person you're hiring. You're hiring his whole team, his whole staff, his whole assistants. It's a lot of work to do, and it's pretty hard to do that in January, in my opinion. So, look, I don't mind him, but like I said, it's up to Liam Rosenior himself. If he thinks he can do it, he says yes. If he doesn't, well, he can say no and stay at Strasbourg. So if he's coming, that means he believes in himself and if he wants to give it a go. Very simple. So I will back him 100% if he does come. No problem. Like I said, I've watched him at Strasbourg. I do like his character, what he does, but it's a very big decision for him personally because it could turn very wrong, and for us as well, obviously for Chelsea. But like I said, the options are quite limited. You need to bring someone in anyway, so they might take the risk on him, and yeah, we'll see what happens because it won't be expensive or anything, so it's not a financial risk really. So yeah, but like from your question again, sorry, yeah, just because no, we can't judge him just the last few results because one, they were very close as well. They were by one goal, few of them, so it was very close. Couldn't go on either way. So yeah, he had a couple of bad performances there, but I mean, it is the players as well. Let's not forget they're the youngest team in Europe, basically in the leagues, in the top 5 leagues. So yeah, you can't blame him too much, in my opinion. You can't look at that. No.
No, I don't think it makes sense. And using Pep's example, I don't think people will actually mention City's current form at the time. Had we, if we were looking to hire him, it'd be all about, you could say, yeah, it's just Pep. But yeah,
Look, if
that's
you're a
about,
good coach, if you're good, you're good, you'll make it. Very simple. If you're
yeah.
good at coaching and managing everyone and doing everything, you will make it. So if he's got it in him, he will make it, and he'll grab really grasp this opportunity, and he will take it. So yeah, if he's not, well, then we will know. So he won't handle the pressure, but there is it can very well be that he's ready to go and he's got confidence that he can do it, and maybe the directors have too, because they do know him pretty well. Obviously, the directors, so and the ownership, they know him pretty well. So that relationship's already there as well.
All right, I'm gonna breeze through what we have in the chat. Say hello to everyone. We get back to discussing the manager's presser. What's it? What you McFarlane? Is that how you say his name? I think he said a lot. I think it's important we pay attention to it, and then we get back to talking about Liam again, his approach, areas that I'm concerned about. Let's see. Don't give the coach too much power, but give the coach top quality players. Here's the thing. I'm not going to look beyond that. Every player we signed during the summer, he okayed it. It's really that simple. And that doesn't mean we have a bad squad. We do have a very good squad. Same energy I used under Pochettino, I'm using the same energy. If anybody, listen, we've had the argument that we moved on players that are better than the players we have currently. Let's wait till the end of the season and let's go by, how many minutes they played and how many goals and assists those players that have left us they had when you could say when they had the same number of minutes at Chelsea. I think that's the only way to do that objectively. Otherwise, let's not just say that the players that we've lost are better than the players we've signed. Off the bat, Gittins is a much better dribbler than Noni Madueke, irrespective of whether you think Madueke is better. If anything, Madueke is just more experienced. And I think I think he would do much better for us. I'm not saying Madueke is a bad player. I'm not saying Gittins is better than Madueke and vice versa, because it just wouldn't make sense now.
And on the right hand side, coach, I think everyone will take Esteval over Madueke. Even though
Absolutely.
he's young, yeah, even though he's young, he's still got, like you said, even much better dribbling as well. Esteval over Madueke. So the Madueke things, I just wanted to add to that because I know Tobago is there complaining, but you can get the coach quality players. It doesn't mean those players perform or do it in the Premier League. It doesn't matter how much they cost. We've already seen that. How much they cost, how quality they are. Some players will just struggle. They won't be good enough. Simple as that. So, you're not going to hit on every single player you sign. I think people think that every single player we signed this summer, they have to be top. They have to be starters, all of them. They have to be really, well, that's just not going to happen. It's very unrealistic for that to happen. Even when you pay 50 million for a player or 100 million for a player, it's very unrealistic. It's just not going to happen. So, yeah, I just wanted to point that out. It's not that simple, really. The players we did get in were quality. One was proven in the Premier League. The other one was the top dribbler in Europe, percentage-wise. I mean, that's quality, and he cost a lot of money too. So he's a quality signing, but it hasn't worked out yet. Maybe the player, it needs a bit more time. Maybe the player, there's all sorts of reasons, but you can't blame them that they didn't give him quality players. I think we did get quality players. It's just those players are not playing at their levels that they can. So when that will happen and when we'll wait and see. It may never happen, but the intent was there. There were quality players, in my opinion.
All right, thank you for that. And Vic is saying, Vic, my bro, I was telling you, Maresca doesn't care about kids. The kids didn't send him a farewell message. They are all glad. Not a lot of them have. And in all honesty, it'd be accurate to say the ones we've seen seem a few of them seem not you could say not heartfelt, in my opinion, just for the sake of it. But you could say I don't work for the club. I'm not sure. I hope you can say. I hope that's not the case. I'm not sure. Listen, I'm just gonna go back to say it one more time. He's polished his resume and felt like he can do better than Chelsea. And yeah, he's gotten his wish, in my opinion. There's no way you tell me that something isn't already in motion for Maresca. And I'm gonna go back to saying something I already said. Why would Pep deny not knowing whether City had the conversation with Maresca? That's, for me, he's lying. And you know Pep can lie with a straight face. And if you're just going by that Chelsea sacked him, huge mistake. Have you considered the fact that Maresca, mid-October, we were good then. We weren't struggling. Were we? Correct me if I'm wrong, Dante.
Yeah, we were fine. Yeah.
We were fine mid-October. I can't quite stress this enough. And he went and told the club that he's speaking with Manchester City. That should if in case you can say a managerial vacancy emerges, that he take it. What would you do? Sign him all the players he wants to keep him? What makes you think that even after that he'd still stay? I don't blame him for wanting to leave, honestly. As I've said before, we all do these in our daily lives. We all do this, such in our daily lives. You work for a particular company and another company offers you a good job. As long as it doesn't involve, you can say, anything that will lead to you making life changes or lifestyle altering changes. Sometimes you take it. It happens. I'm okay with it. But I'm saying the way he's handled it, it's not good. For me, he hasn't been sincere. That's my opinion. You have every right to dump the whole blame on the club. Yeah, it's their fault. You go ahead. But more importantly, it's important to recognize that he knew what he was signing up for. And there are a lot of factors in play, actually. If we're listening, I get it. You can see all of them as a brief, but the truth remains, as Jan from Football Therapy did put it, that Maresca is City through and through. So I don't blame him for wanting. Going back to City is more like a homecoming for him. It was gonna happen anyway. Yes, these owners have authority to tell him who to play. Who told you they're telling him who to play and who not to play? But he doesn't have the authority to ask for reinforcement. Who told you he doesn't have the authority to ask for reinforcement? Are you just phrasing it the way it suits, you can say, to align with what you believe is the case? And elaborate, convince me, and I'll listen. That's why this is called Chelsea Perspective. Your opinion matters. I'm entitled to my own opinion, and we're here to listen to each other. Maybe I'll learn from you that indeed they were telling him who to select and whom not to select. But I need you to convince me. I can't just see this and say, yeah, definitely they were telling him who to select and who not to select. That isn't enough for me. I'm not sure what to say. But I'm just going to say one more thing that I've said before. If David Austin comes out and says Chelsea were telling Maresca the players to select, everybody will go, you see, we said it. We said it. They were telling him they were practically micromanaging him, telling him which players to select and which and others again, and the ones not to select. But now David Austin has told you that he went to the club mid-October to tell them that he's talking with Manchester City should a managerial vacancy emerge there, that he's going to take it. And you want the club to be happy? He's on a 5-year contract. They trusted him. You want the club to be happy that the manager that signed a 5-year contract at the club told them that, if City that he could join City anytime. That's practically what it means. irrespective of whether he said, except if you sign me player A, B, C, which if he did, good for him, but I wouldn't even listen to that person. It's just, let me use one analogy I used yesterday. Your wife or your girlfriend tells you, if my ex comes around and they're able to buy me that Versace handbag that you're not able to buy me, I'm following them. Would you grant that wish? I will not grant that wish. And I will tell you, bye, Felicia, and I don't want to see you in my house again. So, can we be sensible here to a certain measure? I'm not saying by any stretch of imagination that our owners are perfect. We've made a lot of mistakes. And you could argue it was a mistake not signing the centre back during the last transfer window, or maybe not keeping at least Anselmino, that we sent a loan to Borussia Dortmund, and they played him trying to milk the heck out of him because he's a good player and got him injured again. So I think we should learn to be sensible, judge objectively, not just go with what aligns with what we believe is the case. You
Good
keep
morning, coach. Good
open-minded,
morning, coach.
work with everything that's out there, and come to a sensible conclusion. I loved Maresca, and I was one of his biggest backers. I've had people block me because of how I support Maresca. Somebody called me a sucker because I, I didn't want to turn against Maresca. But I feel betrayed. And if you ask me, I'd say some of the players will probably feel betrayed. The fact that, he wanted to join Man City, irrespective of whether he made demands that certain players be signed for him or not. But more likes, people, more likes. We have 70 people following the show. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. We finished with 115 likes yesterday. Let's see if we can get there.
Hey, coach. Can I add something here, please?
Yeah, go ahead before I continue catching up with what we have. Yeah.
Yes, I first want to say good morning to everyone and
Good
happy
morning to
New
you too,
Year.
man. How it's been like 1,000 years. I'm not saying you're a vampire, but yeah, it's been a minute.
It's been a minute. I agree. It's because of on my time. I think you go live like around 6 to 7 a.m. in my time area. So it's been like a little bit difficult to join. Because that's the time that I get ready to drive to work or probably be in the empty space to talk to you. Yeah, but I would first like to say, like everything that you mentioned, right? Uh, I still will blame that as a big club like Chelsea for a coach to even consider options, right? It's still our fault to blame because we shouldn't appoint someone and then put them in a position and not expect that to happen. And also, you know that this club is very humongous. So when you come here and then you win a trophy, right? You've done an excellent job. You will get a job anywhere else you go to apply. We shouldn't be a football club that fixes people's resume. But at this time, this is how we are hiring coaches. Is that, oh, you come here, you gain this amount of experience because we have Rich James, we have all these such great players, and you're just gonna have to
And here's the
play
thing,
our style.
Francis. Here's the thing.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, as I said when the show started, a lot of managers, I've heard people say there aren't a lot of managers that would take the Chelsea job, and I told them that's a freaking lie. You see, even Unai Emery would take this Chelsea job, but I don't think would want him. I think the Crystal Palace manager would take it. I think there are a lot of managers. Why? Because to them, I'll go there. I have this quality of players to work with. Even if it doesn't work out, even and I'm capable of winning something with them. That
Exactly.
polishes your resume.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it
It-
will be like that for a while until our players mature to a certain extent that any manager that comes in will see experienced players, and then any player that comes in will just be a plus. But go ahead.
yeah, and that's the part that I was saying that like we can't keep being in this kind of project or in this kind of direction because I agree everyone is going to want to take the job because after you take this job, oh, you get to tell your kids and your future children that I coach Chelsea Football Club, or depending on how many wins that you've got, or depending on how many trophies you've lifted. So Maresca was very wrong because we kind of like saw that pattern that once he was linked to Manchester City, then things started changing, and now we're hearing that he was also linked with Juventus. But for me, right? as big as Chelsea is, why we keep on putting ourselves in this, predictable, area of life where Pochettino did it. He came here, he gave us great wins, and as soon as he got to top four, he's like, "I've done it. I gotta go. Give me players, or I leave." What's
And these
different
are
from what?
managers who knew what they were getting into before signing
Exactly.
the contracts.
Yes, and then now
The
it's
Pochettino
so
was
it's
different
so, but it's
because he
so
had a
similar
2-year
though.
contract. Don't
But
forget, Pochettino was different. He had a 2-year contract. Maresca
but
came in and a 5-year contract. So they both were,
Different in terms of the length of the contracts. Yeah.
yeah.
but
So
they're both
it's a
very
bit different, in my
similar.
opinion.
They're both very similar with how they were, they let them go. Because at one point too, Pochettino also wanted players. He also didn't want someone to get sold like Gallagher. And now that's the same thing Maresca has technically done. We're hearing a lot of rumors, and I don't like to go with rumors that he was forced to play players that were not supposed to play due to injury time, da 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 da. Da. But from the start, when this guy asked for his defense, and then we were here considering like same mistakes, goals after goals, especially in these long balls throws. I think that's what probably did it for him because then he's looking at it like I told these owners that I needed a center back. But on top of that, if I remain at Chelsea Football Club, my resume is gonna look average. So he just, for me, I think he left. I don't even think it's more like a Chelsea decided to part ways with him. He just saw the opportunity and then he decided to say, like, you know what? I've done a great job at football club, at Chelsea. This would be the right time for me to leave because I'm going through the same issues over and over and over, and I don't want to keep up. I don't want to keep on answering the phone call to talk to BlueCo or whatever owners that are probably giving me calls every day. Why didn't you play this guy? Why didn't you play that guy? Whatever that's going on
Actually,
there, right?
if that's the case, none of us, we don't know.
Yeah. But whatever the case here is, that's what I'm saying. That Chelsea need to stop setting ourselves up to fix coaches' resume and then come to this football club and win maybe 15 games, and now all of a sudden they think the top coaches to just leave us however they want. That for me, I think first that has to stop because nobody's bigger than the club.
No, I've said that before. I love him, one of his biggest backers, and I've said this 1,000 times. Got blocked, got called names. What? What? Nightbot. Here's the thing. What the AI, the robots are fighting. Nightbot timed out mod mana.
What?
Unbelievable.
That's funny. Where did Nightbot he come from?
Nightbot that doesn't come to work. Mod mana that comes to work.
They're gonna take over the show soon, Coach.
My goodness, they might hijack the show actually. Let me fix this quickly. What in the freaking world? I'm laughing my head off. What just happened? Uh, I'm sorry. All right. Thank you, Francis. Always nice to have you on the panel. I hope things are okay on your end, but you said it was just a
Yep,
timing.
everything as well. Yep.
All right. Here's Jay setting me up to read the profanity riddled comment from him. I wouldn't say riddled, but it includes a word that Jay, I'm not reading this. I am not reading this. If you want to stop being my brother, be it. But I'm not reading this. Just go away. Leave me alone. We have really become the new football laughing stock. Why? Because Maresca left. Okay, if you want to say that, not my Chelsea. And here's the thing. I know fully well that hiring Liam could go south or not. Hopefully, yeah, it goes north. I'll be happy. Let's see. I don't like Maresca. I don't believe he's the best coach to develop talent. He's a system coach like Sari, and I am glad he's worked. I'm not glad. I wanted him to stay. You and I would differ in that respect. I like him a lot. I believe to some extent it's actually a tactical genius. And just to prove my point, Maresca was talking to City, but Chelsea hierarchy also talk with certain managers. You could, yeah. After he started talking to City, we cannot just believe one report. I'm not going with one. As I said, I'm not trying to exempt the owners of blames. I'm not going to exempt Maresca either. But it's important to speak about the subject of the matter objectively, and that's just my opinion. Yeah, for me, I'd say as much as I know the owners earn profit. I'd say for me, dang it, the way I operate, 80% of the blame on Maresca. And that's my opinion. Deserve it thing, I think what's being blown out of proportion is this. People actually, out of context maybe, people actually believe that Deserve will be the one they're gonna hire. Because
No
they saw
way.
a picture of him
Deserby.
at Italy shaking hands after one of their games. And they're going at the time, they're not even hiding it. Go ahead, Francis, you were saying something.
Yeah, I was saying that bringing the Zerby here, don't people not know who he is with this current Chelsea squad? Oh my goodness, something they're all getting yelled at. I agree with also what you mentioned. But I think it was 3 days ago when I told you that Maresca also have pride. When he had the right players to play, he didn't play them. All because of inexperience. We understand that. But like when you sign up for a big club and you understand the project, you have to do what they would, you have to do what they tell you to do. So when he had all these young players who were available to play against, I don't even know who, he didn't play them. And then when we lost points with his best starting 11, he make his case worse. But for me, well, I don't want to say that we are going to suffer or with the way how some people are acting now. It's done for Chelsea. You guys are done. Like that's what they said last year, and then before you knew it, we lifted the World Cup. That's what they
It
said on
was,
the
I think, you could say 2025 was beautiful.
yeah, 2025 exactly. They said the same thing after we sacked Pochettino, like in 2024.
And we still
Chelsea,
have a
you
lot
are
to play for
done.
this season. About how many trophies? Three trophies, right?
I think it was 2 trophies we lifted, right?
No, we still have three to play
Oh
for
yeah,
this
we still
season.
have 3 to play. Exactly. So for these our oppositions or our opponents who are saying Chelsea is done, you guys sacked the golden manager. Yes, he was a great manager, but like this is how it works at Chelsea Football Club. New one come, we lift trophies. So for me, I'm still young and I'm getting used to this by now. I don't like how it's happening, but I disagree with anyone who feel like just because we let him go, now this football club is done because it's not. It's not. We still a big club, and we still have a lot of 3 trophies to compete for. And I just don't like the way it happened, letting Morasco
No,
go
yeah,
or is he quit.
I mean, it's not a. Let's get something. In my opinion, he wants to leave.
Yes, yes, he
He
wanted
wants to
to.
leave.
He
So what
started.
the
He
club,
started
what the
speaking
club, what the
roughly on
club
the.
did, in my opinion, what
Mhm.
the club did was accept that. Yeah, it looks like his head is turned. It's not working again. But then,
And
of
then with
course,
the
the
way
club
he
will
started
take the
speaking on
blame.
the press conferences, you could tell it's coming soon. I've had the worst 48 hours. Like what he said on the month of December, right? It's almost like he was so ready to criticize the owners on a press conference. On a press conference. And then it gets worse from there.
He doubled
He
down.
refused to speak after the Bournemouth loss. And before even that press conference, we started seeing signs of like these guys moving a little bit different.
And here's the thing: there are all that little stuff that you could say under normal circumstance wouldn't be an issue. That was when people start paying attention that he's no longer wearing the club's kits.
That too. That
So
too.
even though under normal circumstance that shouldn't be an issue, but I think you could argue he was sending subtle signs.
And also refusing to start that young Brazilian, what's his name? From the wing. Oh my goodness. Keep forgetting
Esteban.
of it.
No, I think
Esteban.
he was injured. Really, in that case, I think he was injured.
No, but before even the injuries, Esteval was available for a lot of games. He was on the bench where he could have been a starter. Like when we could have brought him off the bench, he was not on the game time. I mean, he was not on the pitch. I don't think that was him preparing to say he's going to leave, but just on based on like how he was selecting players and how he was bringing them on, he also made his situation worse because every time, each and every time that Estevao come off the bench, it gave all of us an impression that like if he would have started, it would have been different. We could have won a lot of games. We could have picked a lot of points, and he didn't help his situation in that. So as chosen owners, I believe that they could pick up a lot of like drop points, that we went through, especially at the beginning of the season. All these red cards that were happening, that was Enzo Maresca. We also have to be honest about it. And also with players who's being a little bit immature here and there, I understand it, but we could still say like, hey, what kind of message are you giving to these players when they're on the pitch? And just saying that oh, it's because they're young and they're gonna make a lot of mistakes, that doesn't mean that, you know, it's acceptable. Because if he's saying on a press conference and basically he's also told these players on the pitch, play your game. You are young and you need to play as many minutes as you can. Mistakes is gonna come and we're gonna grow from mistakes. To me, it sounds like something that he would tell these Chelsea young players, and then it showed on the pitch, especially with his long throws, especially with his red cards. We have Casado here, who's been very aggressive in the midfield, like I see if he's playing street soccer, and it hasn't changed. He's still doing the same way because what? Probably Maresca sees that and he keeps telling him that, hey, play your game. So based on all that, like what I'm sharing, that's why I also believe that like he made a lot of mistakes as a coach. So many mistakes that cost us points, even when we had the full squad ready. And also that the pickup form between these two defenders, Badu and Tosin. Even we as Chelsea fans know that don't work. But these are the two center backs you want to pick and to play against Wolves, and we draw points.
Yeah. All right. If you're watching, if you want to start a debate with Mod Mana, just do exclamation mark, write the word debate. Then, what do you want to debate with him? You will get an automated response. You can try it, but you're limited to 5 exchanges between Mod Mana. Once you get to 5 exchanges, the system stops it, so we don't exhaust our quota for the day. But that's by the way. Let me catch up with what we have here. We have turned into Stepping Stone Club. Unfortunately, I believe that's the case. All right, let's see. Big up, big up, big up, Tebejo. I will support Liam. Definitely, I know you will. I know you're just not happy. I'm not happy too, but I've moved on. And my bro, the blue beautiful game. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you finding the time to join the conversation. It's been a minute. I hope everything is all right on your end. And sorry that I haven't reached out to see how you're doing. I would do that as soon as possible. Please forgive me.
You're not sorry, coach. Don't say that. You're not sorry. You're just saying that. Big up the blue. Hope you're well.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. My daughter is awake and is at the door singing "Let It Go, Let It Go."
Ah, okay.
All right, let's see. Big up, my bro. Always nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Big up, coach. No, you don't like me. Don't say big up to me. You wanted me to read something that will lead to me going to hell. You and I thought you're my brother. BlueCo also messed up at Strasbourg. How can you sign 13 new players? I, I I don't care really. They will figure it out. They know what they're doing. It's not a mistake. And here's the thing: in terms of how many players we signed at Chelsea, you remember I've told people they were actually being proactive because things have changed. And I'm going to say this: I'm not giving up on the project. I've always known it will need time. I've always told people that my concern, the immediate future. At the time, we've actually made progress. Yeah, we've struggled of late, which means we're not necessarily building on the progress we made last season, unfortunately. but it's not like it's the end of the world. I think they will find a solution. And what they're looking for sustained dominance. They don't want to dominate now, dominate then, here, there. They want us to dominate consistently, and I think they will eventually achieve that. But he needs patience. Even at that, even Maresca did say it. We're actually ahead of time, irrespective of how we struggled of late. But that's just my opinion anyway. What else do we have here? Dante knows I like Liam Rosenior. Yeah, but we know he has an issue. In my opinion, we'll get to that in a bit. We'll talk about that in a bit. Arteta didn't have this much of frontline coaching experience before he got the Arsenal job. Liam Rosenior will be fine. I hope he is, because the truth remains, it's a very, very high risk, which could end up, you could say, leading, which could lead to high rewards. It could go either way. It could break either way. It could be the worst decision they've made since they took over, or the best. But we wait and see. I would have trust in the owners if when they came in and they adopted this low wages young players approach, but they wasted money to get go, like it was their intention or something. It was their intention. Tell me, have they gotten back the money you said they wasted? Just take your time, analyze your own comment. Give me 1 second here. So my point is, you pay attention, take a step back, read your comment to yourself. So if you're saying here that like it was their intention, it was their intention to do well. They signed a lot of, you can say, I'm not going to say a lot. They signed big name players, put them on a very high wages because they want to start doing well immediately. And then it turns out it was mistake. It was a mistake to some extent. And then they realized that football has changed from a financial perspective. That irrespective of how much you have as a football club, there are limits to how much you can spend. Now, they decided to change the approach. And you could say, take a more proactive approach. The sort of approach where you can say, if we need players, it'd be as easy as, you can say, getting one player who's out on loan, an excellent talent. We have a few of them. But at the time, we knew that all of them will not work out, that eventually they'd sell some, which is normal. Nothing wrong in that. And that has led, because that new approach, which I've told people at the time, the path taken needs patience. It doesn't yield quick results. We won 2 trophies last season, made it to top 4. That's immense progress last season. Now, I hope we'll build on that this season by maybe winning the Champions League and one more trophy, because I still think we can win the Champions League. We can. Nobody gave us a chance. Nobody thought we'd win the Club World Cup. Let's just stick with that, because the argument from some people is that winning the Conference League was a given. I don't think that's necessarily the case. There were other teams there who were good too. So, but my point is, you really think that they spent that much money for the sake of it? No, they didn't. But that's, by the way, Rosenior is so unserious signing. That is your opinion. Miss Melina, I know we have a lot of comments here. I'm not going to get every comment. After this, I'm going to scroll down. At least I've said hello to a lot of people in the chat. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom, and then I'll try to get your subsequent contributions in the chat. Christian, thank you. And to all of you, if I miss your name, apologies. And the Bluetooth game here says, by the way, John Terry said in his video on X that Maresca was indeed sacked. Now, I'm not saying that is a fact, or maybe it's just a Freudian. How do you pronounce that? Stop using words that I can't pronounce. slip up, you can see why there's a lot of confusion. There are, yeah, we can't say for certain what has happened. Man City's new sporting director shares the same agent as Maresca. Okay, you see, it may not be perhaps ideal to interview Maresca. No, but he, if anything is going on, he definitely will know. Definitely. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dante. Let's touch that again. If anything is going on, Pep definitely will know.
Yeah, he should. He should know. He's very involved in that club from everything. But he does have a lot of power there, so he should know.
Definitely. If he's denying he doesn't know, then he's lying.
Yeah. Yep. I think so. I there's no way he wouldn't probably know. I mean, yeah, he's not. He basically before the director came in as well. He basically did everything there. So yeah, he has his hands on absolutely every decision. Absolutely, he's one of those that has the power at the club to what players he wants, etc.
Yeah, so probably he will recover. He's spoken very highly of him publicly. So chances are, if something is already in motion, let's say, AKA, he's made it clear to the club he will leave at a certain point because they're not going to make it public now. They will be cautious about that. Um, Maybe he's made it clear to them, and they are, you can say, making plans in advance for his replacement. And I think the way he's spoken about Maresca, I'm not going to be surprised that he'd already told them this guy will be a good replacement for me. But of course, a lot of people will not pay attention to that. You can say most of the fans that already hate the owners, to them, definitely the owners. Yeah. Let's see. Who told me? You're not paying attention. You didn't hear from David Austin that, yeah, he started talking to City mid-October. You didn't see that? All right. The club didn't freeze out the Sisi or Renato Viega. Maresca did. I don't believe that they tell him who to play. It's horse dog. That doesn't make sense in the first place. They don't tell him who to play and who not to play. They definitely don't do that. Give me 1 second.
No, I agree. Yeah, they wouldn't do that. They review everything after every game. They have a meeting. They review. They talk about it. They go over stuff. So it's not just him that has ultimate authority. Yeah, the directors are very involved. Yes, and that's how. But that's the setup. That's the setup we have. So they review, basically trying to, I mean, it makes Maresca better actually as well because he doesn't see every mistake he makes. Other points of view, other perspectives, on the start, who to play, how to play. Yeah, look, they worked very closely together, so you can have arguments. That is normal. I've seen it a million times. They're not gonna be perfect. They're gonna have a misunderstanding, but yeah, I don't think that was the reason why Maresca left or wanted to leave. I think there's a little bit more there, and hopefully we will see a bit more when the dust settles, get some more information.
I mean, we did know that a lot of stuff will start coming out. A lot of them will be absolute nonsense. A lot of them will, we could say, you see some people remix what's out there. There's one account that Tehep Tebehu shares that talked about the Ganacho one that we addressed, but he left out the part where he was reported that Maresca did okay the signing. And the guy didn't even quote you could say the original reporter. And the guy also has another post where he's saying that Maresca, something to the effect of Maresca was told to not to play Copama so he doesn't get injured because they're looking to sell him in January. Yeah, they are
Yeah,
definitely
coach.
exploiting the situation.
That's the new age media. Everybody thinks they're journalists. They try, they pretend, they make up stuff. You got to be very careful with that. Yeah, it's unfortunately that's the modern media for you, basically.
Yeah, I agree. Let's see. His contract says he's allowed to talk to anyone as long as he's informed the board, which is what he did in October. Yeah, your contract cannot say you don't look for jobs if you want to, but your boss is not going to be happy that you're looking to leave. I don't know if you get that. But right now, I'm going to scroll to the very bottom and then we'll start addressing some of the items we have lined up here. I apologize. 225 comments. There's no way I'd read all of them. As much as I like to interact with you, if I try to read all of them, that'd be all I'd do for the rest of the day. And Miss Melina is here. Iriola is good shout. I don't want Iriola at Chelsea. How's he doing now? Yeah. I don't want him at Chelsea. Apologies, it's just too much comment and I cannot get everything. So let's go. Let's get to addressing the items we have lined up here. Jay is using 7-Eleven Wi-Fi, so he's in, he's out, he's in, he's out. So Pep Guardiola says, I think from my perspective, Chelsea are losing an incredible manager, a great person, but it's their decision. Surprise. All I can say, I feel lucky. Him talking about his club. He went on to praise Manchester City. I think I've read a longer version of this particular report. Yeah, that's his thing. He's happy, but eventually, I think probably he would take a break. I actually thought he would do that at that point when they struggled. Here, okay, Liam during his own press up, I think, yeah, eventually. People I knew that ask him question with regards to the rumors. So Liam Rosenior refuses to rule out Chelsea move. It's simple. I think he will most definitely become Chelsea's next manager. If it's not going to happen, I think he'd say outright, no, it's not happening. I'm happy here. So the rumors are, again, reports suggest that they're still talking, trying to iron out the details of the contract. In life, there are zero guarantees. You never know what tomorrow will bring. I do my job. There has already been a speculation. I don't want to guarantee how long I will be here, but I enjoy myself here every day. I intend to continue doing so as long as I am here. I love this club, but I cannot guarantee anything. You can say usually this sort of thing, the detail is in what wasn't what he didn't say. It's as simple as that. But let's see what else we have here. Anything else? Keep dropping the likes on the stream. Jay, yeah, KFC Wi-Fi. KFC has good Wi-Fi. Maybe 7-Eleven. Let's see. Chelsea fans have to stop thinking we're going to get another Ancelotti. Even the biggest clubs are looking for younger managers. Tuchel Oyo said those days are gone. That's the truth. The board wants someone who they can manipulate with little resistance and who is a yes man. I think you can call it that. They have a structure and they want you to work within the structure. But interpretation of a yes man differs for every fan. It depends on who you ask. Let's say to some, it includes telling the manager what formation to use, what player to start, what player to bench, how many minutes a particular player should play, and all that. Yeah, but is it still technically a yes man? Whether it's just working within the structure, just being a manager, technically, yes. Bali is the only one that wants success. If Bali and the co-owner wants to make money, if Bali out, just shut up. In all honesty, I think you just want to wind me up to see what I'll tell you. Do you know that every decision that they've made since taking over Chelsea, Bali signed off on it? You just outside, people are just outside speculating that Bali could have done things differently in certain situations or not. He signed off in it. Did you hear that the decision to part ways with Maresca was a unanimous decision? But I already when before we heard that aspect, people were out there screaming, Bali save us, as if Bali as if he's Jesus Christ. Save you from what? for something that he's part of, something during an interview that he told you that they're not changing, that they've done so well. And you think before the directors got a raise and an extension, he didn't sign off on it. He signed off on it. All right. Let's see what else we have here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. The Botmer Maresca, then he turned serious, and they didn't like him. Okay, if that's how you want to view it, good. Take it, run with it. Let's see. Everyone thought Maresca was going to be the yes man, yes sir, but he then became a demanding coach like Conte. Okay. Let's see, 910. What else do we have here? Anything else to address? Imagine wanting to improve the defense to win games. Let's see, the owners storming at the dressing room after a game and at the halftime is a no-no always. I don't like that. This clearly undermines a manager and gives the players the wrong impression. I don't like that, but Roman did it, especially when we lose games. But it looks like the current owners, they overdo it. But at some point, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't Maresca at some point say that's not an issue for him?
Yeah, coach, he did say that, and they don't always go. It's not every single game because they're still in the US a lot of the times, or the other business trips. They're not at every single Chelsea game, basically. So when they do come here, and some of the games when they do come, yes, they do go in. But I mean, I personally don't see nothing wrong with that. Uh, Obviously, they're the majority shareholders. They can do that if they really want. You know, they're just there because they want to be involved. They want to. You see them, you know, even at Strasbourg, they want to be involved. They like to be involved, but it doesn't mean they go in there and tell the manager what to say or what to do. They just want to be there, you know, basically to, you know, encourage or discourage the players, depending. So I don't see that as a problem, to be honest. I don't think they go in there and start taking over the dressing room and talking. No, they just go there because they don't come to every single game. They're not always around, and so when they are, you know, they make the most of it, basically. And I don't see a problem with that, to be honest. You there, coach?
Yeah, I'm here. He says that the
Oh,
sporting
sorry.
directors need to go as well. Free Chelsea from these clowns. Here's the thing, maybe you need to educate yourself on what really happened. Don't just jump to conclusion that it's the owners or sporting directors. Do I like the sporting directors? I would say no. But apparently, from the owner's perspective, they're doing an excellent job that they got a raise and an extension. Maresca was a yes man, yes man, right up until Juve and City came calling, of course, which was why I said he used us to polish his resume and he knew exactly what he was doing. Right, yeah, that one. Dortmund is exactly what Chelsea will become. It is bad. We're not going to become those, except if you don't understand the vision, in my opinion. Maresca is not good enough for Chelsea. Some Chelsea fans think like that. I think he's an excellent manager and will become even better. Roman didn't do it. He would go to the training ground. Roman did go to the dressing room sometimes training ground. If he wasn't around when the game happened, then yeah, the next available opportunity to be there and speak to the players and manager directly, the training ground. Ganeto is an intern version of 5 events. Okay, let's see what else we have here. I like the way Roman handled business. If you lost a game, his helicopter gunship landed on the beach at Cobham, and everyone knew to take cover. Um, Anything? Okay, Jay. What do you make of this coming from Liam? What do you sense? That's it. He's coming. Because he will never say, "Yeah, I'm leaving." But let's hear you, and then you can come in other aspects. I believe you have other things you wanted to say. You can come in with that.
Big up, guys. Big up, Dante, Coach, and the chat. You guys can hear me,
Big
right?
up, Jay.
Yeah. Look, not much, but I think that's just being professional. I think we all expect managers who are employed by different club, and if they are being asked about links with some separate club, I think this is the structured reply, the obvious reply that we are going to hear. So I see nothing more or less in this. I think that's the professional way to deal with it. He 100% know
Jay, your
that he
mic
is
is a little
involved.
bit too low.
You can't hear me, guys?
Maybe it's me. Let me see my volume.
Dante,
Yeah, your
can
mic's a
you?
little bit off. Yeah, I don't
It's
know
off.
why.
My volume is actually at 60%.
Actually, I'm logged in from the phone today, so maybe that's the issue. I don't know.
All right, just go ahead, Jay.
Should I rejoin if it's too low?
So okay, you can go out and rejoin.
Okay.
All right, let's see what else do we have here. I got a sign here that Mod Mana issued a yellow card. What's going on? Did I by mistake click something? But I haven't seen the yellow card. Maybe I just clicked it by error. Let's see what else we have here. It says Kachila, I wouldn't be surprised if Bashuai or Cesar Roqueta I take over as Chelsea manager. Okay. Okay, Jay went out. Tabeo, I haven't asked you, Dante, what do you make of this Rosenio's comment? What do you sense from that comment?
Sorry, I couldn't read it, coach. It's a bit too small. I can't see it.
Oh, you can see it. Let me read it for you. Liam Rosenio refuses to rule out Chelsea move. And then he went on to say, in life, there are zero guarantees. You'll never know what tomorrow will bring. I do my job. There has already been speculation. I don't want to guarantee how long I will be here, but I enjoy myself here. I enjoy myself here every day. I intend to continue doing so as long as I am here. I love this club. But I cannot guarantee anything. He basically, you can say,
Yeah,
they say the detail is in you can say what isn't said. For
yeah,
me,
yeah.
I think he's gone. But let's hear you.
Yeah, look, he's just leaving the door open, basically. It's not a no, it's not a yes. The door's open. So, uh, you know, it's hard for managers like that. If someone comes calling, especially a bigger club, like, Chelsea are a big club, he hasn't coached a big club yet. So it's pretty hard for them to say no. One, for the challenge, two, for the money as well, because let's not forget, he will bet a significant pay rise as well when you do join a big club like that as well. So
Hmm.
him, and it's not just him, because these days he comes with probably 5 or 6 assistants. Depends how many. Some have more, some have less. So he's got his whole team as well. So it's not just him. It's a step up for everyone else as well. So, like I said, when basically from those comments, he's leaving the door open. He's not going to say a flat out no. Definitely.
And I think it'd be accurate to say he's basically doing what Maresca is doing.
Yeah, pretty much. Look, when he took the Strasbourg job, he knew there's a pathway to Chelsea. Maybe in a 2, 3, 4 years, there's a pathway to Chelsea. If he does well there, and the opportunity arises, it's a pathway for him to Chelsea, basically. So now that's come much earlier, obviously. I don't think he'll turn it down, to be honest. I think he will take that.
Yeah, okay. Ruki Yoshida don't agree. Okay. Here's the thing. I have my view of the project. You have your view of the project, and for you, yeah, you want to win and win now. And if you think if the club can do it, let them do it. I'd be happy. It's a simple. I've seen the path they've decided to take, and yeah, I've come to terms with it, knowing that there's nothing that I do or anybody can do to get them to change it. Because in all honesty, on that path, actually, they've made some progress. And I'm just going to leave it at that. You've employed Tudor and Mota before in the last 3 years. What's your point? Maresca is not a bad coach, by the way. I've said he's not a bad coach, too. Yeah. Let's see what else we have. We have here Miss Melina. He says, let's see what she says here. Bye there, Sheila. What about Chalova? Okay, you're having a conversation with Modmana doing his thing here. Says Kuchila, I wouldn't be surprised if Chelsea somehow hired Thiago Motta as Chelsea manager I mean, they haven't hired Liam at the moment or Rosenior, so anything could still happen until was certain that a certain individual has become our new manager. Then you can say the possibility of hiring someone else will not happen. What about City? Then they have had one of the best managers ever. What's your question here? I don't understand that question or your points. Achompang and Estevo, we'll get the opportunities they deserve. Maresca was a player hater. Okay, that's driven by you can say, your bitterness that the manager didn't give certain players opportunities. You can say some of your favorite players. The first step taken in the Chelsea stepping stone. What else do we have here? Maresca was a hater to young players. I'm going to start with everything I see here. What's your points, Christian? No one says Maresca is a bad coach. I haven't said that. Yep. And I don't think anybody thinks he's a bad coach. If you think that's the case, then yeah, you have a problem. Jay reporting from a cardboard. I'm sorry, Jay. I didn't say that, by the way. But Jay,
You know what? I
go,
just went through YouTube and I was sounding totally fine. I think it's just Kochia's agenda. He can't
yeah, yeah,
mute me
yeah,
anymore, so
yeah,
he just
yeah,
wanted
yeah.
to.
Go ahead, Jay. Say what you were saying.
Well, it's Mitchy, he's back after a long time, so he will do this to me.
Yeah, he says Chelsea watching money, then Spurs at this point. Wow, some comment. You mentioned Juventus having bad managers. Who mentioned? Chelsea needed to get a top manager, not a coach, to replace Maresca. If not soon, we are going to be like Man U. I think quality of the squad matters too. Anything else to read here? Just a lot of comments here, Coach. Notice how we're becoming so predictable on the pitch as well as off the pitch. Now, so easy for other clubs to get our players, and now our manager out of the club. We are like an open buffer right now. I don't think it's easy to get our players. I don't see any of our players that any club wants right now that easy to get, except if that player wants to leave. Even that doesn't make it easy. You must not know our current owners. But that's, by the way, Jay. Where do you want to come in? We have a lot of comments, a lot of stuff to get. Anything else you want to speak before we move on to the next items?
Not really. You can address the comments.
All
I'll
right, we've
join
addressed
in the
this.
next.
Okay, next, Calum McFarlen, the caretaker manager here, says we've had a lot of really good support in the last 24 hours. Okay, that's interesting comment right there. You
That's
know
quite
why I'm
similar, huh?
laughing about this?
Yeah, that sound quite similar to something we heard.
Yeah, exactly. You said the opposite of it from Maresca. This sounds so scripted, in my opinion. Maybe the guy, he's a funny. You could say he's a joker and he deliberately prepared this to say this. So he says, in my 6 months at the club, I can only speak positively about the plans, the project, and the opportunity the academy lads are getting. I think Maresca, credit to him, he used a lot of our academy players more than any other manager since Frank Lampard. Calum McFarlen will pick the best team that we feel is ready to play the game against Manchester City. As Calum McFarlen also says, the energy and enthusiasm was exceptional today. They were really focused, driven, and hungry. They're professional. I don't expect otherwise. We have a massive game on Sunday. Reese has been brilliant. He's been a real leader in the group and helped the staff and players to get ready for Sunday. I think now he has to prove, you can say, given the departure of Maresca, I expect a lot from him. I'm sorry, my kids are very, very stubborn. If my daughter can do all she wants, but the bigger ones, my goodness. All right, let's see this. I want to say this. We have 179 people in total following the show, 113 on YouTube, and we have just 37 likes. I think we can do a lot better than that. If half of you take a second to like the video, we should have at least 50 likes. So please, if you haven't, take a second, drop a like on the video, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. So Calum McFarlen says that there is a really good culture at the club in terms of the support from the first team. The directors, everyone seems interested. Why wouldn't they be? Which is a manager just left the club. They'd have to be, all hands should be on deck to ensure that yeah, we don't fall apart. There's always a bit of an academy presence there at under 21 matches. In all honesty, it's exactly the same as it was, as it has always has been. We are all here for the same reason. Training was great today. There was a really good energy. Good to hear. Calum McFarlane also says on Kukureya's availability against City, we are undecided on that. So I don't have the full information on that yet. I am sure it will come out in the next couple of days. I think he'd be available for selection, but if you want to add to that, Dante, let's hear you.
Yeah, nothing too much to add, Coach. Jay, if you wanna anything.
Not really. I can't really remember. Give me a topic. What we are really something.
All right. This is more like the comments from the
Uh,
McFarlane's presser. But Kukureya, I think he'd be available for selection because the last time I looked at his injury status, he read uh, doubtful. That's before our last game. I think it'd be the reason probably he didn't get to play in our last game was because the manager wanted him to take a break, rest, and possibly recover fully. Let's see. Says his tactics was Caicedo, who got suspended for 3 games. I'm not sure I understand that. If maybe Maresca would still be here if he wasn't suspended. Okay, I understand that. Maresca only had one tactic possession. Hope inshallah, cross hope inshallah, just like inexperienced Lampard, his inverted fullbacks. All right, I need to save my brain. Maresca, we get another job, just like Tuchel, Potter, Poch, and Lampard. Stop crying. I don't feel for him. I'm quite sure that definitely uh, there's already something in motion for him. Otherwise, I think would see less of the sort of behavior we saw from him of late. Whether you think it's a good behavior or not, whether you think it's reflective of how badly the directors have treated him of late, I think there's already something in motion for him, which led to him. Which you could say, which led to the amplification of what you could argue was the sort of behavior that the directors, the hierarchy doesn't didn't tolerate, for lack of a more relatable or specific language there. But we will get Rosenior. It looks like it's going to happen, and I'm here to support him. I didn't want him. I wanted him to spend at least 2 more seasons where he is, but yeah, it looks like it's going to happen. All right. Anything else here? Anything serious? Maresca always experimenting with players. That was the reason of my concern. He rotated. I understood the reason why he had to rotate. Jay, some love from you from Chelsea Michi boy. Let's see. Who is this guy? Some random NPC. Who exactly? I'm not sure who you're referencing to. Let's see. And we have Keishan. Keishan, nice to see you here. I do hope you're doing well, my bro. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the conversation. How have you been? I haven't seen you in a while, but always nice to see you in the chat. Anything serious yet to get again? It says, I was informed yesterday that Liam plays with 2 10s like Glesner, so it would be interesting to see what happens to wingers like Gittins and Garnacho. We'll get to that in a bit. Interesting. Igbali says it's his way or the highway. Who told you that? That doesn't make any sort of sense. Whatever they've done since they took over, Todd Ball is signed off on it. But people have agendas, but probably for some reason they don't like Igbali. I don't know. But it just doesn't make sense. He's not the sole decision maker. Jay, you want to touch up on that in a bit? My argument that everything that they've done since taking over, Ball is signed off on it. And if you think that I'm not correct in saying that, did you listen? Go watch his recent interviews where he said they're not going to change their path, that they're happy, that they've made great progress, that it's working. That they're here for they're gonna be here for a long time. For lack of, I can't quite remember how he phrased it. But my point is, I don't. It just doesn't make sense for people to single out Igbali and blame him for everything that doesn't work out. And some people saying on X, Bali serves us like he's Jesus Christ. Everything that these our current owners have done since taking over, Bali has a hand in it. Let's hear your thoughts on that, Jay.
I mean, it's obviously it's wrong, and it's quite generalizing to really target one person or to blame one person for all the chaos. But there's one side also in which I can understand why there is anger towards him. We heard reports, we heard briefs. I think it was the last year, or maybe it was at the time of Poch. I think when we heard that Boehly is kind of taking a break from the hands-on, stuff of the club, and he will not be doing what he was initially doing, or he won't be involved that much in the day-to-day or the particular works that the hierarchy used to do. So that leaves Akbali as the sole owner or the main person who would be left to involved in the working of the club's work, particularly the transfers and the hiring and firing and all the stuffs about managers as well. So I think that is where the anger comes, because we know that Kohli has been away from these stuff, and that leaves Iqbali the only person. And then there are some articles and news that we hear which doesn't really help his case also, because they do portray him in a negative manner. Whether true or not, that's a different. I think that would be a different debate. But I think some of the news agencies or the articles doesn't really help him. His whole personality kind of has been portrayed or made into some person who is money minded or business oriented. To some extent, I will agree, but obviously it's not the whole truth. And I think
I
that's
mean,
where we
we can only
reach.
speculate.
Yeah, obviously all of these things are speculations and opinions. We can make only opinions on it. And yeah, that's where I understand the anger of the fans comes from. And that is why he is the sole person who sometimes feel targeted for the chaos that is happening. And I'll be honest, like the club's situation, like the Enzo Maresca situation we are hearing, and some of the policies about signing young players and selling them, and not maybe signing some of the players which the fans do not outright like them. I think these footballing decisions also makes the case a little worse, and it all culminates into some kind of animosity towards him.
I agree, but the question, you can say the reason I had to bring that up, it's just unfair to just dump the whole thing on him, while that's actually not how it works. Even if Todd Burley, we heard it that he's taking a step back. I think at the time it was specific to his role when he was the acting, was it the acting sporting director or something like that.
Yeah.
So that was what he stepped back from. But that doesn't mean that, yeah, he doesn't have a hand in what the ownership have and what they've done so far. That hasn't worked out.
Is that
I think it's just
coach?
unfair to
Uh,
just blame him and going. The annoying part of it is the ball is as part of the whole thing. But yeah, go ahead, Jay. Were you still saying something?
Yeah, that's all. I'll also add that it feels and it looks like there is a clear demarcation in the way that Boli was handling business or the stuff of football around Chelsea, and the way in the Egbali and the recent sporting directors are handling. So since there is a demarcation in the way they are working, I think people are obviously going to like the approach of Poli, which was obviously not really hit for me. But they would prefer that, since there is a hatred or dislike towards the all young players employing employing tactic of the current regime or the current sporting directors. So I think that's where Boli gets the pass and Ekbali gets the extra anger, because Boli used to have a different approach, that being signing some of the experienced guy, doesn't really caring about the age factor. Now we have to obviously keep in mind that those signings that he did employ were kind of failure, that being your guys like Sterling and Aubameyang, etc.
Yeah. And before I go to Dante to hear his thoughts on a majority of Chelsea fans vilifying maybe Igbali, but we'll get to that in a bit. Coach, I needed to go and get my coaching badges. I am sure I could do a managing. I could do a job managing the Chelsea on the fives and be the next interim after Rosenior. Wow. Is that how you see him? Coach Maresca's tactics got founded not knowing how to play Parma properly. Stop lying. You're the one that doesn't understand what's going on the pitch. No way, there's no way to play Parma differently. He's always had the freedom to be wherever he deems fit on the pitch under Enzo Maresca. And remember, in that front area, Maresca's approach, that front area, almost always fluid. Even when we had a more traditional number 9 on the pitch like Delap, we still play with a fluid approach. So I'm not sure where you're getting that wrong, that from. You know, I love you, Mabas. I'm going to use it to test the yellow card feature to know how it works. Maybe you deserve it. Actually, he's not fit. He's not fit for it. Chelsea facing again backlash. I just don't trust this dude. He's not even close to Enzo. Not got an experience done, and fans say I didn't want them. Here's the thing. You don't know how it's gonna go, but it could go south, it could go north. But there's no guarantee which way it goes. After all, a lot of people didn't expect Maresca to do well, but he did exceptionally well. And this season, had it not been for some, you could say, misfortune, I'd call them, in terms of results, on pitch, because whatever you want to call it, I think would be still be in second place. So for me, he checked out since we heard that he hired a new agent, the super agent Georgie Mendes. A lot of people from that time were certain that he's definitely leaving Chelsea soon. But they cut his camp and Chelsea covered everything up with briefs. So, but despite the way, what's the latest news? Nothing new have emerged. We'll pay attention. Be rest assured, if anything new emerges, this will be the last, the one of the first places you'd hear about it. And here's the thing: this is how we operate. Here, your opinion matters. It's not strictly about the panelists or anybody in the chat. We don't run an echo chamber here. What we do is you present your opinion, I present my counter opinion. I see your opinion, I read it, present my counter opinion. If I differ, I'll let you know. But what we try to do is to keep an open mind and learn from each other. It's really that simple. Let's see what else we have here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes do go a long way. And the only people that are really affected by all the things that are happening or happened at this great club are the fans. I think I learned that today. I used to think that the players suffer a lot too. Apparently, they're professional. It doesn't affect them that much. And you could argue at this point, you could say things aren't that bad that it will affect them that much. Maybe if they have a very good bond with the manager, his departure might be an issue. Burnley runs a successful baseball team. So with that, you assume that every bad decision at Chelsea, he doesn't have a hand in it. Then he might as well say he's not the Chelsea co-owner. I'd like you to go learn how the structure works. It's really that simple. He's not, we're talking about the same club. He's a co-owner. I get it, not majority, but he has a lot to say. Nothing happens except if he signs off on it. If he doesn't, we'll hear about the issues outside. All right, let's see. Let's see what else we have. Yeah, keep dropping the likes on the stream. No, coach, it is literally. It literally is Bali. I'm not reading that part. You here now, and you have to drag me to hell to that negative edge place again. All right. Becker Short says leave Strasbourg as the only source of hope to gain strength because for a few games we no longer see the results from the start of the season. Yeah, things have gone, as you can say, to an extent. We're getting. I'm not reading this. Uh, if you said we're getting Matisse, I'd be happy to read it. Jackson is coming back. I don't see Jackson coming back. Who is that? Who changed their stuff to that? Jesus Christ. Man City wouldn't hire Maresca as city manager. They will hire Xavi or Zidane. Zidane will become the national team, the national French national team coach. He's not coming to Man City. I don't think they'd hire Xavi. Xavi will struggle in the Premier League. I think probably, most likely, Enzo Maresca, which is why, yeah, he is. You could say he wasn't concerned leaving Chelsea, in my opinion. All right, I'm gonna scroll to the very bottom again. Then I'll try to get your subsequent contributions. I cannot stay long, but big up yourself in the chat, Kuchula and his Maresca sympathizers on the panel. I know you didn't like him. Just go away and leave me alone. Let's see what else we have here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. Cole Palmer, nice to see you. Namaya Forward. Please keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes do go a long way. I prefer the 2025 coach. All right, let's get to the very bottom. Anything else? Anybody else want to say anything here before we continue getting what we have out there? And we'll still check if anything new emerged. But we can just stop. Let's see, before we start talking about the positive and negatives from Liam. Liam Rosenior, one of the favorites to replace Enzo Maresca at Chelsea, led a Racing Strasbourg training session this Friday. So it might still end up not being him. This simply means that's according to L'Equipe. There might be other contenders or other managers in contention because we've been there before. Before we hired Maresca, a lot of people didn't suspect it was going to be him. There were names being mentioned, and certain names at the time emerged as the top runners, and he ended up being Maresca. But Rosenior himself, he's made it difficult for us, given his response to the question regarding his future at Strasbourg. I don't know, Tony. What do you want to say?
Hey, yeah. Well, first of all, I just wanted to come on here and remind everyone how bad things are and to let you all know that we're doomed. But apart from apart from
So
that,
you're a prophet of doom.
yeah, man, it's so hard not to be cynical. No, I just, yeah. You got any questions for me? Because I'm,
I don't know.
I'm
Where do you want
drowning
to
in
start? Because I
negativity
was
over here.
asking you. This here says Liam Rosenior, one of the favorites to replace, one of the favorites. So, which means it's not this point. It's not just him, but rumors from the likes of Fabrizio Romano yesterday, uh, uh, they did suggest that he's definitely the one. No, did Fabrizio mention on the other names? He didn't. If anything, we say we did express something you could argue process of elimination, mentioning some certain managers that we thought would be on the list that weren't on that aren't on the list. But let's say this suggests that there are other managers being considered. And before we hired Enzo Maresca, I didn't think it was going to be him until when they were on the verge of getting the deal done. But let's hear you.
You're asking me if I think there are other managerial options,
Sorry, what did you
Coach.
say?
Coach, you're asking me if I think there are other managerial
Yeah,
options.
given from what L'Equipe is saying, but L'Equipe is a French outlet.
Right.
Because chances are, I get it. I get it. They have the authority to say we want you, and he has the you can say the right to say, yeah, I want to go to Chelsea. But chances are, I did say this yesterday. Strasbourg, they still do have some measure of independence. They might express dissatisfaction. You can say
Mm.
they might let the BlueCo owner, guys know that we don't like this. We're not happy with this, which could lead to them, you can say, not pushing through with it. But let's hear you.
Well, I was just thinking, imagine how the Strasbourg Ultras are going to feel. Like they already hate this ownership. So imagine
Because
we
of
just come in and
what's his name, the signing of Emera.
yeah, but just like we're already just using them as like our farm to collect players from. But now we're just going to come say, yeah, we'll go ahead and have your manager too, and it's like they, I was just thinking about their fans because they already like hate us, you know what I mean? Because we just basically just came in and but if we take their coach too, man, they're gonna riot. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I just can't see it being anyone else. Like he keeps staying at the top of the list, and I don't know, like. I think wasn't I don't know. Wasn't Fabregas on the short list?
No, the Fabregas being on the list didn't make sense to me because he's the co-owner of the current club that he's coaching.
Right. I heard you say that yesterday, and
Yeah,
that's why it didn't make sense to me either. And so, and even if he was, I mean, if he's smart, he'd be like, no, 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 I've got good memories at Chelsea. I'm okay where I am. You know what I mean? And
and
but
Fabregas for me a much bigger risk than Rosenior.
mhm.
It's just
Yeah,
that you can say people are mesmerized. You can say by his style of play,
right,
not tiki taka thing and all
right.
that. I think he's not experienced enough to be coaching the
Yeah,
Premier
and
League. And he's smoking
he's doing that in over in Italy.
in Syria.
It's a completely different animal here. He's played here. He has not coached here. He hasn't even coached in the championship. So he knows how to play in these things, but to coach in these things and have success, I think it might be a pretty steep learning curve. And if you've only been in Italy, like you might need some championship experience first anyway. But I don't think he's gonna come. I'm just saying, like, if he was experienced enough, like that's somebody I could, get behind because, he's just got good history at the club and everybody loves him. And
No,
that's the it's
I
not
would
going to
take
happen. I'm
Rosenio.
just saying that's the
Yeah, I
kind
would
of a
take Rosenio over Fabregas anytime, any day.
right, but I'm saying like that's he doesn't have the experience, but I'm saying like it's interesting because the sentimentality of it, like that's the kind of appointment that might almost get me back on board where you're just like, well, I know we're only going to have you for a year or two, but at least we love you. You know what I mean? Like, because we know him, but it would be more of a sentimentality thing than anything. And he's not ready yet. So I think it's going to be Liam. And here's what I can't remember. Maybe you can help me with this coach or anybody else. When we hired Maresca, our two finalists were him and Kieran, what's his name from Ipswich. And my question is, didn't he re-sign a new long-term deal with Ipswich after we picked Maresca over him? Or is there any way the club still think about him as being an option? Now, of course, we haven't heard him mentioned, but I believe that's because he signed a new deal with Ipswich. Am I wrong about that? But one of the
I'm not
pluses to
sure
that
what
is he
happened.
knows.
I didn't want him at the time, even though he did well in the championship, won the manager of the season in the championship
Mhm.
or something to that effect. I didn't want him at the time. But
Who
go ahead
didn't?
with what you were saying.
Who didn't want him?
I didn't want him. I
Right,
had
right, right. But I'm
other
saying,
managers
like,
I
I'm
preferred at the
just
time.
speculating. Like, I wonder if he would be an option, but I'm kind of thinking back and I'm thinking maybe the reason he hasn't been mentioned again is because after we picked Maresca, I think he penned a new deal with Ipswich, but the club really liked him, and I think Maresca just barely pipped him at the end. And so I keep wondering, like, if he's a name they'd go back to, but I haven't heard him mentioned yet. One aspect to that also is that, he was the manager of Delap when we saw the best from Delap, at Ipswich. So that's like another thing too. So just something to think about. But I haven't heard him mentioned. I didn't know if you guys knew if he penned a new deal with Ipswich or not. But I mean, right now it seems like all roads point to Rosenior, right? And I mean, it doesn't matter. Look how well he does and all of that. Like, if it's we have the talent, but it's like I just don't think he has the experience yet. And even if everything gels pretty well, I mean, this is a brand new system, or well, I'm sorry, they say it's a similar style of football, but it doesn't matter. When a new manager comes in, he has players that he prefers, he has things that he likes, he has things that he tweaks. The players have finally got this style of Maresca ingrained in them. Now they got to start all over again, and I think a question I had was, can you guys correct me if I'm wrong? But because sorry, man, I just don't watch Strasbourg. I don't know what Rossignol does, but apparently, there are a lot of Chelsea accounts on X that seem to be Strasbourg experts, and a lot of them are mentioning that he plays three at the back. Can any of you confirm this?
We'll get to that in a bit because the plan is to just to get a few items we have lined up. Then we get to discussing his systems
Okay.
concerns from each of the panelists.
Yeah.
First,
Well.
my concern is that he doesn't know how to be pragmatic. I've seen them lose a few high-profile games from winning positions, and down to my observation on during those games is that he doesn't know how to. You could say, okay, we can win this if I change things around. He's always bent on still playing the same way until the end of the game. Maybe I wasn't paying attention properly and didn't really observe what happened on those
Mhm.
occasions. Even at that, I didn't want him near Chelsea right now. He's a talented
Mhm.
manager, very innovative in his approach. In the future, will become that guy. But who's to say that? Yeah, that future isn't now at Chelsea. I don't know. It's a
Yeah.
high risk decision that could go south or north. Hopefully north.
Yeah.
But go
One
ahead
of
with what
the
you were saying. I wanted to
well, no.
ask Dante a question based on that report, whether he thinks there are other candidates that
Okay.
might be, given the pattern we observed during before we hired Maresca. But go ahead.
No, the only other thing I was going to say is I think when I joined, also you guys were talking about how everyone wants to pin the blame on Egg Bali, and I was just thinking like, like people are so it's such tribalism, right? Like, it just runs rampant. It's like everybody needs to pick a side, and everybody needs somebody to blame, and I just think if we had never heard about a year ago of this potential, like dramatic stuff like civil war or like falling out between Boli and his people and Egbali and the sporting directors and how, they're at odds and, like all these rumors about how either they're going to have to buy Boli out or they're never going to be able to settle on anything. And that's why we can't get a stadium built and just all this stuff. I think if we'd never heard that, like these people wouldn't even know that there was a side to take and they'd just be mad at, the entire ownership as a whole. But, I think again, like people are so hungry to take a side that they know that it's like Bali versus Big Bali. So like they're just like, well, like now that we heard Todd's not really involved in the day-to-day operations, it's got to be Igbali's fault. So let's get him, go bully it. It's just,
I think that's
it's
that's
just
actually a
so.
very very dangerous generalization. I can't say
That's
that
right.
word correctly.
Yeah.
Very
No, no, no. You're
dangerous.
fine. But it's just it's so tiring. It's just like we should be concerned, about the future of our club, and it's just like people just want to hold on to hope, and they're like, "Yo, Bully's the only one that can save us now," and it's just like you guys were roasting him alive until you found out like he was just the face and he wasn't involved in the day to day, and now
Yeah, it
now
was
they
him.
they just they just want
He
somebody to
was
pin the
blamed for
blame on,
all of it at first.
They need a target and a face to pin the blame on. That's what they need so that they can
Yeah.
carry on their outrage. And we don't know. I mean, but I agree with what Dante mentioned yesterday. I think he said, if this if this because at first you're just like you want to get pissed at someone, I get it, but when you stop and think about it, Dante's right. I believe it was him yesterday that said um, the board have to make the decision unanimously. I think, or at least a majority rule, I would think. But I think I read the board decision was unanimous, so they would have all had to weigh in on that. I think that's the way it has to go. It has to go to a vote to them. It's not just like somebody, like seizing control in the middle of the night and making a decision without like consulting anyone else or whatever. So but yeah, it's dangerous to pick who to blame, but I mean, but again, like they all make the decision together. We are free to have our opinions and we're free to despise all of them together as well. So
Yeah,
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 that's all.
yeah. Dante, how about you? Given that particular report that suggests he's not the only candidate at the moment. Do you see the possibility of it? And you can say we end up not it ends up not being Liam.
Yeah, of course there's a possibility. Like I said, he has to agree as well to the terms. It's not like just Liam, we want to just come. Well, yeah, it's not that straightforward. There's a lot of assistance
He
involved,
would
him as
want to
well.
come, right? And Strasbourg
Yeah,
would also
exactly.
have to agree. Mhm.
He might want some, assurances, etc. So it's not that straightforward. That's why it's not easy, especially in January, to get a manager and this whole team of assistants, etc. It's not easy. So that's why I don't think they were quite expecting this to happen now. Maybe, and that's why they had to make a decision because there was no other choice because Maresca left. So, but yeah, it's hard finding a manager. But there definitely will be not just him. It's definitely 100% not just Rosenior. There would be others. They'll have a list. They'll go through it. They'll talk. Some they might call some. Some might say no. Some might say yes. Then they put them on the list. It's not as simple as straightforward when you're dealing with this in January. So is he one of the top candidates? Well, it's just automatic in my opinion, basically, because he was brought to Strasbourg to, as a pathway to
They
Chelsea.
groomed him
Maybe,
for the job.
yeah, maybe later in the future if it arises, not this early, obviously, but that's a pathway for him. So there is that pathway for him. So automatically, everybody goes to him. If all the fans, journalists, everyone will say he's top choice. So that can be true, but it might not be either. So they'll definitely talk to other managers. It wouldn't be just him 100%. Then they'll make a decision and then they'll choose which one exactly. But yeah, it doesn't happen overnight, unfortunately.
Mm. All right, thank you once again. If you're watching, we're still training AI police mod mana. It also has a feature where you can start a debate with him. Just do exclamation mark the word debate and what you want to debate about. It will respond on its own, but you're limited to 5 exchanges back and forth with it. Let's see. Even João Pedro didn't post a farewell message. Andreas Santos and Hato didn't do it either. This simply means you can't just go with just the players that aren't starting that much. The players that don't start that much, why would they post a farewell message? Would you, if you don't start? Uh, the person that has posted, you can say the most sweet. You can say the sweetest of all is Levi Colwell, and I expected that because he was the one last season that said he's ahead of ahead of time in terms of his tactical skills as a manager, for lack of a more specific term. There, this club is a joke. You're a joke, Kimso. You are a joke. I love you, but if you're gonna say Chelsea is a joke, then I'm gonna say you're a joke. Go away. Liam Roseno, another Brighton, because he
Yeah, go
played for
find a
Brighton.
girlfriend, Kim. So
Sorry, and have you found a girlfriend? If you haven't, then Kim say you're a joke because you told us you're looking for one. So yeah, Jay, I don't know if you want to come in. What do you think they're considering other candidates? Because yesterday I was certain that definitely it was going to be Liam, given everything we heard.
Yeah, the managerial question. I really thought you wanted me to comment on Kimso's girlfriend, but yeah. Um,
Like is
um,
in
uh,
trouble for telling us that he couldn't find a girlfriend. Probably he was joking, but he's in trouble. Go ahead.
yeah, that's a good advice. Never reveal your, relationship
Hmm.
status in public. Um, I think obviously there must be a list, and we are hearing some names that they are on the list. First of all, I strongly believe that they themselves, the sporting directors and the owners, they themselves never wanted Rosenior at Chelsea this early due to obviously the experience thing. I think they
They
wanted
were
him to
actually
learn.
saying it a month ago, right?
Yeah, they wanted him to maybe, have a bit more experience there. And also, considering the Strasbourg situation, they don't want to envy them at all as well. So I think it's clear that Rosenior wasn't the first choice. And I still believe that he's the last option. And he is their boy. He will come here when the options are not really looking good, the other options. I think there's still a list. We heard the name of the Porto manager, I think, Francisco Frioli. There was also Iriola links. So I am sure that there must be a link, but I think some of the managers are also not really favoring to come here at this point of the time due to, in January, no manager or player really wants to give a shot of changing the club when it's January. But I think ultimately it will be Liam, but surely he wasn't the first option that they wanted here. Clear. I believe that they never wanted him uh, here in the first place.
It's too early. Just the way you can say the way we said, yeah, he's talented. He's you can say he's innovative in his approach, for given what I've seen, but doesn't know how to be pragmatic. That's a huge concern for me. I think let's just transition into talking about his approach, Dante. You've watched him a lot. You and Tabejo, you were the ones that got me to start watching his games. And I started watching his games a lot more when I realized the chances are he's being groomed to become a Chelsea manager one day. And you can argue it turns out that that's the case right now. What are you can say for me, the positives only is that the basics of his approach, you can say not identical, but the same as
Mm,
Maresca, which means that they're betwixt, but not that much. But I'm concerned, my only concern is that he doesn't know how to be pragmatic.
yep.
But let's hear you. What are your concerns and what are the positives, the negatives? If we believe that, yeah, he's you could say he definitely going to be the next manager or likely to be the next manager than any other candidate that they might have on the list right now. But let's hear you.
Hmm. Yeah, look, there is some principle there, possession wise, but it's not quite the same. It's different. So he does play at free at the back most games.
Uses
Say
wing
most games because he does switch up. He's got two formations that he plays. So he plays the 3-2-4-1. Sorry, what am I talking about? 3-2 and I can't think. Sorry, coach. Basically, one striker up front, two in behind with two tens, two attacking midfielders. He doesn't play with wingers. So I heard someone say earlier, I can't remember who it was, if he plays with wingers. No, he doesn't play with wingers. He
plays with
plays with
wing
two.
backs.
He plays with more wing backs. His wingers are the wing backs, yes. So he plays with the two wing backs. So basically, yeah, a 3-4-2-1. That's his formation. So with the two tens, he does switch it up on certain games to a different formation. He goes with a four at the back and then with two strikers up front. So he does like to play two striker up front. Not as often. It's basically the other one is his main formation. So even in the other one, it's not wingers are not really used. So his systems don't use wingers, to be honest. So that is a bit interesting because yeah, obviously Garnacho, Gittins, Pedro Neto, Esteval probably can do it as a 10, no problem, inside forward, outside forward. But Gittins, Garnacho, Pedro Neto, I think will struggle in that because it's not really for them, to be honest, as much. So Yeah, so that's interesting to see if that's the case. Will he keep that philosophy, or will he take on a different philosophy when he does come here, adjust it a bit to suit our players more? So that is a very interesting one. But yeah, he definitely does not play the same as in possession wise. They tried the possession game, so it's a possessive based. He likes his guys to pass, to pass the ball, keep possession. So that aspect, no problems. But wingers, no, he's not with actual out and out wingers. Those wingers need to be the defenders first, and then their wing backs basically. So Cucurella will be probably fine on the left. Reece James obviously on the right would be fine. Gusto would be fine with that as well. No problem. It's just the two tens is the problem. The way he plays in behind with two tens, and if it's not the two tens, then it's two strikers. So two strikers we can probably João Pedro, Delap, uh, Guy, but we probably would need another striker, and that'll be a Mega. He would come, so that would be another striker, no problem. But the tens, we don't really have. We have Palmer, and that's about it, really. Palmer's the only 10 we have. So Esteval,
He
like I
can
said,
fill
can
that
fill
role.
that role, I think.
He has the vision. He's capable.
Yeah, so we don't really have 10s, so that'll be interesting to see what happens with that one.
All right.
So yeah, a little bit different.
And remember, guys, after talking about the negative and positives, we'll get to winners and losers. What players are in trouble? We believe are in trouble. What players we believe will benefit a lot from it? Go ahead, Nati, if you were still speaking.
No, that's it, coach. Just broke it down for you there, just how he plays. Yeah, he doesn't,
Okay.
it's not quite the same, no. Now, that's also down to the players he's got against the, they're a good team, but he hasn't got the players to keep that possession all the time. And plus, his squad is very, very, very young, way younger than ours. They don't have that fitness level either to uphold that style of play. So they don't really dominate games possession wise because they just can't do that. Because they're obviously physically just where they are in their their development as well. So with the Chelsea players, that's different. He will be able to probably emphasize more possession because now I think they average around 45 to 50% possession a game, 45%. It's pretty much 50-50. So yeah, it's not like us where we dominate the ball more.
When you say his approach is a high risk approach,
it's more exciting. Yeah, it's better in the eye to watch, but it is risky, yes.
a lot of risk.
And it is risky. And when you said that he's not pragmatic, no, he's not. He will not change that even if they're losing or winning. It doesn't matter. He will not change that. He doesn't change. He won't change that formation. He'll keep the same formation. He'll bring a player in the same position that might be a little bit more defensive. But no, he doesn't. He would not. He likes that excitement aspect of it. But yes, that's very dangerous in the Premier League. Yes.
Because they will exploit that effectively. Even Maresca, you could say his approach traditionally by default is you could say is cautious. You can tag his approach a cautious approach. He doesn't risk too much. But once
Yes.
it can be if you don't pay attention to the basics of his approach, you say we risk a lot. We don't risk a lot really. Even when we play high line, it's still a cautious in a cautious way. The way we
Correct. Much
flood
more
the
cautious. Yeah.
opposition box, sometimes it be
So Rosenior,
Mm.
yep, he emphasizes, coach. He emphasizes on quick ball movement. So that's the difference. Where Maresca will slow it down to not get caught out, positionally, to not play basketball and concede a lot of goals. He had to tighten that up. But Rosenior he wants quick movement, especially in behind from his wing backs, his 2 10s with a striker as well. So he likes that quick movement, passing the ball quick around. It sounds good. It looks good. But yes, it is dangerous, obviously, in the Premier League if you do that. So you really got to have a lot of good players to do that. And I'm not quite sure if, we can quite do it that way at the moment, the way we're set up. I think we're much more of a more possession, slower build up than actually like that. it works in most leagues, French, Spain, Italy, that'll work. But in the Premier League, it's very, very hard for that to happen. A good example is Amarim. That's it. That was his philosophy when he came in at Manchester United. And what happened? It's a little bit better this season, but what happened? He'd lost. I can't remember 20 games or something.
Yeah, they
uh,
exploited him effectively. You can't do that in the
so
Premier
he said he's not changing his approach either, but he changed his tune and he changed his approach slightly to accommodate for the Premier League. And now this year they're doing better, a little bit better because of it. But he was stubborn from the start. He said it's my way, I'm not changing. And he couldn't do it with Man United. Well, I look at it a bit the same with Rosenior. I think that will happen the same if he does do that.
So what sort of adjustment does he need to make? Just for me, I'd say just adopt a more cautious approach. Don't risk too much.
Yeah, more. Well, the players, like I said, more defensive probably players in some of those positions, and
Playing with
yeah,
does
not
playing with two
not
sixes solve that problem?
yes. Well,
Looks like
he does. He still plays with those two there, but one of them goes a bit more forward, one stays back, one roams. So the center midfield, he's got like an Enzo where the other Argentinian, the little guy, he's got. I forgot what's his name. The redhead, I forgot. He's the central midfielder that roams a bit,
Yeah, Barco.
goes a bit around.
yeah.
I forgot
Jay
his
just
name.
said
Barco.
I
Hmm.
Yeah,
texted Jay
Barco, that's the
the
one.
name.
So he transferred him into from a left back to a center midfielder. He can play the left wing back as well, but he's transferred him to a central midfielder because he wants a guy that can run around in that, cover a lot of space in that, and also push up as well. Basically, a bit of everything, box to box sort of central midfielder in a defensive role. So, like I said, he wants ball movement quick to attack quick. Yeah, but it's dangerous in the Premier League. That's dangerous to do in that formation. So, just the approach he has to tweak is basically try to hold possession and not go out every time you got possession, not go out full out
Mhm.
attack, because that you will get caught out in the Premier League positionally wise and on a counter attack. So yeah, you need to slow it down. So that's probably the only tweak he can make, and that's what Amarim's done this year as well. A bit more defensive solidity, bit more possession, not as gung ho, because it's not going to happen in the Premier League. You can't do that.
Yeah. All right. Before I go to Jay, I was going to go to Jay. He's gone. It's still New Year. It's still the second. Let's celebrate a bit. Happy New Year to all of you. Thank you for all the support. We continue to grow. We're getting closer and closer to 30K subscribers. Right now, we're at 28,897 subscribers. Everywhere we're growing on Instagram, getting close to 30K subscribers on Instagram. Same thing on TikTok. Immense thanks to all of you. Immense great thanks to all our paid members. Much love to you if you're listening, Jay. Listen, Glenn Tan. Much love to you, brother. You know we love you. Whatever you're going through, just know that we're with you. We couldn't have come this far without your support, all of you. So thank you to you. Happy New Year to everyone once again. Let's run it. Where are the fireworks? It's still the second. Let's go for it. So happy New Year to everyone. We celebrate you, celebrate how far we've come. We'll continue to grow. We have a lot of delicious stuff lined up for this season, and we will get there. I don't know if you guys can hear the audio. I can't hear it. It looks like it's broken because the Bluetooth game is here, so he probably broke it. But happy New Year once again to everyone. He hacked into it. That's his thing. Um, All right, Tibeo, I expected you to be on the panel for this conversation, but yeah, looks like you're busy. Much appreciated. Once again, Happy New Year to all of you. We celebrate you. We celebrate how far we've come. Celebrate your continued support. Celebrate us reaching nearing 30K subscribers. We couldn't have done it alone. We celebrate the openness of this community, open-mindedness, you could call it, where we don't run an echo chamber. We're here to have a conversation. We celebrate you taking the jokes coming from the panelists, the jokes coming from those of you in the chat. We love you all. Thank you. So, Jay, let's hear your thoughts. But before you do that, if you don't mind, Okay. Let's see what else we have here. Says name change income in the Brighton of London. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Here's the truth remains. I don't think we've actually failed with any player we signed from Brighton. I don't think so. Name one. Maybe the directors, if you don't like them, you can say, yeah, and I don't like them either. You can say that, yeah, we failed, but according to the owners, they're doing an exceptional job that they got a raise and an extension. And the truth remains, you go to the shops, you shop consistently at a shop where you buy quality products. So the owners, they're getting quality stuff from Brighton. What is a Jude? When did he join? And I think that's someone I know, but because we have a lot of people in the discussion, I didn't know what that person joined. But one day, Dalo, thank you for joining. Mabas, he will succeed at City. I don't doubt that. He's a good manager. But the truth is he wanted to leave. We didn't push him out, in my opinion. Anything else? Let's see anything else we have here. It's a lot of comments there. I'm not going to read everything. I'll see. I think we've developed something. We need to get someone to always log in and control mod mana. Get it to be a bit lenient. Get it to not curse out people or say something that will come across as offensive to some people. Who are the best managers available? Nothing comes to mind. And the so-called elite managers or best managers, I don't think they take this job right now because that's not what the owners want. The owners, they want the best, and you could argue even the biggest clubs in the world these days, they dread hiring those big names. They want sustainability. But the biggest problem we've created for ourselves is that a lot of managers will say yes to the job. And in my opinion, some will be with the mindset that, yeah, let me go there, prove myself. And if the opportunity comes, move to a much better job, whatever that means. But that's, by the way, I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. Then I'll try to get your subsequent contributions in the chat. Courtney, nice to see you out there. Hope you're doing well. I appreciate you finding the time to join the conversation. Yes, you may be too young to play, but not too old to see when things are not working. Do you think the players who say things aren't working at Chelsea right now? I'd say no. It hasn't been as bad as a lot of people are making it out to be. Has it been poor? Absolutely. Has it been bad to a measure where players will start questioning why they're here? No. Except if that player doesn't want to be here anyway. Maresca wanted Kudus for the right wing. Who told you he wanted Kudus? Did you speak with him? Do you live with him? Let me know. Or are you his manager? We don't need a learning coach. We need a quality coach. Morrison from Nigeria. Morrison, thank you for joining Niger Pekin. But name one quality coach you think we can get. Let's talk about it. All right. What else do we have here? Anything serious? He says, I've had Modman respond to some of the comments here. I cannot respond to everything we have here. Neto will become wing back under Rosenior, more likely. Well, you could say definitely, maybe. The best signing will be Rudiger, but it will never happen under this ownership. I don't think Rudiger would want to come back to Chelsea. He left us because probably, in my opinion, he wanted more money, and Real Madrid offered him that plus sign-on fee. I think if Saudis come calling, he'd take the Saudi money and run. I don't think we can compete against the Saudis. And I don't think he's at the stage in his career where you'd say he's earned enough money and says, okay, you know what, let me go finish my career at Chelsea. Why can't you paste what? All right. High risk approach, open at the back. Yeah, exactly. That's his thing. A lot of risk. So Jay, let's hear your concerns, the positives about Rosenior. Let's hear you. I hope I don't call him lasagna by mistake. But let's hear you, Jay.
Yeah, Liam is much easy and okay for everyone, I guess. I think I pretty much agree with Dante tactically.
You don't
A
have
bit
to.
different
You don't have to.
because
You should tell him he's
not
talking
necessarily. I think
SHIT.
no, believe me, it's my favorite thing to go against him. I will do that whenever I get the chance. Um, and there are some counters. Look, we have heard a lot about him, Liam. There has been a lot of people discussing him since he's going to be the probable manager. There has been a lot of discussion about his tactics and all. Yes, he does use 3-4-3. On in possession a lot. At Strasbourg, he used a lot. But I think there are some interviews or some videos of him in the past where he has mentioned that he actually likes the four at the back, and it's just that sometimes to suit the players that you have at disposal, you have to change the tactics, which actually makes him,
Ah, sorry, I don't
which,
want to tap in finish. That's an excellent point. If he's able to, you could say,
yeah,
change his desired approach to accommodate the players he has, that's a good thing. Thomas Tuchel did it, and it did yield great results for us. Go ahead.
yeah, exactly, which makes him quite a versatile manager. So and we have heard separately as well that he's versatile in his tactics and his formations as well. We have seen four at the back, three at the back as well, and not necessarily this is a proper three at the back, because in possession we are seeing this shape, but when it's not, when the ball is at the opponent, there is a lot of time when it does converts into a back four. Uh, I think I think since he's using the back three for a while at Strasbourg, it is most probable that he will use it at Chelsea, at least in the initial days, which does which does put some questions over the players that we have, whether they have a long-lasting future here or not, because the formation will kind of distinguish a lot of players from the availability that he requires. Um, uh, Contrary to what some people say, that he does like to play uh, with the one, I think I've seen him play with two DMs, that is two sixes, which again makes the case of Caicedo and maybe Andre Santos, which he loved at Strasbourg. We have to remember that he loved him as well. So there can be a case where where Santos now suddenly gets a lot of opportunity. I
He
would
plays with two
be
midfielders.
really,
That's right. That's right. He does play with
yeah,
two central midfielders.
exactly. So that makes the
It's a
case of
four,
Enzo
four,
Fernandez.
a 3-4. But the two central midfielders, they're not like, yeah, they're more. One's more of a defensive,
One
the
is a
other one more box to
hybrid of
box.
8 and 6.
Exactly. One is more stationary, and the other might be allowed to go. But there has been some cases where there are two sixes in there as well. It depends.
Yes.
I think the wing backs will play a major role in this formation. I think they are much attacking. He likes to press a lot. The major thinking is to get the ball from the opponent as soon as possible, which does employ the players to have a high press. The attack is with five players. The wing backs will be much higher, and that actually makes the opportunity to score a lot. But that in the same time, it leaves gaps at the back, which will force a lot of scoring. So one thing I sure that we will have a lot of goals in the game. We have to hope that majority of them will be for Chelsea, because there are occasions where the defense does have a lot of spaces leaked and the opponent does exploit it, and this is more probable to happen in the Premier League, where you won't really get the freedom and the physicality, lack of physicality that you do get in the French league. So there are a lot of things to really discuss, but I think it's only possible to actually see him what he's going to do at Chelsea. In the initial matches, I think we will get the approach, and that will clear the things that how many of which players are really going to stay here and who needs to actually think about the future. And I will be really exciting to see what will happen with Enzo Fernandez, because he's a very important player for us. But in a 3-4-3 formation, I'm not sure if that is really going to uh, work out. But let's see, because he's a
We
very
we
important
get
player
the
for the
winners and
club.
losers. But in terms of his overall approach, any concerns for you?
Again, he is a bit. He's versatile, but at the same time, I've heard that he's very adamant on having an explosive football, which means he wants to attack all the time. it doesn't really matter the situation of the match. He doesn't really have that mindset that we saw with Maresca, that a lot of defensive players will
AKA
come.
not being pragmatic.
Exactly. Then you won't see that a lot of defensive players are suddenly on the pitch just to defend one goal or two goal lead, which can cause a lot of problems in the Premier League. And hopefully he can learn quickly, because in the initial games, I think we will see these issues where his approach might cause a lot of goals in the maybe later half or the later minutes of the game.
Mm. Listen, somebody's killing me in the chat. Let me see that. I say, Kuchila, adopt me that. I don't wanna. I already have 4. All of them, the oldest is 8 plus, and it stresses the life out of me. So I'm sorry. I wish I could. And sometimes I ask myself, I wasn't told that having kids would be this difficult. So I'm sorry. I have enough. Okay. Jesus Christ.
Yep.
Let-
I have one and it's too much.
It's we don't know. Yeah, I told my mom, have children, have children. Nobody would tell me how difficult it will be, but I love them anyway. But you get it; it's not easy. The SEs are to blame, because what was he saying here? Uh, he did one series, and they said no. Okay, if you want to believe that, believe that. Maybe he wanted a CB, but they convinced him, and he agreed. That's the reason why he didn't talk about it again, and there's the reason why the club didn't push further to sign one. I remember at the time, probably before it happened, we had already spent all our money somewhere else. And you can say the priority was always to sign more wingers. Yeah. Or maybe the departure of Madueke changed a lot. Also, our coach will be writing a book, so the truth will come out. It depends on the sort of contract he signed. We did talk about that. Sometimes there are some certain contracts, when you sign them, you don't say a lot after leaving a company, unfortunately. But the truth will come out, but it's everywhere now. But I don't think he signed such contract that. But that's not a lie, though. The fact that he started speaking to Man City mid October, not a lie. I think we'd know if that was a lie. What are we actually doing at signing Rosenior? What is he good at? Being a coach? Are you one? Take his job. Come and apply. He's good at it. My only issue is that he's proven not to be pragmatic enough, and I think Jay did break it down very, very well. Bent on attacking, even when it's not necessary, even when the most you could say, what's the language I'm looking for, sensible thing to do would be to find a way, play with a bit more balance to just control the game. I listen. I didn't watch them that much until started hearing Tobejo and Dante talk about Strasbourg, and then I started watching them, and then I started watching them even more when I realized Sanchez had become our next manager, and then realized not pragmatic enough, very innovative, and good at. You can say he's very good at. You can say motivating young players. He's good at nurturing them too. But pragmatism is it's a key factor in doing well in the Premier League, even in Europe. Um, how will Liam systems work against low block? I think it will work well because he has a lot of players bumping forward. Because that's where we lose most of the points. But let's hear you, Dante. You go ahead and answer in this. And by the way, I haven't said hello like I usually like to do here. Rich Money Makers! Big up to you. Nice to see you. Let's start with you, Tony, if you're there, if you want to call, or should I go with Dante first if you're not there yet? But let me start with Dante so that you get ready, Tony. Dante, how will his approach work against low block? Is this something you can answer right now? But I think it will well
Yeah,
because we have numbers, and he likes explosive players to take on. He likes players to take on opposition players all the time, in my opinion, from what I've seen.
yeah,
But go ahead.
yeah. And I mean, like I said, he plays with 2 10s more, 2 more attacking sort of midfielders. So yeah, that helps you break down a little bit that low block. Look, he doesn't play against many low blocks, to be honest, because just the way Strasbourg go and how they don't play that many low blocks. So even some of the games where I've never seen them really, really pin back for a long period of time. It's not their style. That, like I said, they give the ball away, so then they have to go sit back, average around I think 50% possession. So yeah, look, it's suited. We've got the players you can, but yeah, like I said, we've got more wingers than more direct one-on-one wingers than actual tens technical players in behind. Like I said, we've only got Palmer that does that, and probably Esteval can do that, but the others are more direct into space.
We don't have too many good dribblers.
No, that's what I said. Direct. Pedro Neto is a direct winger, power winger. Garnacho, direct winger.
It's just
Gittins.
how about it's just Gittins, Cole Palmer, and Esteva. Those are good dribblers.
Yeah, but even Gittins, he went away from Borussia Dortmund because they went away from wingers. They went to 2 10s. So he went away from that because he couldn't get into there because playing as a 10. So
we winners and losers.
yeah, so look, we don't have. That'll be a position that would need strengthening. If he does come, that is a position that you would need to, probably another player there, definitely.
Wow, that is interesting in Gittins' case. It's just, you can say from frying pan to fire. I think what I like the most is something that Jay did talk about. That Rosenior, he's capable of tweaking his approach or his desired preferred approach to accommodate the players he has or to get the best out of them. He's not bent on going, you could say, using a particular approach. Maresca was like that too, in my opinion. You can say, I think that would be the saving grace for Gittins.
Yeah, look, don't think he's not going to play players out of position because he still does that. So, like I said, Barco is a left back.
Position thing, I think that's an old way of seeing football.
But that's the arguments keep coming up. Maresca played everyone out of position.
Remember, at Chelsea started from Thomas Tuchel days.
Yeah, exactly. He was doing it too.
You have
Everybody.
to understand football to realize, to maybe understand the reason why those players are playing in that position, and the manager would rather play those players in that position in question, in the position in question, for tactical reasons, not necessarily because it's their, you can say, natural position. But go ahead with what you were saying.
Exactly, yeah. But I'm just saying, yeah, he does that too. Like I said, with Barco, he's a left back. Converted him to put him then in the left wing back, and then he converted him to central midfield. He's putting him in the midfield to play as a midfielder, central midfielder. So there's a couple of others as well that he's done that too. So yeah, it's everybody does that these days. The players have to be adaptable. They have to be very versatile these days because that's how you get the best out of the squad. And if you have injuries, etc.
Football isn't static anymore. A lot have changed in terms of our approach.
Exactly, coach. Exactly.
If you're only capable of playing in a particular position, you're probably not gonna get a chance. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's much harder these days, correct. And with the squad numbers, etc. Yep. It's good to be versatile. It gives you an advantage, 100% advantage for the manager to use you, but also for the manager as well. So
tactical advantage too.
Tactical advantage, exactly, correct. Yeah.
Right. Let's see. Let's back Liam. I know you back him, but you're still very, very not happy. I know that. I know you want to know that you're not happy. And I'd happily take the job. I'd take it too if offered. I agree. Maresca asked for CVs and we got them and Salmino and Sa, but he shipped them out, which is on Maresca. I don't like the fact that we sent Anselmino out on loan. Did you see how well he was doing it for Dortmund? Even in Champions League, they had to overplay him. because he was better, in my opinion, proved to be better than what they have.
And that's
Yeah.
that argument of the CB back out. When people say we never signed any CB for Maresca, well, we did sign Sa. People forget we signed Sa. He came to the
And
Club
he's
World
a good
Cup.
player.
Yeah, and Somino as well. He came across as well, but they went back for some reason. One went on loan, the other one went back on loan. So we did sign centre backs, and that's probably why the sporting directors didn't want another centre back after, because he probably had those, but he didn't prefer them. So we had to send him out on loan. Who knows? But we do have good centre backs, and I think those two will be involved next season quite a lot. They'll both be coming back, those two.
All right, let's see. I never warmed to Maresca and couldn't understand him tactically, but leaving now makes no sense. Waiting for a better manager end of the season. Rosenior isn't good enough. Begun by Easter. Here's the thing. Let's say this. I know a lot of people that were screaming championship manager, gone by September or October. One of my friends, to be more specific, ironically, a lot of them are the ones very angry that he's left the club. And one point I want to make too, we're not sure whether he was sacked or he walked or whether they agreed to part ways. And something I'm reading that I just read, I read on Vincent's I read on Vincent's timeline that Maresca's departure is down to the structure. A structure he agreed to work under. And then all of a sudden, because he won us 2 trophies, which I give him credit for, he deserves to ask more, in my opinion. But yeah, he doesn't have to. We don't have to change that structure because of him, because he agreed to work under that structure. But probably the opportunity to join Man City emerged. Now he started, you could say, seeking for the club to change the structure because of him. But here is this. L'Equipe also now reports that Liam Rosenier's departure to Chelsea seems increasingly imminent. Chelsea's sporting directors in Strasbourg have intensified their discussions in recent hours, and the English manager is the Blues' top priority to replace Enzo Maresca. So it only makes sense it's going to happen. We're going to catch up with what we had, then we talk about winners and losers. I don't think there's going to be a lot of losers, really. There might not be any, actually, but we'll get to that in a bit. If you say Rosenior isn't good, we'll see. I think it's a huge risk. It could end up being a good decision or a bad decision, but you can't say for certain that it's not going to work. And actually, if anything, what Maresca has over him is the trophies he's won. He has more managerial experience, first team managerial experience than Maresca. All right, let's see. He's not. Let's see. Happy New Year! Happy New Year to you too, Chelsea. Chelsea Blue. Thank you for joining the conversation. How will Liam motivate the young World Cup winners? They're professionals. You can get into trouble for being insubordinate. They are still very young. He's a manager. They're players. They're not managers. How was Maresca able to motivate them? You tell me. How was he able to motivate them? And you're talking about one player, right? So they're professionals. It doesn't matter. Let's see. I have learned that Liam will have 6 months to see how it goes. I repeat, the investors are not happy with this project. Investors are not happy with this project. It's a mess. The investors have asked a stupid Igal to sign experienced players in January. Okay. End of the day, the owners wouldn't want an elite manager talking back to them. Rosenior is another yes man. Technically, yes man, yes. Not yes man to the measure a lot of people are making it out to be, like the hierarchy dictating who starts and who doesn't start, which is absolute house dung. The start through. Let's see what else do we have here. Nice job for the new Chelsea manager. We were promised in 5 years that we would be challenging for the league. 4 years coming up. The end of the summer. Does that mean next year we're not going to challenge? I've said this before. Next year we'll be challenging for the title. I said we're not challenging this year, but has it been 5 years? Do you even believe we were going to win the Club World Cup? A lot of you say we're never going to win anything under this ownership until 10 years plus. A lot of you said we were going to get relegated. I'm not saying I'm happy with what's going on right now, but in all honesty, it is actually not as bad as a lot of people making. You could say making it out to be. Silva is on the list. You mean Marco Silva from Fulham? Not a bad option, given how well he's done with what he has. Chances are, if you get a score that's good at Chelsea, he'd do really well. But I think it's definitely going to be Liam. It's looking like it. Would the top manager want to be told what to do by a bunch of amateur billionaires and how to run a club or team? They can't even arrange a front of shirt sponsor. You guys are miscalculating that. We've had options, but we feel like we should be earning a lot more from a front of shirt sponsor. And I
Well,
remember when it
Coach,
was
I,
Allianz.
I, I, I wanted to talk about that. I'm gonna have to go ahead and disagree with you there. Like, this is, in my opinion, like this is getting out of hand. Like that,
Okay.
we've been hearing that we've been looking for enough money from the right sponsor for
Hmm.
a long time, and it's just like, okay. First of all, you're Chelsea, and whether or not that means what it once did or not, that's up for debate. But you're also have the Club World Cup championship badge on your shirt, which their logo would be right next to. But it's not just the front of shirt sponsor. I know that it's coming, but we still haven't even sealed a permanent sleeve sponsor. So I mean, the commenter makes a good point. Like, it looks really bad. It looks completely juvenile and
Can I say something?
you know what I mean? Yeah, yeah. I just wanted to weigh in
It
on that
doesn't to
because he
me.
touched on something I was going to bring up later
It
anyway.
doesn't to me because do you remember Allianz had an offer for us? We said no.
Who did?
Allianz.
Yeah, it wasn't enough money.
Okay, so there were other
But how
options
long
we've
ago was
heard
that,
about
Coach?
that we've heard
Coach,
that they're
like,
in
listen,
discussion.
we
We've heard
they
that
are
they
in
were.
their
No,
third
here's my
year.
point. My point is, if we're that desperate for one, chances are we'd have one right now. Maybe they want something bigger and they will eventually get it. I don't think it is because nobody wants it. It's because of how much we want from it. And I don't think there's no shame in it. That's me,
Look,
but go ahead.
this is their third year, okay? The only thing they've done is signed temporary sponsors that don't even stick around after one season, and both of those sponsors have connection to the ownership in some way or another. So basically they had to find their loopholes and talk those people into doing temporary deals. So these weren't even people that weren't completely affiliated with them. That's what they had to do. And they only signed those deals, for 1 year. It's like, um, we're into year three. And then we finally heard, okay, we've narrowed it down. And then it was supposed to be Oracle. And then Oracle was like, well, that's only going to be a year too. And now Oracle doesn't even want to do it. My point is like, okay, you're looking for the best deal. But in 3 years in, and we start every year, I mean, unless we're trying to start like this new trend of, hey, it's cool to have a shirt without a sponsor. It's en vogue. Like, I'm being facetious here, but like, it's just, it looks really irresponsible. And if you take that and put it against the backdrop of everything else that they've done since they've gotten here, I'm sorry, coach, that I'm sure like I would be very annoyed by that in and of itself. But if regardless, but if other things were going well, I might be able to be like, oh, well, like, I guess they're just really, really picky. But if you put it against the backdrop of everything else, like, and you put it against the backdrop of, yeah, just everything. And look how many, it's not just how many managers we've gone through, but like I see people online getting baited into, yeah, I didn't like Maresca anyway. Yeah, I didn't like Graham Potter anyway. Yeah, and it's like all the people that were, and I'm not saying he's any good. I'm not defending him, but it's like this is a bigger thing. Like all the people that were saying, I want Graham Potter to be gone, were the same people that were trying to be the football hipsters saying, oh, we need to hire Potter. All we need is Potter ball. And then, the next guy. And then it was like, oh, we need to hire this guy. He's the answer. And then people were saying, oh, don't sleep on Maresca. Like, you don't understand. And like, and they wanted him in there. And now they're all like, oh, I'm glad he's gone. What is the common denominator? It's this ownership. So I'm just saying, why did I get on that tangent? Because if you put everything together, it doesn't look good. It looks very irresponsible. So I bring it back to this commenter. Like,
Do you think they see it like
if you
that? Do
can't
you
even manage
think?
a front of shirt sponsor
Uh-huh.
and find the deal that you want over 3 years, like, I'm sorry, I just don't think there's any defending that. I mean, you can say that, like, they're looking for the best deal all you want, but nobody has that problem. Nobody else. And we have a Club World Cup badge on our shirt, and they still can't do it. And they almost did it, and then that fell through. And we thought it was going to be permanent, and we found out that Oracle was only going to be till the end of the season, and now that's not even going to happen. Like, that's really a joke, coach. Like, I'm not trying to be negative or troll anything. I'm just being honest. Like, that's the one that gets me. It's like that's one of the most basic of things of football club ownership. And they seem to keep fumbling that too, or not being able to make up their mind on that. So my point is to all this, let me tie all this together. What I get from these guys is that they're the common denominator. It's that, like, people can blame the manager or they can blame one owner. Collectively, the common denominator is they are still here. They can't stick with anything. And let's not forget what happened when they came into the club. They just torched everything and burned it to the ground and built it back up. They didn't even really do a lot of homework. They just started like letting people go and stuff. And now here we are, years later, and we're waiting to see who our next manager is going to be. We're not any closer to the Premier League, and so yeah, like hmm, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the term coach, or with the analogy, but it's like here in America, like if a police officer pulls you over, right, for speeding, and they say, oh, but also your tail lights out. But also you didn't use your turn signal when you switched lanes. And they'll try to like pile things up to make it look worse. That's not what I'm trying to do here. I know, but I'm just saying, like, if you do step back and look at the entire picture, um, it looks so irresponsible and so bad. And it's just, my thing is like, there's nothing we can do. I get that. I wish there is. There's nothing we can do. But uh this body of evidence is like, it's just piling up. And it's like, how many checks are we going to keep writing for them? Like, there's nothing we can do. We have to deal with it. You can protest if you want, whatever. But it's just like, at some point we gotta stop making excuses for them. They can't even get a front of shirt sponsor, and now the last thing I'll say is, uh, well, I don't want to lose it. I almost lost it, but anyway, yeah, it's just it looks irresponsible. It looks like they can still are just figuring it out as they go along. And oh, I know what I was gonna say. Unless I missed something this morning, like somebody made a great point. Like, the Chelsea supporters trust is still very silent. Like, it's their job to like speak out on behalf of the fans and like voice their concern, and like they're not even saying anything. I don't know why. So it's just like a lot of us fans, we just feel like our club's just been taken hostage, and we just have to sit here and watch the mushroom cloud rise over it. So again, like, I don't want to be, you saw how positive I was, but when I was like all happy about Maresca and how we were doing, like, that I was on my last straw, but it was a good one. I'm like, okay, maybe let's go some. And then just after this, like if you just look, I was giving them so much grace, but if you look at everything all together, like it's not good, man. And you know, I get what you're saying, but if you don't have a front of shirt sponsor by now, you know, in light against the backdrop of everything else, you just look like buffoons. I'm sorry. And I don't I'm pretty sure that's how most Chelsea fans see it. Like we're so, you know, and the most frustrating thing is like there's nothing we can do about it. We just have to just sit and like watch it become whatever they want it to become. It's very
Why is
sad,
that
you know.
really an issue? Not having front of shirt sponsor.
Why is it an issue? Because
Yeah.
it's constant revenue coming in, you know? Like we need that. You know, and we're not getting
Is
match
it
day
you
revenue because our
really the
stadium's
reason
still
a lot of
small and they
Chelsea
can't even
fans?
figure out where they want to
No,
go do
I
that. They
just want
can't
to
even
say this.
figure out
Do
if they
you
want to
really think?
redevelop the bridge or if they want to move to Earl's Court or whatever. So we have one of the smaller stadiums for supposedly being a big club, and we're missing out on that revenue. You know, our the Club World Cup certainly helped our brand, but you know, the longer we stay away from the Premier League and the Champions League, the more our world brand shrinks again. And now we this furniture sponsor, it's constant revenue coming in every year that we need, especially with us being in this you know, we're okay, they say, but we have these financial restrictions from UEFA now. So again, yeah, I'm somebody that's like, you can't just take one microcosm and single that out and say, well, you know, if you have to look at the whole picture.
Okay,
So
can I ask you this? And
financially
then let
we
me
need
ask you the
that,
question I wanted to ask
and
you.
administratively it looks piss poor. I'm sorry.
Okay, the question I want to ask you: do you think a lot of fans that talk about it? Do you think they're talking about it because yeah, we're missing out on revenue from that aspect?
I have no idea, but that's why I'm
They
talking
don't.
about it.
They don't. It's just all they know is that one big account said it's embarrassing that we don't have. They take it and run with it. A lot of them is just, you can say, well, I think it'd be accurate to say to them, they see it as a shameful thing that we don't have one. They don't even think about the financial aspect of it.
Well, okay, this commenter here though, what, I don't know if you still
No,
the commenter
I
here,
said they.
I
I don't
mean,
say a lot of people understand. Rich money maker understand. Money makers understand. I understand, but in my case, I see it as them not wanting to. You could say just give it to anybody for any amount.
yeah,
And
of
the way
course
I
not.
see it, that's why. Look, we could in a hurry get one that would be for 1.5 million yearly. I'm just saying, just using that as an example. There's no way you tell me that they haven't come across multiple offers, but they just like it and believe that yeah, we can do without the revenue as long as we get we attend in the future get a better deal. But you're entitled to your
Why
opinion.
does no other ownership have that problem? Look how in the dumps Man United have been. They don't have a problem. Yeah, they're the biggest club in England, but they don't have a problem getting the deal they want, and they're not even doing well. They haven't even sniffed silverware in I don't know how
Which
long. But
tells
it's like,
you
look
if
at
we
us,
really
like,
wanted one like that, we'd have one now. If Man United, as much as they're struggling, they're able to get one, which tells you that if we really wanted one, we get one. We're just not in a hurry to sell it for cheap. That's how I see it. They're
but
not
you know what?
stupid.
Like, look,
They
look.
probably feel like
This is the issue, though. It's like, look, think about this. These guys are quicker to flip a manager and get the guy they want to put their football project in the hands of than they are to do the most basic of things and get a front of shirt sponsor. Like, if
I
you
don't see
ask
it that
me,
way.
yeah, I think
Mhm.
that's important for revenue, but I think the managerial appointment is more important than a front of shirt sponsor. And look how many managers they've been through and how quickly they change their mind and how quickly they pick their next one when and I'm not talking about whether or not Maresca wanted to leave or he didn't. That's not what I'm just saying when the manager leaves or when he's sacked, whatever it is, they're so quick to move on to the next one. And look, a front of shirt sponsor is like the most basic of things, you know?
No, but
So
you can't compare the two of them. It's a different thing. You need a new manager as soon as you can.
of course.
Yeah.
But I'm saying
Otherwise,
they look how many they've gone through and how fast they move, but 3 years and they can't get a permanent sponsor. So yeah, you have to look at it singularly. And again, coach, I really honestly believe this is where you and I differ. If I looked at that by itself, I would probably be in total agreement with you. But it's just the way that I see things, in my opinion, when I look at it against the backdrop of everything else, it makes it look far worse. And it's just a symptom of a larger issue.
and
You know,
you
it's
you
almost
do
like
have
the
every right
fans
to
need to
see it
be
like
singing
that.
to the
Yeah.
ownership, you don't know what you're doing, instead of Maresca. You know, I want to see. Oh, like it's just it's a lot, man. It's a lot, and it just doesn't. I mean, they can't even agree amongst themselves. I mean, they just. I don't know that they know what they're doing at all, and it's like maybe they're figuring it out along the way, but it's like the club has to suffer big time while they have their little playground experiment. You know, like I'm just frustrated, man. I
I
understand I'm probably
understand.
a
I
little
see
more
that you're
emotional
frustrated.
than normal because, all this is still fresh. But that comment right there, I mean, that is a very, very valid point. And whether most people are complaining about that or not, again, like it's a very telling symptom of this. Like, what are you guys doing? Like, what exactly do you want? And
Tony, sorry, let me come in for a sec. Sorry, Tony.
yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
What's
You please do, because if you don't, I'll keep going. Go ahead, Dante.
what's um what's Clear Lake's background?
It's making money. That's pretty much
So
it.
you exactly. So you think they would lose money, but not. You think they're doing it on purpose, not putting. You think they don't want a shorter
No,
foot,
I don't think they're doing it on purpose, but I think they look. I think they look like they're out of their depths in the football world, is what I think.
Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with business. The business side I'm talking about, business side of things. Aren't they experts in the business side of things?
I mean, Dante, how many club owners are experts on the business side of things? They don't seem to have a
Depends
problem.
what their background is. Depends what their
They
background is.
don't
Some
seem
of
to have
them
a
No,
are.
but their
problem.
case
Like,
is different. They're serious businessmen, and in terms of getting the best sponsorship, I'd say I'm not concerned.
put it this way: instead of getting, say, an Oracle for 10 million a season, well, maybe they've got something in the pipeline already worked out for next season at or 30 million a season. So they don't care if they don't have a show sponsor for the next 2 years because
And
Okay,
they've
tell
already.
me
let's
this then.
assume
Why do they keep
hypothetically that
briefing the
that's the
press that they're
case.
about to
By the
get one
time
and then
they
it doesn't
get
work out?
that one, by the time they get that one you're talking about, it cover everything they've missed.
And some probably.
Yeah, exactly. They're just not in a rush. You cannot tell me we haven't had this we've looked at and say feel like we're bigger than this, which you could argue under Roman, they would just take it because it was never. They don't. They Roman Chelsea was like a toy to him.
Correct. A big difference. These guys, if that
Difference.
was not their background, I wouldn't.
And
I would
maybe
be.
that has led to us, you could say, dealing with, you could say, low budget deals for a while, which these guys looked at and felt like, what have we been doing here? And that Chelsea,
Yeah.
maybe they feel like Chelsea, as a club as Chelsea, should be earning a lot more from shirt sponsorship. But because Romani was never about the money, they probably didn't care how much the sponsors were paying us. I'm glad
Um.
you brought up this, Tony, the way you brought it up. But I've
Yeah. Yeah.
always
It's
not,
important.
for me, it has never been an issue for me. But we're waiting to hear from Dante's opinion because I've spoken about it, you've spoken about it. I think it's important we hear from Dante.
Yeah.
I wish Jay
It's
was
not.
on the panel.
Yeah, it's not for me either. I don't see it. If that was not their background and they're so good at doing that, I don't see a problem. They'll have a contingency plan. They'll know they're probably waiting for something. They probably already have something and they're waiting for it. And they don't mind waiting for it because when that comes, they know they probably know the value. It's going to be 10 times probably better going forward as well. So they're very tactical and strategical with finances like that. I don't see, I mean, this is their background, what they do. I don't see it as a problem at all.
That's
And it's not
actually on
like
the list of my problems, but I can understand
yeah, yeah, yeah.
where Tony is coming from. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, some fans care about that. A lot of them don't. I'm actually happy that the shirt that I got with the World Cup badge, the white shirt with the green, has no sponsor on it. I think it's the best shirt ever without any sponsorship on it. Thank God. So in that sense, I'm very happy. But also, if this, like I said, if this was not their background, their expertise, yeah, I maybe question it, but because what they do and how they forecast and how they take risks business wise, they've got something in the pipeline, probably for next year, and they didn't want to take this deal now because there's no point. There's no point for them taking it, probably because the other one's way better, and they're maybe just waiting for it. So I trust them when it comes to that side. I think that's one thing they're very, very good at is the finance side of things. I think there's no problem there in my personal opinion. But yeah, I
I,
can
I,
understand why fans are worried. That I don't think it's right.
I think sometimes we lie unnecessarily. T0012 says fines in London should protest if they want to. I'm not stopping anybody from protesting against the owners of the team by not going to the games. The team has been the latter part. What caught my attention is the latter part of your comments here, which reads. Which reads that the team has been in ruins since the time of these owners. I disagree. Did you say the same thing after we won even the Conference League and the Club World Cup and made it to top four? Did you say that? Did you say the same thing when we beat Barcelona and the big? No, you probably started feeling this way after the recent poor results and things seem not to be. You could say it does. Is of late. You could say that things have looked as if we're not going to recover from them. So the mood in the within the community changed, leading to a lot of people not remembering, that we've made some progress. Actually, the question is whether we built on that progress we made last season. We built on it this season. I'd say we haven't really, because some factors led to us struggling. But to say that the team has been in ruin since they joined us, that's not the truth.
Can I ask you and Dante something?
Yeah.
Like, keep in mind, I am well aware that our opinion of the ownership doesn't mean anything, right? Like, there's nothing. I know that. Like, it doesn't matter whether we like them or hate them. That doesn't matter because there's nothing we can do. But out of curiosity for your guys' opinions, like overall, and this is two part. The first one is, do you support them? I don't mean, financially. I just mean with your heart and with your fandom. Like, are you behind what they're doing? Do you believe in them? And and the second part is, no, I don't think I don't believe in them, but also, like, I don't think the club's been in ruins since they had it, because we won the Club World Cup and the Conference League, and that made me really happy, obviously. But also, like, Maresca was the coach that won that for them. He got their only trophies since being owners, and
And can
so
we be specific? They've won a lot more. And I get it. It's common. It's a common occurrence for us not to count the trophies the women's team have won.
what's that?
It's
The
a
women's
common
team, yeah.
occurrence for us not to count the trophies that the women's team.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
But I
they've
guess
won
it's
more
just
than
like
two
they're
trophies.
such serial winners. Like, that doesn't surprise me. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
But our men's team was in the middle. I mean, they didn't really do that to the women's team. They came into the men's team and completely revamped that. Because they weren't serial winners. So the men's team results are more indicative of them, because they're the ones that chopped and changed that more, because it wasn't working out. But you know who got them their only trophies? Maresca. So no, I don't think it's been
It wasn't just Maresca, sorry,
ruins.
Tony. It's all of them together. If we're
Right,
going from
Maresca
what
and the players, but I'm saying he was the manager that got
and
them
the
the only
directors.
trophies they have, and now he's gone. And so
Yeah.
what I'm getting at is, like, I know, I know you guys well enough to trust you that you This is one thing I love about you guys. You're extremely level-headed. Please understand, like I very much appreciate that. But I'm just curious, like,
Yep.
do you guys still believe in these guys and back them? Do you think they still deserve like chance after chance? Are you just about fed up? I'm just trying to gauge because I haven't been a part of all of the conversations in the past few days. I've joined late a couple times. I'm just trying to gauge like the temperature of like where you guys are with them. Like, do you consider this successful? Do you consider, are you like in the middle, like, well, back in the drawing board, I'll back them no matter what? Or are you just kind of fed up, like kind of somewhere along that scale? Like, what do you guys think?
Can I go first,
Because I don't
Coach?
want to
Yeah, go
assume that you
ahead. Go
guys
ahead,
are just
Andrew.
blindly defending them.
Go ahead.
Yeah, definitely not blinding defending. That's definitely not
Yeah.
at all. So, my answer is yes. I still do believe in them, and I believe them from the start, and I still do. Why? Because they set out a plan and a project, and there's a time frame, and they've stuck to it. Everything is exactly what they're saying. They haven't changed anything. They're going to stick to it. Now, if they continue that after they promise that they won't, well, that's a different thing. I will say definitely the other. I'll be up against them as well. But from the start, from the first game at Chelsea, letters went out for every single fan, for all the members, for everyone, explaining what they're gonna do, how long it's gonna take, and please be behind it. But we know that that didn't happen because for multiple of reasons. But basically, they said after 5 years, around the 5 year mark, the plan is it's a 5 year project. And yes, I actually agree with them that we needed a turnover, we needed a restart, we needed something fresh and to change it around the model. I'm actually happy they went the youth route because I think I saw a lot of things coming up in football financially with PSI and all that. They needed to change to adapt to that. So I was on
And a lot
board
of clubs
with
are
it.
actually adopting that approach.
Now, yeah, we're a bit of ahead of the curve with that one. We were ahead of everyone, so we closed all those loopholes.
Mm.
Sorry, those loopholes have been closed now, but we took advantage of those. So,
Right.
uh, yeah, I'm still backing them, and I backed them from the start, and I think it was necessary what they did, and it has slowly taken shape, and it's going to take shape even more next year and the following year. I think it's when it's going to really blow up because all of our players will be in their prime then. They're
Next
still
year is actually the
24.
year I said we were going to be contending for the
Yeah,
title.
yeah, yeah. Even
I
next
mean
year,
it.
I
I
expect,
haven't
yes.
changed my
So
But the
you
opinion on
plan
guys
that
was
do
a
whatsoever.
think
5 year
we're
plan.
closer to winning the league than we were when they came?
Let me just finish. There's a 5 year
Okay. Okay.
plan. 5 years, they said this is going to happen for 5 years, basically. After that, they will add to this team. And when that policy is going to be gone, and they're going to add star players to the team to make sure it stays, they're all in their prime to stay together and add star players to it. That's when they're going to spend some money on some stars if they're going to be
Okay. I
available like
missed that. When
superstars.
did they say that?
At the start of it, and a letter went at the first Premier League game when they
Hmm.
joined, went to every person at the stadium. It went out to members. They
Because
laid
I
out their
remember them
plan. People,
saying this is a 10-year project, but I don't remember
no,
them marking out, because they
five
called it, what was
years.
it, Project like 2030 or whatever?
No, that's still they have a 10 year thing. That's how much they signed. They can only sell the club after 10 years, or
Right.
some other things
So
they
I
can
was
do.
under
Yeah,
the impression that it was over like I didn't know that there was like a halfway mark where they're like, here's where we're going to,
yeah. To be
significantly
competitive
change our
and to
approach.
compete and to start challenging for titles and to keep that sustained success at those titles, they know
Start
you
winning
can't bring.
consistently.
Yeah, winning consistently and staying at the top for a long period of time when our players will be 25, 26 in their prime. Well, then we'll have a 6, 7 year window of basically challenging and winning, trying to win everything. Yes, they won't be signing, they'll still sign every now and then a youngster, but when that happens, when those players, because otherwise those players will leave, I'm sure everyone can agree with that, they will leave. What do you think these players are still here? They haven't gone because they know what's coming around the corner. They know they were sold on the project. That's why they joined the club, a lot of them. They knew that's why Enzo Fernandez, all these core players are still there.
Right,
They'll
right.
they'll go. They'll go now if that's not the case. You'll see them go now, follow Maresca if they know that's not the case. But they bought into it because that's what they agreed with, and we paid a lot of money for them. They're getting rewarded for it. But I think they all know the project from next year and the year after, especially, is gonna really go into overdrive. And like I said, they said they will sign superstar. This is something. Look, you're in America. You know the Dodgers. This is what they did with the
Yeah,
Dodgers as
yeah,
well, Tony.
yeah,
They
yeah.
signed all the young players. They did the same. They waited till they peaked, and then when they peaked, they signed Otani. They signed what's the other Mookie Betts, superstar signings on top. And what have they done the last 3-4 years?
Yeah, win trophies, exactly. Yeah.
So
Correct. And this is what they said they're going to do with Chelsea. It was from the start they made it clear, but along the way people are forgetting it. So that's why I'm still backing it.
Well,
If it comes to
mhm.
that, and then they don't follow that in the next couple of years, of course. But for me, I'm still. They said they're not backing away from the project. There's going to be bumps,
Here's
and yeah.
no, Joe. Here's my one concern though: is like if all that's the case, and you just gotta hang tight a little bit longer, okay. But like, do you guys feel that whether it's the
mind
manager's
you, I haven't
choice?
answered the question.
Yeah, let coach answer.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, something I want to say. Um, the project wasn't, you could say, the way we operated under Roman made it very difficult for a lot of Chelsea fans to adapt to the way things have changed.
Hmm.
I'm not taking anything away from Roman. I loved Roman Abramovich. I loved everything he achieved. And if I see the opportunity for such to happen again, I say do it. Then we'll deal with the consequences later. I don't care how he did it. But we weren't prepared for Chelsea to be run the way clubs are run. Even at that, they came in, they showed their intent
Hmm.
by signing the players they signed at the time, Koulibaly and how much we had him on, Raheem Sterling and how much we had him on. Who else? They showed their intent.
Aubameyang.
Yeah, whether it worked or not, that's an argument for another day.
Right.
Then, when they realize the football has changed from a financial perspective,
Hmm.
because these guys, as I've always told people, they didn't become billionaires by being dumb. They do
Right.
know
Of
how to be
course.
patient.
Of
They're
course.
not into what's it called, uh, instant gratification. And then what happens later? So they took a proactive approach. They started the approach of signing a lot of. Then they understand the projects a lot more than I do. But this aspect, I understand. The moment they started doing that, I took a step back and said, "What are they doing?" And paid attention that there's PSR, FFP. It's not a matter of being the richest club in the world.
Hmm.
Irrespective of how much you have as an entity, as a club, there are limits to how much you can spend, which is the effort by football governing bodies to level up the playing field. So what they did is they found loopholes, signed a bunch of good players, a lot of them.
By the way, that plan was always in place. They were going to implement the youth plan anyway, a couple of years into the ownership, but they just did it a bit earlier because obviously it didn't work out from the
It didn't
start,
work out. So
getting those players.
now they
Yeah.
took a proactive approach, signed a lot of good young players, and they're still doing it. Every time you hear about an emerging talent, Chelsea are almost always, you could say, in the battle for that person. Because we know we can sign them, send them out on loan somewhere, continue to
Hmm.
develop them, which is the reason why we're buying sister clubs where we can easily send some of those players. I know there's a limit to how many players you can send out on loan, but at least the best of the best will be sent to certain clubs where we have certain measure of control and ensure they're playing and continue developing, which you could argue at the end will be plug and play, aka Andrea Santos. Sometimes like we did in the case of Estavo, finish there, stay one more season with them. So I think his age was a factor at the time. And I kept telling people at the time, I see where this is going. We're actually being ahead of time. We're being proactive, given the way football has changed from a financial perspective. That I told people that a lot of clubs will start copying that. What are
Yeah,
Manchester
for sure.
United doing now? They're copying that. And we
Yeah.
started that before PSG. They're copying. A lot of people saying at the time, we want to be another Leipzig. No, I knew that wasn't the case. They want to achieve something that at certain point will start winning and start winning consistently. And they're doing that. And one thing that's something else I wanted to say. You see everything that's happening this season, the inconsistency. I expected it, which was why when we were on the panel with Bans, you were on the panel too, Tony. When Bans was saying, we're going to win the Premier League this season, I said, no, we were second. We were sitting second, right? At the time in the table. I said no. You said no. I think Nata told him no. It's not going to happen because I'm following the project beyond results.
Right.
I know the measure of progress we've made. Maresca winning those titles we won yesterday, down to his tactical ingenuity, true. Also, the players we have, the quality of the players we have, and winning the title, the two trophies in itself, two huge progress in terms of the mentality of the players. Because once
Right.
you win a title, definitely you want more.
I think,
We've
yeah.
went from not being able to control games to be able to controlling games perfectly. We went from not being able to win dirty to winning dirty under Maresca, irrespective of what we're going through. So I want to go back to what I wanted to say. The last thing I wanted to say, what we are experiencing right now, I expected it to happen because I know we're as much as we've made progress, we're not quite there yet. But do I think maybe it happened a lot more than I had expected. That is just a difference. We're actually, you can argue, just one central defender away for being title contenders. Honestly.
Um,
But that is my opinion. A lot of people don't see it the same way. They want to win, and you cannot say, let me explain something else. You cannot tell me they don't want to win and spend how much they spent. Are they stupid? You cannot say they're here from profit. Okay, how much have they gotten? You cannot say they're here to flip players to make profit. Flipping players won't even be enough to cover the salaries of the players we have, even
mm-mm.
though we don't pay too much, even though we have all the players on heavily incentivized salaries. Flipping players alone will not even help them break even, let alone make a profit, which is the sort of lies people peddle, or maybe you could say throw around, big accounts to throw around, and some people who don't have the time to like look beyond what big accounts tell them to think for themselves will go, yeah, they're here for the profit. What sort of profit? They know eventually, yeah, they want to make profit, but they know it won't happen now. They know it's a result driven business. They know without winning anything, you're not going to attract big name sponsors. They know that. They know in football, a result driven business, profit is non existent if you don't get results. I've seen some people trying to explain it beautifully in a manner that it's believable to someone that doesn't have the time to think for themselves. Saying as long as we're making it to top four, that'll be enough to make for them to make gain. Make how much gain? How much do we make from our stadium? Yeah, but that's my opinion. I believe in the project. Has it been perfect? Absolutely not. Has it been a failure? No, it hasn't.
Well, so I agree with a lot of that. But my two caveats that I kind of want to clarify are number one, like I know that they're businessmen and they know how to make money, which, like probably gives rise to the people who don't support them and say they're just here to make money because that is their background. That's not necessarily what I think.
I know
The,
your
fir-
point is that you feel
the
like they've not been doing things the right way.
the first part is like I don't doubt that they don't have experience with American teams or that they don't know how to make money like and make smart decisions. Obviously they do. Obviously if anybody was messing things up, the Clear Lake board or the other consortium would vote them out. I get so everybody that's on there is there because they're trusted and they have proven results and they know how to make profit and make money and do business. I don't, how could anyone deny that? I think for me, all of the examples would show that like football's a different beast, and I don't know that they know how to do that. Maybe they'll figure it out, um, given time. But maybe they won't, and we just have to kind of suffer through it and hope. Which brings me to like the next
Yes,
point,
you know they're not going anywhere yet.
which is
You
like
know, you know they're not going anywhere
which
for at
yeah,
least 10
which
years.
brings me
So
to
the
the next
most
point,
sensible
which
thing would be to find a way to coexist peacefully and
which
support and make sure you can say, I dissent for the way the club is run or anything, and going to demonstrations that will end up, you can say, what's compounding the issues we're facing right now. But go ahead with what you're saying.
oh, which brings me to the next point. Like, if we're saying at the 5 year mark, there's going to be a notable transition,
I'm
and
sure we'll be contending for the
when we
title
go
next season.
into
I
the
haven't said this before, but I'm saying it now. I told people last season that we'll finish in the top four. We'll do a lot better than a lot of people expected us to do, and it happened. And I'm telling you guys, we'll be contending for the title next season because season after season, we've been doing better and better. Remember, this season isn't actually over. We
well,
still
see
have the
that
Champions League to play for,
that
FA Cup,
touches on
Carabao Cup.
what
But go ahead.
no, but that touches on where I'm going. I'm trying to go is that
No, I
the
just wanted to chip in that
yeah
that
the
aspect. Go
the
ahead,
the
bro.
5 year mark though, if that's like a notable change and we move into the latter phase or the next phase of this project, we're like, okay, we're gonna bring in some big names now, and this is the way it's going, and that's the transition point. Okay, well, we're 3 years in, and what I'm saying is all of the evidence of getting better and having case studies and examples of progress each year and of winning trophies, we're all with Maresca. So like now he's gone, and let's say we bring this guy in, like we're getting closer to that 5 year mark, and we're especially getting closer to a 4 year mark if you think we're gonna challenge for the title next year. And we're just now, not even yet, and we don't know for sure. Okay, I get that. But we're just now, let's just say hypothetically, we get Liam, then like they have to learn a new system and a new way of doing it. And even though it's not that different, there still are tweaks. And then they have to develop chemistry together. And if he likes certain players better than others, they're going to play more. Then the other players on the pitch have to learn how to get chemistry with them in that position. And then, so it's just
No,
like
there won't be a lot of
hold on,
changes.
we've been getting
There will
closer
not be
to
a lot
that
of
five
changes,
year
Tony.
mark. But with Maresca gone, and starting all over and trying another gamble experiment again on a guy who's won nothing. I'm just saying we can't predict the future, but it's like another huge risk, and we were finally gaining traction, and it just feels like 2 to 3 steps backwards to take a step forward. So my point is like all of this, most of these marked successes and advances forward were with Maresca, and like now, not only are we getting someone who has also won nothing, who hasn't even, you know, uh, managed at this level, just like Maresca, of course, but at least Maresca, like he comes from, I mean, he comes from Pep, so there's a little pedigree in his training, so he's probably got a little leg up on Liam right there. But then Liam comes and it's just like when they have to adapt again, It's just like a setback. And so what I'm saying is like if this big transition is supposed to happen at year 5, or we're even going to challenge for the title like you think next year, wouldn't that be contingent on like everything just going off without a hitch for Liam? Like these guys just pick it up right away, but no, we've seen from history like if there's like a reset, you have to like learn the system again. There's new chemistries, and then so I'm just saying like it's really putting that plan in jeopardy to like make this change now and to go for someone even of a lesser profile, you know? So it's like
Tony, do
it's
you
not looking
know
good,
that
and these
Rosenior
timelines
is
you
more
guys are laying
experienced? Do
out
you
like
know,
it's
Tony? Do
putting
you
that
know
in
that
big
Rosenior is
jeopardy,
more
you know?
experienced than Maresca? What Maresca has over him is trophies right now. Yeah,
And pro
yeah.
and
So we're
his
not starting
background, what do you
afresh
mean?
here.
He's been
Listen.
around.
I didn't want him. I didn't want him because that aspect of his approach, him not you can say not being pragmatic enough, which I think he's smart enough. By the time he starts off as Chelsea manager, he'd make necessary adjustment to his approach to not risk. You could say get
But
Premier
you
League managers
think so?
taking him to court.
Your prediction of us challenging for the title next year, I just want to be clear, is your gamble on the fact that he's going to figure it out quickly, and get the best out of these guys, and do better than he's ever done before, and get the couple of exact new players that he needs over the summer. Because that's
Let me
basically what's
explain
going to have to
something.
happen if we're challenging next year.
Let me explain something. Maybe there's a way I will answer that question. If Maresca had the let's say Maresca had at Chelsea the squad he had at Leicester City, do you think he'd win the Club World Cup?
Oh no.
Thank you. So chances are Rosenior with Chelsea squad, a much better squad than the Strasbourg squad, chances are he'd do well. I'm not saying certainly that will be the case. He if we hire him, it's his job to prove that yeah, actually he can. So there's no telling. And this is why I like giving people a chance. And I'm gonna say this. I've said this before. I can't fight what I cannot change. I move on like this, like before you snap your finger, because
Sure.
I know I cannot change it suddenly. I move on.
Sure.
I didn't want him. I've watched him. He's innovative in his approach. But I've said 1,000 times, he's just not ready. Needs more experience. But
Hmm.
because now it's gonna happen, and me saying, expecting, you could say, us going for a more experienced manager, it's just because yeah, a more experienced manager, you'd have a lot more trust on that manager to achieve results. But that's not saying certainly that Rosenior will not survive at Chelsea. He's
Right.
gone. Here's the thing: if we're going by that alone, he's gone toe to toe with Luis Enrique's PSG several times, and in most cases gave a good account. You could say could have won a lot more than he's won against them if he knew how to be pragmatic. I'm saying this even after explaining to you that I didn't want him
Hmm.
because I felt like he should spend more time there.
Right.
And that's my opinion because he could come in now and shock a lot of people. Before Pep took over Barcelona, he was Barcelona's team, what do you call it, La Masia manager. What happened when he took over the first team? Because he had the opportunity to work with a lot more squad, and because he was an innovative thinker, was able to achieve a lot with them. But you could argue some people probably before he took over the first team were questioning his ability. And this is the same thing I preached when Enzo Maresca took over.
Right.
But in this case, I wasn't that much concerned as much as I'm, again, my concerns at the time don't measure the sort of concern I have over Rosenior because in this case, he worked with Pep the season they won everything. And at Leicester City, with what he had, he won it. Forget what people were saying at the time. They were just throwing around the narratives that they heard from the big Chelsea content creators that were saying he nearly bottled it. Did he bottle it? No, he didn't. He did well enough to garner enough points that even after they started struggling, they were still able to win it. But I digress. My
Yeah,
point
well,
is, there's no way to say certainly he's going to fail or certainly he's going to do well. It could go either way.
yeah, I just think that like you just listed a lot of unknowns there and kind of affirmed that, and you're just saying, hey, you're going to give him a check. Like, yeah, that's
I mean,
fine. But what I'm
I can't
saying
change the
is like,
fact that, yeah.
what do you have to go on other than and you admitted there's a lot of unknowns. So like, what do you have to
No,
go
not a
on
lot of unknown on his end.
other
Not
than
a lot of
things just
unknowns.
work out perfectly that we're going to be challenging for the title next year?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. That is if he stays here. We've heard from rich money makers that part of his contract will be a 6 month period where they see if it's going to work out or not. Irrespective of what happens, I don't think anything changes how our squad have matured.
No,
It doesn't. So in
no.
this case, something I want to say clearly here now, I have one issue. And even the fact something that Jay explained when he was on the panel, that he's good at looking at the squad he has and adapting his structure, his approach, which Thomas Tuchel did. And we won good stuff under him, and we did well under him.
Mhm.
So the fact that he's that sort of manager that looks at the squads available at his disposal and make necessary changes to get the best out of his player, that's a plus. And the fact that from what I've seen, I'd say he's a very smart manager. And my biggest concern, as I've made it clear, that he doesn't know how to be pragmatic. That I've seen him lose. I've seen them lose games from a winning position, which I think that had he tweaked
Yeah.
things a bit to play with a more cautious approach, that they would have won those games. But I've seen enough to know that he's smart enough
Can
to
you
make necessary
elaborate on
adjustments
precisely?
to not play in the Premier League with that high risk approach. He will get exposed. That gives me
Yeah.
hope. So it's not doom like a lot of people are making it out to be.
Can you elaborate on because you've mentioned that a lot? Can you elaborate on precisely your thought or specific examples or certain traits that he exhibits that makes, like I said, I'm probably the least informed on his coaching style on this panel, but what I will say is you had mentioned you don't think he's pragmatic enough multiple times, whereas like Dante and maybe Jay, someone else mentioned like he'll do three at the back, he can go four at the back, he'll play two sixes, he'll play two tens. So from their approach, it sounds like he can be adaptable, but from your opinion, you feel like he's not pragmatic enough to do what needs to be done. So like I was just this is not like I'm like genuinely curious. Like, what are some of your opinions as to why he's not pragmatic enough?
The games
What have
I've
you seen or
seen,
not seen?
like the games I've seen, the games that I'm quite sure on under normal circumstances, under Maresca, Mourinho, the more even Mikel Arteta, Unai Emery, we say more managers that you're winning a game 2-0, and decide, you know what, okay, we're winning 2-0. We can
Let's
play
put
with a
it in
more
cruise control.
listen, for
Yeah.
instance, we can play with a more pragmatic approach. They're down 2-0. They'll be coming at us, but we still have to be cautious because the fact that they're coming at us, they're going to create a lot of chances and can get goals. You know what? Let's add one more, a second number 6, and have them operate in a traditional manner. Let the
Hmm.
attackers do their thing. Or maybe seek control by slowing things a bit,
Right.
slowing things down
So,
a
so,
bit.
so, from your opinion and what you've witnessed, you feel he has not shown you enough to make you totally comfortable that that his in-game management or his adaptive changes
I
in
wouldn't call it.
match.
It's not. It's not. It's just a deliberate. It's a deliberate thing. It's not a lack of him knowing that he can change things and play. You can say play with a more balanced approach, not to risk too much.
Right. So you're saying like he's like we're up, it worked. Why change it?
You know how Pep used to play
Why
before,
change it? Why
but
fix it
Pep
if it's
has
not
changed now.
broke?
Tony, you know Pep before that doesn't just it's always attack, attack, attack all the time,
Yeah,
90
yeah, yeah, yeah.
plus minutes. But he's changed now. He's become a little more pragmatic now. Even at that,
Mhm.
he's still struggling to get results in most cases. He plays in a manner, if they're winning, even sometimes, even when it's one, I've seen him make defensive changes just to, see it out.
Mhm.
This guy doesn't do that from what I've seen.
Right. Okay. Yeah. That's
Exactly.
what I
So,
mean.
but I
Like
think he'd know that the Premier League is a different ball game.
you're saying though that like when he's up, he's like, no, we're good here because we're up, and then teams come back on him, and he's like, no, I'm gonna stick with this way because it worked. And
Yeah, let's
your
Dante's still on the panel.
concern
Let's
is
have him
that
come in. I think he will add to that.
your
They started
concern is
following
that
him
Yeah.
before I
he,
did. Dante, let's hear you.
yeah,
Yeah, Tony, that's right. A bit like Ange Postecoglou, you know how he plays the high line no matter what, 9 men,
yeah,
10 men.
yeah.
Yeah, so he likes.
Even with 3 men, Angie will still play a high line.
Yep.
Sorry, I
Yeah,
know
so
he's your uncle.
that's deliberate for a reason, because he wants to make his team play that way, to know to play, make mistakes, learn from it, and just keep doing it, because eventually, then they get the hang of it, and they can actually execute it properly. So you can't execute if you don't try, and that's what he tried to do at Tottenham. Exactly what he tried to do, and that's what Rosenior's doing as well, because he even said it in his last interview. Go watch his last interview. I think it was Sky, not on Sky. I can't remember. This is exactly what he says in the interview. I got the freedom to play like that. I will continue to do so. So my players can learn. Doesn't matter if we lose. Doesn't matter if we draw. Doesn't matter if we win. Uh, this is my freedom, my expression. This is how I want to play, and I want those players to enter it in, basically in the DNA. If you understand what I mean. So that's what Andrews. That's what he tried to do at Tottenham. It didn't quite well. It didn't work out, but he did win a trophy, so it kind of did work out in a way. But yeah, he kept trying to uh, experiment a bit too much, and you can't do that in Premier League. Basically, like Coach said, can he get away in in France because there's no expectation on him? He can lose, and he won't lose unless he loses 10 games in a row. He probably won't lose his job. He's got that freedom of expression, and he wants his players to learn that, to be automatic. Doesn't matter if you lose 5-0. Doesn't matter if you're 2-0 up and then you lose 3-2, because he thinks in the long term that will benefit the team, and they will learn, and they'll be much better to execute that. So it's just a philosophy, and that's why a lot of coaches go that way, and he works very well. Ange Postecoglou. I was a season ticket holder in Australia when he coached here. He went on
Mm.
like a 3-4 year unbeaten run doing that. But it took him a bit. It took him in his third season, his team only got it. And then they were unbeatable for the next 4 seasons, basically back to back to back to back to back, playing the same way, high line, because the players knew he had to go through the bumps first and the mistakes. Then the players knew. So that's exactly what Racing is doing. But that's why I worry, Church worries, that in the Premier League, you can't do that, and
Mm-mm.
you're not going to get that time to do that.
Mm-mm.
They,
Yeah,
they,
so I mean, the jury's out big time. If anything, after hearing you guys both go, it just seems like I don't know. Maybe it's just
Well, yeah,
me,
he needs to
but
change it.
it's more up in
He
the
needs
air
to
than
change his
even I
approach,
thought.
basically. Yeah,
So like,
I mean,
coach
not a lot of
again,
changes needed, really.
coach
Just
again
find a
though.
way to play
What
with a more
what
cautious approach and not
what
all
makes you
risk,
so
risk, risk, risk,
confident that
risk.
we'll be challenging for the title next year, coach? That again, I bring it back to that
I
because it
say it's gonna
sounds like
happen.
since we've talked,
I'm not
there
gonna
are
change that.
more unknowns than there are certainties.
We will be fine. We actually have a very good squad. The only
Of
area
course
where
we
I
do.
say we lack, and I'm concerned, is the defensive area. And you could argue bringing back as
Striker.
Firmino alone does it, and Levi Colwell will be back.
Hmm.
and
Yeah,
we've got a striker coming as well
and we
already.
got Emera
Oh yeah,
coming.
yeah. Who is it? Amiga? Is that?
Yeah,
Am I?
Omega. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah. And he plays for Liam right now, does he not?
correct. He knows the system very well.
Okay, that's helpful.
Yeah, so let's
Yeah.
let's get into nothing new has emerged except that it's getting closer and closer. Um, this one here. Let me read
Let me
this.
just let me answer. Sorry, let me answer Tony's one with the next season. I think that was if Maresca stayed and we go in the right direction, probably that would. I think this obviously is a bit of a setback. It just
Yeah.
depends how this coach takes it, how it works.
Yeah.
But don't think BlueCo, that Clear Lake are sentimental and they won't, at the end of the season, if it's not working, they won't
Oh,
let this
for
coach and
sure.
use this opportunity to find a proper coach as well. Don't think they're not going to do that,
Yeah,
because I
that's a
think
good
they will do
point.
that.
But
Yeah.
and then coach, I want you to go on, but I seriously, because I just that leads me to the, I think, unless something else comes up, the only other question I was going to ask today, like, eh, let
It's a setback, yeah.
I know that I'm not stoked about this, but I'm just saying I also want to be clear, like. I can't think. I mean, a lot of people, oh, Oliver Glasner, blah, this, that. Look, I can't think of another like really renowned, proven coach that's available right now that I could say, oh, he's the definite guy that I want. So I guess my thing is like, there's a lot of new and up and coming managers, but let's say we even got rid of Liam, like, or we didn't get him. Like, I mean, who is available that would want to come,
Exactly.
that is
There
worth
isn't.
it, that is not tied down, you know. Like, it's kind of like our striker situation. There's not a lot of outstanding, like, out and out number nines left anymore. So I remember that, for several years now, like, we were just like, well, who's available, and if they are, like, aren't they too old, it's like, so, but with a manager, it's just like your classic man. Pep is the one of the last of a dying breed. It's like upcoming now, and honestly, most of the guys out there are kind of a gamble, I guess, and if they're not, like, their hearts are somewhere else, like, Zidane's not going to come, like, Xavi's not going to come probably. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah, Tony,
I'm
this
trying
is
to play
a
devil's advocate
cycle.
with myself here, and that is like,
Yeah.
look, or with anybody, it's like he doesn't seem like the best appointment at all. But I mean, given who's available and who would come and who wants to take it on, it's just like they don't
Well, that's it.
necessarily have all the pedigree either, and they're a bit of a gamble as well. I think the difference is somebody like Glasner, like he has some Premier League proof, but I mean that's it. So I don't know who we would get. Like, it's just, that's another reason though why I was so happy with Maresca. I was just like, I know there's a lot of people in the comments that hate him, but I've seen what he's capable of when all his guys are firing and they're fit and there's no match rust out, you know what I mean? And he's psychologically and emotionally doing well because he's getting on with the club. So I know what he's capable of. But now it's just kind of terrifying, and I think that's why it bothers me a little more. It's not just because he's gone and who we're getting in, but it's just like we kind of, given all given the situation out there, we weren't in the worst shape. You know what I mean, with him there. But now it's just like I mean, it's just we're into the unknown now. It's like I don't.
Here's
It's
one
like all
thing.
bets are off. I don't know who would be a good manager.
Here's one of the reasons why I'm not really concerned. He's English, even coaching in the championship. I think he's well acquainted with how unforgiving the Premier League can be.
Hmm.
He knows that. I think
He knows the culture. Yeah, he knows
he
it very
knows
well.
the culture. So I think probably, in some sense, you could argue he's less of a risk than any manager that's coming from outside the league. Because I get it. For instance, let me say the case of Slot. He came from outside the league. I get it. One of their biggest issues is a lot of changes. But other aspect of it, I get they won the league the season before, but the truth remains, I don't think you can argue that was off of a squad built by Klopp. Right now, I think he's getting proper education with regards to how unforgiving the Premier League can be. He's learning a lot, but this guy, he already knows it. It gives me hope that he makes necessary adjustments to learn to play with a more balanced approach rather than risk a lot and get exposed. Saying says, but the last most successful England manager in Chelsea was in year 1988. Italy is the best, followed by Germany, Portugal, and then Netherlands and Spain. True, unfortunately. But here's the thing You only don't
It's
give a
very true,
manager.
but very short term as well. The
Yeah.
lowest percentage, as in short term.
Mhm.
Yeah, Italy's number one in that too, as in.
Italy is number one, and the only Italian manager that didn't win anything with Chelsea is Tinkerman. That later get a chance. He got a chance to win a trophy with Leicester City. Here's the thing. I think if you're superstitious, then this matters. If you're not, it's just a coincidence. I don't know how anybody else sees it. I'm not superstitious. I say it's just a coincidence, but it's just the truth remains. It is worth mentioning, and you can argue how many English managers have actually won the Premier League itself. But I am not
Well, off the
superstitious.
top of my head, Fergie, but or right,
He's Scottish.
Fergie
got it.
is
Well,
a Scottish.
okay, let's say the British. I don't know.
Exactly,
You
yeah.
want to use a more general language to accommodate him.
I meant British, guys.
It is, I mean, it is, if you're superstitious, I can't say that word, then this should be concerning to you. So let's check if finally he's coming in, if they've hired him. I'm going to check. You guys can go ahead. There's a question here. There was somebody in the chat says win the Champions League with who? He mentioned win the Champions League with Garnacho and Gittins. With what players did we win the Club World Cup? How many goals did Madueke get for us? Yeah. If those guys were able to win again, Gittins is just a plus. Have we lost any player that played an integral part in us winning the Club World Cup? None. Did we?
Well, yeah, not really. I mean,
Madueke, coach. Bobby will say
well,
Madueke.
None.
that
What part did
that
he play at the Club World Cup?
that's loaded because if you want to be like, if you want to be technical about it, not big picture integral, but like a very integral part was when Nkuku took us ahead of Benfica. But
Yeah,
other
Nkunku.
than
Yeah,
that,
of course.
but I mean, that's kind of all he did. I mean, he did play a role,
But
but
that's huge,
that
though.
was that part was important.
Yeah, that's huge, though. So I just want to go check if he's coming soon. Like, yeah, it's not like we're waiting for the second coming of Jesus here. But the truth, we're not going to know when that one will happen. The Bible says he will come like a thief in the night.
Preach, coach.
Yeah, yeah. All of you think I don't know my Bible.
There's not
All of
many
you think I'm
options.
thinking that that's definitely going to go into the
Yeah,
H place, right?
100% you are, yes.
Yeah, I know my Bible, so don't worry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
um, just to Tony, yeah, just for everyone, basically, there is no coaches. There's no real managers available in January. It's a very hard market in January. One, they don't want to leave. Two, they have high release clauses. Three, they just don't want to come, really, basically. So yeah, look, it's very hard in January. There's not much options, and I think this came a bit. I don't know if they knew this was going to happen, because you think if they knew, they would have already started to talking to some coaches. So I don't think it was an expected thing that this was going to happen. I think this happened a little bit out of the blue. They probably thought they'll work it over, and then because
And
they would have been looking them from.
that really probably pissed them off.
It pissed them off, but I'm saying they didn't. I don't know. I don't think they started looking for another manager. I still think they thought probably Maresca will be here maybe till the end of the season at least, and can give him time. But obviously Maresca walked now, so because you think they would have looked from October then, because that's when he's end of October. They would have started looking already then, but they haven't. They were not. We haven't seen absolutely nothing. So that just tells me that it was very unexpected that it happened now in January. So because of that, there's not many options you can sign out there. There's no one. And yeah, look, the easy choice because of the connection is really Rosenior. That is the only, you're sort of that's the one that you can get because you can, it's your sister club, you can tell, to come, no problem. So I think that's, definitely set us back because of that. And that's one of the reasons I'm not happy about Maresca either, because he left now like that as well. I think that's it won't do him any favors going forward. So he could have stayed at least and, to the end of the season, or tell the club, and then we can look for a manager in that time. You know what I mean? If they came up to an amicable decision, okay, you can leave at the end of the season. That would have given us time at least to look for vet some proper coaches and maybe try to get it coached by the end of the season. You never know. We might still do that anyway, even if Rosenior comes. But I think that really set us back. Maresca leaving 100%.
We need people. We need 12 more likes to get it to 100. Let's make it happen. We'll wait a little bit more to see if they will wrap it up today, hire him today. Otherwise, we'll call it a day and continue following the story to tomorrow. But I think we still have a bit of time today. At least me, I'm here because probably the
Well, I
confidence
want to
my
weigh in.
wife is
I
at
want to
home.
weigh in on something Dante said is really important too. Is like we don't know that they can't. That, I wouldn't put it beyond them to get rid of him if he's not getting results. I agree. But we don't know. How the rest of the season is going to unfold and what's going to happen in the summer. And like Dante said, if he's not getting results, it's not beyond them to replace him with someone else. And plus, in the summertime, more players and managers are obviously in a position to move. But I just wanted to add to that and say, that's a really good point because, the like we keep thinking, oh, he's going to get this really long deal or whatever. Like we have no idea that. Well, I mean, it's got to be attractive enough for him to come to, now that I think about it. But I'm just saying, we don't know that whether they announce it or not, that when he comes, they're not viewing him as like a 6-month caretaker, just kind of on a trial. So, I mean, we just don't know. They could either, he might agree to that, and then they're like, hey, he's here for 6 months. We'll reevaluate him in the summer and if he does well, like we'll move forward. Or if he wouldn't go for that, maybe they're telling him what he wants to hear, but really they're just like looking to see how the rest of the season's going to go. So we don't know how long he's going to be here, and we don't know if they're going to be looking the whole time he's here either, right? Like especially if things
Yeah.
don't go that
And
well.
he's not going
So
to be expensive, Tony. Even if he gets, say, a 3, 4, even 5-year deal, he's not going to be expensive. He's going to be probably one of the lowest salary, on the lower side of a salary, if you know what I mean. So
I would hope so.
it, it would be. Well, he's got no credential. He's got nothing. He's not a Pep, or not even close to. Those guys cannot command salaries. Salaries like that. It doesn't happen, of course. So based on
Right.
his experience, it won't be much at all, his salary. So I don't think that financially would be a problem, in my opinion, because it won't be that much. It'll be tenable, basically. You'll be able to write it off, no problem, if you
So
go south.
if that's the case, Dante, it is more like an end of the season thing. Let's see if you're capable, then we'll continue with you.
Yeah,
If it's
either way,
like
yeah.
they're offering him a 6 months deal right now, it's more like them. Let's try it and see if it works.
They won't offer him that. There's no way that Rosenior would accept that, first of all. No
Because it
No.
will
sane
mean
coach.
there's no guarantee it works out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no sane
But
coach. You
maybe in
want to.
their minds they're
He
thinking
will
six
agree though on
months.
a long term deal because he gets money that way, even if it doesn't work out. So he will agree on a long term deal, no problem. Because hey, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. He experiences it a bit more. And what's the worst can happen to Rosenior? He gets fired after 6 months. Well, he can go to another Strasbourg level sort of club. No disrespect, but you know what I mean. He can go back
Yeah.
to where he was and continue his development. So it's not a. It's not, now that I think it's not a big risk for a senior. But if it does work out, well, then that's amazing. But even if it doesn't, one, you'll get money. Two, you'll go back to a club that you were at the level anyway.
If he leaves
So
Strasbourg, I don't think he goes back there again. Except
no,
if
I'm
it's
just saying a
No, that
Strasbourg
level.
level
He
club.
means like a like a mid-table club from like
Yeah,
another European league or something.
exactly. He
Or
will get
maybe
a
even
job,
a
no problem.
championship club. He might even be able to land that, you know?
Exactly. I mean, he would because he's still young as well. So
Right.
yeah, it's just up to Rosenior if he's going to take that risk and back himself. Very simple as that. But yeah, we'll
And
wait and
that
see.
is, see what we talked about yesterday. Nobody is certain whether it was a firing or him walking. So, but the Athletic is saying some sources have told the Athletic that Maresca resigned.
Yeah,
Other
yeah.
people at the club
Yeah,
say
yeah.
the decision was taken by them. I think
I told you yesterday. Remember,
it sounds
I think
more
it was
like, I
Sky
think it's
who
probably
reported
more
that.
likely, like you could say, maybe they've come to an agreement to just part ways, which reduces how much the severance fee, or if in fact he resigned, it, that justifies my argument that he already has something in motion
Right.
and just
Right.
wanted out to go
Correct.
take that
Right.
opportunity, and it looks like that's the case because
I don't think.
everything points to,
Co-
yeah,
I
he
don't think
said
they
that.
gave any money, coach. They wouldn't have given him any money. He would have just left. I guarantee you that. When it's like that, they're not going to give him money because he was already going to leave anyway. So I don't think they would have. He was always going to resign. They knew that, obviously.
And can we say something quickly? I want to say this. Um, let me say this. You see, all those fans that booed him,
Mm.
you could say your disdain for him. What would be the most accurate language to use?
Yeah,
Your
yeah,
hatred
that's right.
Yeah.
towards him, definitely a
Hatred, yeah,
contributing factor to him
100% in
wanting
my
to leave.
opinion.
Say
Yeah,
say that again, coach.
The hatred of some sections of the fan base
Mm-hmm.
towards Maresca,
Mm-hmm.
definitely one of the reasons why he wants to leave.
Possibly.
yeah. It just made his decision
Yeah,
easier.
that
He felt
last
no love
game
at
they
all.
booed
Yeah.
him.
But Bobby
You
also
know that
mentioned
last game they
yesterday that
booed
he
him.
goes to a lot of the matches and he didn't really hear a lot of hate like
No,
everyone
don't
was
worry about
thinking.
Bobby. Bobby hasn't been for a game for a while. It doesn't go that often. Uh, I can guarantee you, I can show you 100 messages now from season ticket holders that go to the game every week, and you want to see the stuff they say to Maresca at game time if they see him on the street. He gets he got quite a lot of abuse, etc.
They
And I
never
think
liked him. I don't think his
Why?
no,
case is
never
actually. I don't think his case is actually different from that of Pochettino. The difference is that he won something and was able to win over, well, some
correct.
of them. Some of them are
Yeah,
still very. You could say not. You could argue it's just they want to be proven right that he's not the man for the job,
yeah, yeah. Exactly right.
irrespective of
Yeah, coach.
how well we do. And I've said this before. I've had people block me because I was defending him.
What is their main concern with him though? Because I mean, until these last 7 games, I mean, even after the
The
Club
owners,
World Cup
Tony.
and
It's about the owners from the start. Remember from the protest, they hated the owners from the start. Never gave him a go.
right.
Maresca is one of those owners signing. It's their guy, sporting directors,
I
owner.
see. Yeah. So it's
Yes,
just
and
their
he's a
way to protest
championship
the
man.
ownership, and he's just a
Yeah,
vehicle for them to do that.
and plus he was a championship coach. How they're labeling him, so they never really
Yeah.
gave him a chance. So
But I mean, like
I mean,
his
the hate.
record was
Yeah,
impeccable overall. Like, I mean, after the Club World Cup and moving into the beginning of the season, like I
yeah,
think
yeah,
back when we drubbed like West Ham like 5 or 6-0, whatever it was, and if you looked at his record, then it's like they're like his only loss like since March was like his
yeah.
only two losses were like Arsenal and then that one against Fluminense when he was like experimenting too much, or was it not Flamingo? Yeah.
Tony, even if he won the Premier League, they'll still hate him because they can't be wrong. These people, do you understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Trust me. That's why I have to spend a lot less time on social media because it's too much, man. It's too
I
much.
wish it was
You'd like
just
to go
social
on and
media, but it's not. The problem is there's quite a good percentage that are season ticket holders that go to the games and do this. So that is the problem there. Yeah, how many times did we see this season as well? We're drawing 0-0 or 1-1 at halftime, and they're booing him at halftime,
yeah.
calling him bad names. You can hear the horrible, disgusting names.
Yeah, singing you
And like
don't
I
know
said,
what
I
you're
can show you
doing.
100 messages now from season ticket holders that go to the games every week, what they say and what they do, and what they think of him and Clear Lake. He's just one of those because Clear Lake, signed him. Enzo Fernandez is another one of those because so many people don't like him because he was the statement signing for Clear Lake. So
Right.
they never took to him
Yeah,
even
that makes
after,
sense now because I was just like, this dude is like, there's times where he just like plays the best form of his career for us, and like they're still complaining about him, and that makes sense now because I was like, well, why would you boo him, especially now? But that makes
especially
a
when he
lot of
had 25
sense.
GA. Yeah, he had 25
Yeah.
GA last season.
Good God.
I mean,
And then
it's
he turns
pretty, yeah,
around and like he gives it to Mount and he gives it to Madueke and like he slaps his
yeah.
badge and like I mean who's more passionate than him and Reese, you know? And they're the captains,
Mason
so that's
Mount,
fitting.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
He's exactly, but they don't care. You should see what that side of fan base, those season tickets holder, said when he got into Mason Mount's face.
Oh, I loved it. That was my
They
favorite.
hated it because it's Enzo and he's a Clear Lake, and they absolutely hate Enzo. It doesn't matter. Yeah, Enzo Maresca and Enzo Fernandez are Clear Lakes,
Yeah, these are the
the ones that
people
are,
that would be
yeah.
like, these are the people that would be like, I can't believe Mount, he betrayed us. I hope he breaks his leg. And then Enzo gets in his face and like, how could you do that to one of our former Academy legends? Like just because they want
No,
to get
no,
Enzo. Yeah.
you got it a little bit wrong there, Tony. It's Clear Lake that forced Mount out and all these players out. That's
Right.
what
Well,
they
I
think.
know, but I'm just saying, like, they're
Yeah.
all, yeah, I'm with you. I know that he wanted to go, but like that's their thing. And then all of a sudden they're defending Mount when like Enzo attacks him, and you're just like, what? You don't like Mount. You're just trying to get a cheap shot at Enzo. Yeah. Like, but
Yeah.
I felt that most of the fan base like loved Enzo for that, like most of the level-headed ones, because it wasn't that he needs to do that, but it just shows like how much he cares about where he is, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
that
And
he
you've seen him
wants to endear
crying in.
himself to the fans. Yeah.
You saw him crying at the Club World Cup after winning.
Yeah.
You saw him at the Conference League crying because
Yeah.
he's so passionate about it. Just tells you that
Yeah.
he leaves out everything on the pitch,
And the
and
Here's
club
the
then the
thing
believes
emotion
in
about
gets
him.
the
I
to him.
mean,
Premier
to
League
make
is
him vice
the club
captain.
loves him.
Yeah.
He's the assistant captain, and I think he remains the same irrespective of who comes in. He's one of our
Yeah.
best players. One of our,
Yeah.
you can say he's still very young, but one of our most experienced players. He's an excellent player. No player at the club has a vision that measures his.
Yeah, and I just wanted
And
to say, like,
one of the
even
main
though I
reasons
don't
why
like the ownership, I'm never
people
going
felt
to
like,
attack a player that's loves us and is doing well for us to get at them. Like,
yeah,
that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
the one of the another reason, well, again, main reasons why some of the more traditional fans hate him because they felt like it was the reason why Gallagher was pushed out of the club.
Oh God.
Yeah,
Yeah, we got
they
those
haven't looked
people that's
beyond
like
that.
academy players can do no wrong.
Yeah,
Like Alex Goldberg, right? If he was our manager, we'd have 11 or 12 if he could academy players on the field, and I'm sure we'd be challenging
I
for
mean,
everything.
yes. Then you know why I don't complain about Alex? That's his brand.
His brand. Or
Yeah,
he's a
his
paid
brand. That's
shill. I
what
don't know.
you can say. That's what grew his. That's you can say the strength of his brand is protecting
Yeah,
and
he's all over
populating
the
new
place, to be
players.
honest.
He
That's
is.
his thing.
Yeah.
I'm not joking. I like him as an individual.
Oh, you
But
do?
sometimes he goes overboard to my liking. Some of the things he
Mm,
says, flip flops. I have to say
yeah.
a lot. Um,
Flip flop, yes.
yeah, I was talking to someone at PSG last season about coaches in French
Hmm.
football and asked him who he thought would take the next step up and move either to a bigger club in France. But that's cut off. That's not complete. Are you seeing something that's gotten you to start liking Rosenior? Let's hear you. Okay. Was gonna read. I can I can actually forget that. Yeah, the two AIs in the chat started fighting, and Nightbot timed out here.
What?
You want to hear? Mod Minor is an AI, the newer
Right.
ones, custom one we're creating for ourselves.
Right.
But Nightbot is the one we're using pre-built from someone. So I directed Mod Mana to continue saying hello to people, saying happy New Year and asking for more likes. And boom, Nightbot timed it out. That was hilarious, really.
Oh, that's fun.
And he picked out Liam Rosenior. I suspected that was where that was going. So
Yeah.
I'm sure this makes you happy. He's best young coach outside PSG in League One this season. And I said, "Do you know him?" And he said, "No, I don't know him. I just see his work." That's excellent. And remember, I said you could argue one of the most difficult managers that Luis Enrique has faced, which is the reason why I told people, irrespective of what you think of him, it just doesn't make sense to start judging him given his recent results. His team's current form. And I referenced when Man City lost tons of games in a row. Would people consider that if we were, you could say, speaking with his camp with the intent to hire him? No, they wouldn't. It's because it's Liam. Yeah. He says, bring back Nico. I don't see that happening. We've talked about that a lot, Ibro. But of course, you need Wahala. Reintegrate him with the squad. Emera, similar to Maresca, isn't really. Yes, and Emera has played under this manager. He's actually one of his best players there at Strasbourg. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dante.
Yeah, he is. Yeah,
Of
the
course.
most
So,
important.
yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into winners and losers. I don't think there are. I don't think there's going to be a lot of losers. Why do I say that? Because he's said, again, as Jay explained, capable of, you can say, adjusting his approach to accommodate players, to get the best out of players. So, which means that there won't be too many losers. I can't quite think of any loser right now. I can't quite think of any loser. Even Chalobah is difficult to place him as a loser for reasons I don't
You're
want to
talking
talk about.
about on. Well, like I said, he doesn't play with wingers, not touchline wingers.
But how about the aspect? And by the way, 8 more likes to get it to 100 likes. How about the aspect that he adjusts his approach to accommodate players? And I think before he comes, I don't think the club will be willing to sell some players just because they still want him to play his way.
Yeah. Well, that's the decision they'll need to take up together amicably. Because it's like I said, current system
Because
now.
go ahead.
Yeah, Garnacho, even Giddens, Pedro Neto, these ones. Yeah, those ones specifically. I think that could be those can be a problem. Yes.
Okay, I don't know if anybody wanted to answer this question. Let me explain something to you. I'll try the best I can, and maybe one of the panelists would chip in to help answer that question. You're saying, what is Enzo good at? What position is he good at? You don't rate him. Okay, good. You're entitled to your opinion. You're entitled to say even Cole Palmer is SHIT. Enzo is unique. In what sense? He's the only player that's capable of doing the things he does at Chelsea. Nobody at Chelsea measures his vision. Nobody. And let's pay attention. Pay attention to what I'm going to say now. If you remember when Enzo Maresca introduced the pairing of Romeo Lavia and Moises Caicedo, right? Because at the time before that change, we were scoring a lot of goals, but we were also conceding a lot of goals. So he needed to start ensuring that we concede less so that we can still win games, but without conceding a lot. So he introduced the pairing of Romeo Lavia and Moises Caicedo. And we had a conversation when we told people at the time, you see this thing he did right now? Yeah, we're not going to concede a lot, but we're not going to be creating a lot. Even when you think Enzo Fernandez isn't in, you can say, even if he doesn't have 10 assists, chances are he'd have 20. If you could say chances are if we scored 40 goals, he has a hand in one shape or the other in 39 of them. Why? Because he has that vision that as the ball is getting to him, even without needing a touch, to orchestrate a pass that displaces up to 4-5 players from the opposition side, making it easier for us to get closer to the final third. Anyway, I digress. Coming back to when Maresca made that introduced the pairing of Lavia and Caicedo, yeah, we stopped conceding a lot of goals, but we stopped creating a lot. Why? Because Enzo Fernandez wasn't playing. And some will say, but how many chances has he created? He doesn't have to be the one to create a chance, but he can be the guy, as I've explained. We just without needing a touch, orchestrate a pass that will displace 4, 5, 6 opposition players, making it easier for us to get to the final third, or even the next person that the ball touches, making it easier for them. The next thing they need to do is just to create a chance. I don't know how else to explain this to you. He's also capable of dictating the pace of the game. In fact, you could argue he's the only one that is, you can say, let me just stick with, he's the best at doing that at Chelsea. Because you can actually utilize him as a regista. You can utilize him as a deep lying playmaker. Because his strength mainly is his passing range and his vision, which means, given his vision, the deeper he plays, the more he'd see the pitch and the more effective he'd be. I'm not sure how else to explain this, but I hope
one
I did
thing
my best to explain it to you.
one thing I'd like to see, Coach, if you look at spider chart comparisons, one thing I'd like to see is if and it's probably never going to happen because we would have to play a midfield three. But
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, yeah.
telling you, statistically, that a midfield of Caicedo. Okay, I know now we're in the realm of unicorns and rainbows, but a world where Lavia isn't injured and Enzo all in the midfield at the same time, that is statistically one of the most complete midfields you could possibly get. I would love to see that someday. I just don't think it'll ever happen. But just like a shout out to their different qualities. If you put them all together, they're like
Three
the
of them can
total
play
midfield.
together.
Yeah, they're like the total midfield, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
But,
five
like
more likes to get into 100
Lavia's
likes.
never.
5 more. Let's make it happen.
Hey,
Go
what?
ahead.
Speaking of Lavia, what do we do with him? He's never fit. Is it
He's
time to
not
give
going
up on
anywhere
him or
now
what?
because you can't sell an injured player, first of all. And I think
Right, but is it
the hope
how
is
much? Do
still
we
that
know how
he's
much
still
longer he
very
has on his
young.
deal?
He's still very young. He's a good player.
Do
Just
we know how
like
much
you
longer he
remember the
has on his
same way
deal?
we were saying, don't sell Rhys James. He's that sort of player. Then even
Right.
if you can get 10 games out of him,
Well,
that'd be enough for you to like
and I remember
even
Dante
do well. Yeah,
talking about that age where the injury, like the body starts to adapt. So Lavia is about right there. So I think we should hold on a little longer.
yeah. 4 more likes. So Dante, coming back to you, what was I going to ask you again? Oh my gosh, how did I lose it? My mind is everywhere. What was it about? Dang it! Holy Tomolika, I just lost it. What was I gonna say? Okay, Dante, the question. The guy in the person in the chat saying he doesn't rate Enzo Fernandez. What does he
Good
really
grief.
do? Enzo Fernandez reminds me of different positions. Kanu Nwankwo, when he still plays for the Nigerian national team, you don't know his importance until you take him off. He's not a traditional number 9. He's sort of hybrid. He can play 10 too. He be on the pitch, keeping things simple, keep his team, ensuring that his team controls the game. He can score goals, he can create goals, but you wouldn't know because he comes across as slow, sluggish. Until you take him off, then everything falls apart. But that let's hear you. What do you make of the person saying he doesn't rate Enzo Fernandez and asked a question what he brings to the table overall? I think that's practically the question.
Yeah, well, I mean, good example was the other couple of weeks ago when he didn't start. I remember that first half he didn't start, created absolutely nothing. He comes on in the second half and massive difference. So yeah, look, he's very important the way we play, especially in the system. You know, he can move around in that central midfield area, attacking midfield, can drop deep, can sometimes go left, right. But yeah, he's number one for running in the team. First of all, he covers the most kilometers, so he's got that endurance, that tank. He can run pretty much all games, so that's very important. But for Maresca specifically, he was very important because it's like almost his, extension of himself on the field. The way he plays, instructions.
And he
He,
can say his ability to, his tactical understanding is
yeah,
one of the best.
correct. So yeah, look, extremely important for Maresca. But for the whole Chelsea team, yeah, we lack in that midfield area. We don't have that creativity. And I'm talking about midfield, central midfield, defensive midfield. Caicedo is good at what he does, but that's not his game to, like Enzo Fernandez, to set up to no look passes, basically a step ahead. You see Enzo every time if the ball's coming and we need to break the press, he passes the ball already in his mind before the ball gets to him. He knows where he's passing it, and two players are trying to close him down, and he's already made that pass. So he always thinks one move ahead. Box crashing, of course, that's something Maresca really wanted him to improve on, and he did amazing last year. So I think for the whole calendar year 25, I think it was 25 GA. So that's massive from a central midfielder.
Mm.
Uh, so look, extremely important. Everything you said, everything I said. He will be important, I think, for Rosenior as well because
Well,
he does play with two central midfielders. So I think he'll be one of those.
something I don't get with that people don't realize too is that if you pay it, I don't know if you guys saw this. It might just be me, but this is a my opinion thing. But what I noticed, and what was a big frustrating pain point for me for the longest time, um,
The pain points.
when
That's a user experience design language.
yep, yeah. So, but it's there were a lot of times under Lampard, a lot of times under Potter, a lot of times under oh, trying to think of the other manager, but there was a stretch there where there were so many games where we talk about this year, oh, we can't execute in the final third. We need to finish. We need to have better finishing. Like our XG is like through the roof, and we're not capitalizing on it, and things like that. Well, there were so many times under these guys pre Enzo era where we could not get the ball from, the second to the third, we couldn't even get it in the final third. Like we were struggling getting the ball across the halfway line. And when I saw that almost completely disappear was what yeah, and it's helped because some guys will come deep to help play like Palmer. He's really helpful at that too. That makes it even better. But we had these massive gaps right there in the beginning of the final third, like right past midfield in the center where nobody would go into, and then our midfielders had nobody to pass it to, so then we kick it over to the wings and then we would just cross and hope. Like that was our tactic. And but now ever since Enzo's come, I have seen transition from the midfield to like the forwards and the final third a lot more. Now, whether we finish or not, that's a different story, but he really is that connector that we needed for so long. Like the transition that he brings from the middle of the pitch to the final third, like we just didn't have that. And then you bring Palmer in and he's dropping deeper when he's fit. I mean, now we have guys that can do that. And so now we're like pressing against the goal. We're just not finishing a lot of times. But I'm saying that that's one thing I always appreciated about, and I never mind his Lampard-esque like late box crashing and things like that, which is brilliant. And the distribution. But I mean, we just didn't have anything to connect those two parts of the pitch before to this level. And I have noticed that massively drop off since Enzo has come, and drop off more and more as he gets better and better. So I mean, I don't I don't really outside of a disdain for the owners and a way of getting back at them, like I don't really Enzo brings. Like it's not like he's one of these, like like academy guys that these people with blue tinted glasses are like, just writing checks for all the time. I mean, you can actually see what he does. So yeah, I think he's been pivotal in us, you know, overcoming one of the most frustrating things to our game, and that's the ability to get the ball up to our forwards in the middle and getting into the box and into the final third and actually having real chances on goal or making faster breaks. So just want to say that about Enzo. I think he's very pivotal.
Yeah, I don't know. Dante have spoken about that, right? 2 more likes to get it to 100. We'll be rounding off in a few minutes. If you haven't, please take a second and drop a like on the video. And nothing new has emerged, actually. So have emerged. Here's
That's
thing.
Coach. Sorry, I need to go. So take care, guys. We'll
All
speak
right.
soon.
All right.
All
All right,
right,
Maurice.
cheers.
Thank you so much
5
for
hours,
joining.
Coach. Damn.
Sorry?
5 hours. Wow, long show this one.
Yeah. It's a long one because we were waiting to see if anything happens. 2 more likes to
All
get it
right,
to 100. Rounding off
take
in
care,
about
guys.
5 minutes or so.
Yeah,
Thank you
see
so
ya.
much, man. Talk to you later. Thank you. I appreciate
Coach, I'll stick with you until you get 100 likes. How about that?
it. All right. That works for me.
Let's get it.
Let's get it, people. 2 more likes to
All
get it
you
to
bums in the
100. 2 more
comments, all you
likes.
have to
2
do is
more
click
likes.
a button. You're just sitting there anyway. Let's go.
Yeah, 2 more likes. Yeah, let's see.
Coach, I even went over to YouTube and cheated and hit a like for you. So
All right, Tosin looks happy that Maresca is gone, but Maresca still kept picking him after Tosin could have told Maresca, "Don't ever pick me." Wow, that is some comment right there. I've been told the protest not against Liam. It wouldn't make sense if it is. And yes, then the truth remains. I don't think the protest changes anything. But I, if you want to be part of it, knock yourself out. Honestly, they've told you they're not gonna change their model, and I don't think they will because they believe it's working. To some extent, it's worked. I need them to sign, you can mix it up with experienced players. That at least even 1, 2 experienced players, that changes everything. Do I think they do it? I don't know. But if they do it, I'm not gonna make it. If they don't, I'm not gonna make a fuss. Really. Anything else? More likes, people. More likes. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. 2 more likes to get it to 100. We can make that happen. And if you have any questions, drop in the chat. We'll address it. So I think right now we have to go news hunting. I'm gonna go back here. So I refresh that. We go news hunting, come back, call it a day. That's how I want it to happen. I don't want you to be seeing the blank screen while the page is rebooting.
Coach, let me ask you real quick. When if and when Liam comes, to Dante's point about the matchgoers booing Maresca just because he's like a Clear Lake or a BlueCo guy or whatever you want to call it, just to
Mhm.
get at the owners. Do you think Liam is, if he comes, like he's gonna have abuse hurled at him right out of the gate, or do you think they're gonna respect
um,
him?
they will try to, but here's something. He's a good speaker. His English, a bit of bias to some extent, would see that from the press.
That's true.
A bit of bias from the way they deal with them, even a bit of bias from the way the local fans deal with them. So you could say a lot. He has a lot going his way, but he has to hit the ground running.
Yeah.
The press cannot save him from the fans if they turn
No
against him.
way. No way.
Yeah, even though they'll be a bit more lenient because he's English.
Well, the fans might be a bit more lenient because he's English too, come to think of it.
Not necessarily. I'm actually concerned it could go, you could say it could bring out the R word in some of our fans. No, yeah, the R word, correct. I hope you get that. Because we have a very crazy set of fans, in all honesty.
Yeah.
I saw someone talk about it, I was like, yeah, it looks like it's going to happen. Because I've seen some people show that side of themselves in non-Chelsea related topics, actually. Because the way X works, what people like, what they share, what they comment
Right.
on, sometimes it brings it to you because you're connected to that person. Then that gives you that serves as a window into some side of that individual that you don't know.
Yeah.
So,
And it's
but
like, why even do, like, if you are that disgusting of a person, like, why at least why not keep it to yourself? Because everybody that they catch doing that gets a lifetime ban from the stadium, you know? Like, why would you even risk that?
why what?
I said, why would you even risk that? Like, I don't understand how somebody could be that disgusting of a person anyway, but like, why wouldn't you at least keep it to yourself? Because everyone that, like, you know, that the security at the bridge or the personnel there catches doing that catches a lifetime ban, you know,
I mean,
from
a
the
little bit of
stadium.
intoxication can lead to one letting loose what they wouldn't under
Yeah,
normal
I guess.
circumstances.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. But let me catch up what we have here. 100 likes were there. If we add cushion to it, Bobby just joined. I have him speak, then we call it a day because I'm tired. And as you can see, I'm losing
Mm.
my voice already.
Get this man to
Look.
100 likes so he can sleep during the day like a respectable businessman. Oh,
All right,
ugh.
let's see. I think we're seeing a lot of nonsense. Some are
Yeah.
saying he disagreed with the medical team. Some are now saying he was concerned. I'm not sure what to believe, but there are some that are sensible enough to believe. But anyone that I believed on, if I see one that I had, again, I believed in, I believe in, if I see any contradicting report, I usually stay away from it. Or maybe pick the one that's more sensible. All the fans want to experience CB, and with PR, they said next to me, Histon, everything comes down to what the manager wants. If Liam wants one, I think he probably get it because he's still incoming. He tell them, I want this. But do I think we really need to sign a CB? I'm not going to argue that now. It just didn't make sense that we sent Anselmo out on loan. He went there at Dortmund, was playing in the Champions League, was so good, they kept playing him until he got injured. Mabans here says, I respect the Italian David Maresca. He never talked SHIT about our club, unlike Lukaku. But how quickly he removed everything about Chelsea from his bio. Not like unlike the case of Thomas Tuchel that I said this is the hardest farewell message he's had to write in his life, and actually left Chelsea on his bio for a long time.
Mm.
Yeah. But for example, yeah, I know about that. I don't want to talk about him right now. Grass isn't always green on the other side. Oh, Mauricio Sarri learned that. He won a trophy with Chelsea, his first ever trophy with Chelsea, and then decided to resign and go back to Italy. And then we've heard him say 1,000 times he regrets leaving Chelsea. You never know. I don't pray that it becomes the same for. It turns out the same way for Maresca because I love him. Let's see, he will be controlled, whatever you say there. He said, ask him to follow me on Twitter. Yes, sir. Whoever that's on the panel, please go follow Rich Money Maker 22 on Twitter. Okay. No PR from him. Questions to Kuchila. Ganacho on the left wing. I think that's a lot to catch up with. ICB. I'm okay with them. They're what we have. Even if you feel like we can do better than them, I prioritize being the 12th man rather than question everything when I can't change it.
Mm.
That's how I operate. Yeah, I'm losing my voice literally right before.
He wants you to drink espresso.
Yeah, I have that natural honey that 90% from Australia, which you could argue
Nice.
that's the reason why I haven't actually caught a cold. It is I get the
Nice.
symptoms a little bit. I start using it, and it deals with it.
Don't you live in Texas?
I do live in Texas, but when we
Yeah,
talked
like you should
about it,
get
he
some
said there's
local
something
honey
he sent
because
to
you know
me.
what I mean about the local honey because it's like it's good for the allergens around where you live, you know what I mean?
Yeah, find it like in farmers market, right?
Yeah.
I think I will, but
That'd
I'm
be good for
enjoying
you.
I'm enjoying this one. It came with
Yeah.
one in a bottle with a stick that you can use to get them, and then it
Come
came with
on, guys.
some Some
I
of
was
them
just
that's
thinking
like in a
like,
sachet. I don't want to show
yeah,
it, but that'd be free advertisement.
product placement. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
I
I was like,
like
come
the
on, guys,
bottle
give us
so
our
much.
last two likes. What other Chelsea show are you going to hear about farmers markets on?
I liked the bottle so much that I told my wife I don't think I'll ever open that bottle. But I'm still using the sachet once. Even Dante didn't know the company. I did a few of the sample sachet ones. I use it for coffee. Open it, put it in my coffee as sugar, and it's been great. And by the way, we're gonna do a giveaway for our panelists. It won't be public, so I'm still trying to figure a way to do. I figure out a way to do it really. Um, but we have Bobby. Let's hear him. It's up to him. Where does he want to come in before we call
Oh,
it a day?
coach, you ain't sleeping now, buddy.
Yeah, but some you have to. Oh, he's gone. He's not here. He's gone. Maybe it is
Oh, oh
connection, or
well.
probably he heard the fact that we're rounding up. I think
Oh.
with that we've come to the natural end of today's show. Nothing new has
How many
emerged.
likes do we have?
101. I think the cushion is
Yeah.
enough. Even if
Well done,
somebody,
chat.
even if somebody unlikes it, I think it will still make it up to 110 because a lot of people still watch the shows even after it ends.
Hey,
So nothing new. Go ahead.
before we go, I just want to give a shout out to Mabast. I did see your comment a long time ago about hiring Astrid Wet and what you said about Garnacho being the Down syndrome Hazard, and I appreciate you. So
All right, this an update here. Chelsea players expect Liam Rosenior to be named their head coach after being given indications he's the favorite to succeed Enzo Maresca. One thing I give him is that he's an excellent man manager from what I've seen. I have my concerns, but given that he's a smart guy, what am I doing here? I think he's going to be able to figure out. You could say ooh, I'm making it worse. Okay, there you go. He'll figure out what to change to not be taken to the stars at Chelsea. So I'm trying to see if anything else emerges. I don't think there's anything else, but I think we should call it a day. Really, what do you
all
think,
right.
Tony?
Yes, I got a house to clean and some brakes to change. So yes.
Yeah, thanks so much. I appreciate you finding the time to join me on the conversation. And I want to say thank you to Dante for finding the time to join the conversation also. And I'll try to add Tony's YouTube link. Jesus Christ. Tony's
Coach, man, it's
Tony's
okay. Just
X
go to
handle.
bed.
Tony's X handle to the end credit. So if you're watching, thank you so much to all of you. I'm tired. I can't start mentioning names, but I want to say thank you to my bro, Mabast, for always staying to the end of the show. Thank
Hey,
you
if
to
you guys follow
Ebro.
me on X, I promise I'll try to be less political because some of you might hate me right away. So
Please go follow him. Thank you to Mabas05. Thank you to Ebro who was here. Thank you to Vic, my bro, who was here. Who else was here? A lot of you. Thank you to Majesty. Thank you to the Blue Tuffle Game who was here. And thank you to all of you. We've gone. This has been the Blue Morning Show. But yeah, it's afternoon already here. It's 1:23 p.m. CST. And Rich Money Makers. And if I miss your name, apologies. It's been an excellent discussion. See you guys next time. God bless us all and cheers.
much love, Coach. Bye, everybody.
Chelsea fans, we won't stop believing new knock. With every chant and roar, we rise for the fight. The blue flag in the air, let it fly with pride. We're gonna show the world all hearts open wide. From Stamford Bridge, hear our voices to the light. We love for the team, stand strong by our side.
Every challenge, we will never ignore. For unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea spirit shines, bright lights up the skies. And if a cowboy said, for real does, and then with a love did storm. Every phone says to fair, and there was a strife. God, you, my heart. every challenge we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea's spirit shines, bright lights up the sky. Chelsea fans, we won't stop believing. New knock with every chant and roar, we rise for the fight. The blue flag in the air, let it fly with pride. We're gonna show the world all hearts open wide. From Stamford Bridge, share our voices to the light. We love for the team, stand strong by our side. Every challenge we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea's spirit shines, bright lights up the skies. And if a cowboy said, for Europe does, and I would have loved this storm. Every phone's just to bed, and there was a strife. You, my heart, keep the blue flame inside like we soar. Through every challenge we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea's spirit shines, bright lights up the sky. Chelsea fans, we won't stop believing. New knock with every chant and roar, we rise for the fight. The blue flag in the air, let it fly with pride. We're gonna show the world all hearts open wide. From Stamford Bridge, share our voices to the light. We love for the team, stand strong by our side. Every challenge we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea's spirit shines, bright lights up the skies. And if a cowboy said, for Europe does, and I would have loved this storm. Every phone's just to bed, and there was a strife. You, my heart, keep the blue flame inside like we soar. Through every challenge we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea's spirit shines, bright lights up the sky.
Chelsea fans, we won't stop believing. No knock. With every chant and roar, we rise for the fight. The blue flag in the air, let it fly with pride. We're gonna show the world all hearts open wide. From Stamford Bridge, share our voices to the light. We love for the team, stand strong by our side.
Through every challenge, we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea spirit shines, bright lights up the skies. And if a cowboy said, for Europe does, and then with a love this storm, every form says to there, and there was a strife. You, my heart, keep the blue flame inside like we soar. Through every challenge, we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea spirit shines, bright lights up the sky.
Keeps us strong. Through every challenge we rise, never wrong. With every goal we fly, hearts on fire. The passion unites us, takes us higher. Keep on singing, support never fades. Together we stand in this blue brigade. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand, oh yeah. The blue flag flying high, fly high. From Stamford Bridge, the pride that we share. Each kickoff, each moment, it feels so rare. With faith in our hearts, we chase the dream. Through every match day, we're part of the team. The love for our club is a powerful thing. Together we shout, let the victory ring. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand, oh yeah. The blue flag flying high, fly high. We're unstoppable, hear the roar. In blue we trust forevermore. Together we sing hand in hand. For Chelsea forever we'll stand. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand, oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. Chelsea, the dream keeps us strong. Through every challenge we rise, never wrong. With every goal we fly, hearts on fire. The passion unites us, takes us higher. Keep on singing, support never fades. Together we stand in this blue brigade. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand, oh yeah. The blue flag flying high, fly high. From Stamford Bridge, the pride that we share. Each kickoff, each moment, it feels match day. We're part of the team. The love for our club is a powerful thing. Together we shout, let the victory ring. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand, oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. We're unstoppable, hear the roar. In blue we trust forevermore. Together we sing, hand in hand. For Chelsea forever we'll stand. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand, oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. Chelsea, the dream keeps us strong. Through every challenge we rise, never wrong. With every goal we fly, hearts on fire. The passion unites us, takes us higher. Keep on singing, support never fades. Together we stand in this blue brigade. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand, oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. From Stamford Bridge, the pride that we share. Each kickoff, each moment, it feels so rare. With faith in our hearts, we chase the dream. Through every match day, we're part of the team. The love for our club is a powerful thing. Together we shout, let the victory ring. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand, oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. We're unstoppable, hear the roar. In blue we trust forevermore. Together we sing, hand in hand. For Chelsea forever we'll stand. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand, oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. Chelsea, the dream keeps us strong. Through every challenge we rise, never wrong. With every goal we fly, hearts on fire. The passion unites us, takes us higher. Keep on singing, support never fades. Together we stand in this blue brigade. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand, oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. From Stamford Bridge, the pride that we share. Each kickoff, each moment, it feels so rare. With faith in our hearts, we chase the dream. Through every match day, we're part of the team. The love for our club is a powerful thing. Together we shout, let the victory ring. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand, oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. We're unstoppable, hear the roar. In blue we trust forevermore. Together we sing, hand in hand. For Chelsea Chelsea forever will stand. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand. Oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. Chelsea, the dream keeps us strong. Through every challenge we rise, never wrong. With every goal we fly, hearts on fire. The passion unites us, takes us higher. Keep on singing, support never fades. Together we stand in this blue brigade. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand. Oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. From Stamford Bridge, the pride that we share. Each kickoff, each moment, it feels so rare. With faith in our hearts, we chase the dream. Through every match day, we're part of the team. The love for our club is a powerful thing. Together we shout, let the victory ring. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand. Oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. We're unstoppable, hear the roar. In blue we trust forevermore. Together we sing hand in hand. For Chelsea forever will stand. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand. Oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. Chelsea, the dream keeps us strong. Through every challenge we rise, never wrong. With every goal we fly, hearts on